I need me a to keep it a beam, you know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot, I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Are you ready? something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello everyone, I'm Impetuous Panda here with Team Vitality for the roundtable. We'll get to know a bit more about you guys, the players, and also about your thoughts on the events, the meta, set 12, etc. Starting things off, Milk, Toronto, Tokyo, Setsuko. This event, the team formation specifically, how did it end up happening? You guys have joined forces to be, I think, one of the powerhouse teams from NA coming in. How did the team actually form? Who reached out to who? What was the story behind that?
Oh, you want the full story?
I mean, condensed to 30 seconds if you can.
Oh, well, okay, it started off I'll let Setsuko say it.
Wait, what? No, it's fine. You can do it.
Okay, start. Okay,
I got
okay.
it, buddy.
Because we knew that the event was happening, so we're starting off. It was gonna be me, Setsuko, Dishop, and P-God.
Okay.
But then Soju decided he wanted to play, so then it was gonna be me, P-God, Setsuko, and Soju. And then like they announced the format and they gave like infinite points to the Latin America and Brazil regions. So we couldn't even have our own team that we wanted, and they didn't let that many NA players play in the qualifiers because they give infinite points to different regions.
Okay.
So we ended up picking Tokyo and having to bench P-God.
Okay,
Yeah,
I see.
that's our team.
And for Team Vitality, how did you guys representing this org happen? Are you guys, do you guys follow Vitality before in other esports? Are you guys proud to be representing a big org like Vitality?
I think the main reason why I joined was the player management was pretty good,
Okay.
and that's why I went down this line.
And you guys got some nice swag I saw in the video, some nice merch. You guys happy to be repping the different jerseys you guys have as well, design?
For sure. Yeah.
Looking at the dynamics within the team, are there any set roles you guys would say in terms of who's the captain, who has final say in terms of your general strategies in a different game, who brings mental stability to the team and make sure everything is calm and collected in a team format?
I feel like in 4v4, like it's hard to have like a captain. I feel like we all like contribute equally, pretty much, and I think that's like the best way to go about it. So I feel like we don't really have like a leader or a captain or anything. Yeah.
In a moment of more stress or more hardship within the tournament where there's a lot at stake, do you guys think there will be someone that has to step up to make sure everything's under control? Or do you guys think it's kind of a team effort?
I think everybody will like mentally reset. I don't think any of us are worried that anybody's gonna like tilt, even if we started off the tournament bad. At least for me, I think me and Milk are like really, really emotionally unaffected. And then I think the other people, it's like Soju and Setsuko, like they might get angry for a minute, but then they'll just like calm down and then we'll be focused. Yeah.
I wanted to direct this question to you, Tokyo, because I spoke to you when you qualified champs in the past. I know a lot about your kind of work outside of TFT, a lot of risk management, a lot of kind of mental stability. I think you can bring a lot of that to this team as well. Do you feel like you have that edge when it comes to the mental compared to other players and other teams in general in this tournament?
Yeah, I think me and Milk are both like worked in like risk management stuff outside of it, and we both feel really calm. And I feel like in general, like I think we have that edge. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be nervous. I don't think any player on our team is gonna be nervous actually. So we're all ready to dominate.
Talking about players and other teams, if you guys had to do a regional ranking, saying the one team you guys fear or respect the most from each major region, EMEA, NA, APAC, and CN, could you guys join forces together and decide one team from each?
Oh, we probably have the same, right?
Yeah.
So probably CN's probably Falcons.
Okay.
EU's KC, and then APAC is T1.
Do you guys think
It's like by far.
NA team? Or
Us?
America's team? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So confident coming into the event?
Yeah, I think so. I think the best EU team is actually the Onsepa.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So a few different
Oh,
opinions
I'm
on
not
this
gonna lie, I didn't even know they were in a team in this tourney, so yeah.
Okay. Looking at the meta stuff, Set 12 just launched. Charms are the new new mechanic after encounters. Do you guys think this mechanic is less impactful in general in the last few sets? In set 7, I think they've been very, very impactful from Dragons onwards. Are you guys happy with Charms overall?
I am. I think it's really impactful, but I don't think it's like toxic.
Okay.
I feel like a lot of times the set mechanic is like really toxic to the game. And I think this game, I said, is actually really designed really well. I think the balance team kind of fumbled like right now, but they might be able to pick it up. So like I think I have a lot of hope for the set.
I wanted to ask you, Milk, I heard you really like the design tree of the sets and the units and how they flow and kind of, I think forecast flex, if the forecast were stronger, you could build a lot of different boards with different, an AP range carry and a melee bruiser and it still could work out. Do you think if the balance gets to a better place in 1 or 2 patches, this could be a very memorable set like we had with, maybe set 6, for example?
Yeah, I think this could be one of the most this could be a really good set because like the 1 cost real comps can come alive really easily, the 2 costs, the 3 costs, and the 4 costs. And I feel like this set could flow like really well if they just balance it a little better.
Tetsugo, there's no econ trait in this set. The first time I heard this, I thought about you as a player. You're kind of what you're labeled as a very risky player who really has these huge win-out moments. Do you think it's a worse set for you personally because of this? Do you think it's not that impactful? Do you pick Fortune Favors the Bold anytime you get the chance simply because you can't play it as often?
Oh, I mean, I don't think it's that impactful. I feel like I'm good at other stuff as well. I mean, it's just like I usually like the econ tricks is more fun, like especially in solo queue, like you just like you pick it and you just try to win out. But I personally think the Fortune Augment is like, I mean, it's still good in 4v4. It's like less good because the other team can just open on you. And I mean, I for sure like just insta pick it like in solo queue and stuff. But yeah.
Okay. Talking about 44 format, it's very different to playing individually. You mentioned with Fortune, with rerolls as well, you're going to get briefed 4 ways instead of just 1 way, for example. How are you guys approaching this tournament? Are you guys doing anything radically different in terms of your big picture strategy around when to play reroll, when to have like only 1 loose streaking player in the early game and 3 players playing tempo, 1 win out player, for example? What's like kind of big picture strategy?
I don't know if you can like condense the strategy or anything. I think we just try to play what the 4v4 meta is, try to do what's right from our spot. I mean, I think everybody knows that like Syndra and Karma are like mandatory, and the rest you kind of have to figure out. I think in terms of our 4v4, I think Milk has been one of our most helpful players in like being vocal about what he thinks is good.
Okay.
And I don't think that part we can disclose, but like just in general, I think our 4v4 strategy is pretty solid.
Okay.
Especially because I think we have an edge because we played in the qualifier, and I think that helped us a lot. Yeah.
In EMEA, we've had a lot of tournaments, not maybe official ones with 4v4. We had Super Bowl in the past as well. I've cast a lot of tournaments. There's this extra layer of strategy added on top in terms of even just carousels, hovering over units, waiting for your team to get them, obviously contesting. Do you guys think you've already mastered the extra elements that 4v4 brings to TFT, or are you guys are just going to get there as the tournament goes on?
I don't think anyone has, like, and no one's gonna master it this tourney. I think there's a lot more depth, and 4v4 is a lot more fun. And I think also think it should be like the main like competitive format.
Communication in game, has it been easy enough where no one is yapping too much when you guys should be concentrated? You guys are only giving like clear, concise information. What's the case been?
I feel like in scrims we like tend to like talk more than needed because just like it's good to like talk about our spots more.
Okay.
But I feel like when the games come around, we'll be like pretty focused and like locked in with our comms. Yeah, should be fine.
Your agency right now, it's obviously a new set. We're only a week in. You guys have played infinite games probably, but do you guys have any spots where you're, kind of asking your teammates, what do you guys think about this augment? Should I pick this from this spot? Should I play this from this spot? Or is it already kind of automatic for you guys a week in?
I feel like there's like a lot of hero augments and some things I don't know.
Okay.
Like this is like really new, and I haven't played like some hero augments once yet. So I'll probably ask like some spots.
Okay.
I think on like 2-1, it's kind of hard to, I think it's bad to have to ask your teammates because in that time you're like really trying to organize like your setup.
Thoughts. Yep.
So like if everybody has to think about like if their setup's good or not, it's not really good for our team. Yeah.
But usually only like 1 person at most.
Yeah.
And like 1 in like every 10 games.
Have there been moments where you haven't consulted with your team, let's say, and someone comes in and sees your board on 2-3, your direction or your game plan, and doubts what you're doing? Has there been kind of moments of this kind of stuff happening in scrims?
No, I think in tournaments, like whatever your teammate does, you just have to trust it.
Okay.
Like if your teammate makes a call, even though you don't think it's good, there's no way you can have a discussion and be like, oh, don't do that, in my opinion.
Okay.
It's just like, you have to just trust the call.
Because the mental would kind of crumble in that state.
It's just like too hard to organize like a pivot or something like that.
Okay. Any augments in 44 you guys are excited to play, or you guys think have extra depth because of the team formats? I know I've heard and thought about Pilfer, for example, being the case. Obviously, hero augments are a lot harder to go into because of how you can be contested. Anything else?
Not really.
Not really.
I like double down. I think it's like, if you look at the stats, it's just an average augment. I think it's kind of interesting in 44.
Okay.
Yeah.
EWC, huge events for TFT. We don't have many of these LAN events where you get to meet players in person, players from Siena obviously traveling here. As you said, the best players in the world are here. What does it mean for you guys when you guys started in esports, from Hugyo way back, in terms of how the scale of this event? The importance that's being given, the investment that you're seeing here at the venue as well. Are you guys really proud to see TFT growing to this level already?
I think, it's like the most professional event we've been to, and I think Vegas was actually really well ran, but this is like a different level.
Yeah.
I think in general, TFT is headed in a good direction. Personally, I'm really happy to see like how far esports has come in general, because I feel like this tournament is kind of like an Olympics for us in esports, and I'm just really proud to be like representing, Vitality in it. Yeah.
Look at the 4v4 formats. Do you guys want to see more of this in kind of even Riot sanctioned competitions and official tournaments in the future? I know some players, when Double Up was released, they wanted to see more Double Up TFT. Some players only want to play, individually. Do you guys like the team format? Do you guys want to see more of it, kind of a split maybe between 4v4 and individual?
I mean, I personally want to see like a lot more 4v4, especially for like LANs, because like the sample size is usually so low for LANs that being a team format is like so much better for sample size reasons, and it's more fun.
Agreed. Yeah, it's just way more fun for me.
Final question. Any interesting stories or anecdotes since the team has been formed that you guys can share in terms of your travel here, in terms of your scrims, in terms of, you know, how have you guys been doing in scrims? Maybe the player on your team you guys think is individually the best performing right now?
I'm taking Setsuko. Yeah, the GOAT of NA.
I'm thinking Fnatic.
So you don't believe in your team, Milk?
Oh no, it's a meme.
Okay. Setsuko, do you feel any pressure? Do you think you are?
Oh no. I mean, I think like we're overall in like pretty good form right now. I think like the last week, I mean like for the first few days of our boot camp, like we weren't really, getting much sleep, so we were like doing kind of important scrims. But I think like the last few days we started locking in, so like we're in good form again. Yeah, pretty confident.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. That's it for the roundtable with Team Vitality, one of the powerhouse teams from NA, from the Americas region, a team I think will go very, very far, especially with the mental stability I think you guys have and you guys have showcased throughout this interview as well. Thank you so much, guys, for the answers.
Round 1 matches have been played. 8 teams have separated themselves from the groups, putting them in the winner's match. The elimination match and will be happening today as well, sending 4 teams home. And we're looking forward to seeing where that journey will take us today. My name is Sealy. So glad to be with you guys here on day 2 of the Esports World Cup featuring TFT. And I'm joined today once again by my wonderful co-host Crowan. Welcome back to the broadcast.
Thank you very much. What a day we have in store for us here at the EWC B stage for TFT. We saw such banger matches yesterday, honestly. A couple of upsets that were really, really cool to watch. And yeah, I'm looking forward to more of that today. But before we get into two more, let's take a look at some of the best moments that we saw in day number 1.
Day 1 was full of shocking moments. Many upsets were had and some crazy dominant victories as well. We're looking forward to seeing the same exact thing today. But Kron, I want to start talking about and reviewing day 1 with you. What were some of the things that really surprised you?
Well, first of all, Zero Tenacity in match 2 of yesterday, taking out Fnatic. I mean, that was a super close series, right? We got to talk to Alan after. He was very hyped up by it. Just a real nail biter. But I think it really is these upsets that get to kind of paint the picture here. Like, why does this stuff kind of happen, right? How does that kind of team that is less favored, find that edge? And it's, a lot of preparation that they go into this event while doing, a lot of just adapting during the series, right? We saw another moment by that in the final game of the day, right? Between Twisted Minds and MSJ, right? MSJ taking that victory, as we get a chance to see some of the plays, of course, from yesterday. And there was just a lot of great action, right? CLE, a lot of things that we didn't really expect, and we learned a lot along the way too.
Yeah, and even on the other side of that matchup, Team Vitality with the upset over KC, which both of us picked as our front runners in this tournament. So excited to watch that whole matchup as our last match of the day. As we look at some of our moments of the day, the plays of the day, we see this crazy one from Volta trying to find that polymorph charm to go to a 5-cost. Didn't quite get it though. But we see also some of these crazy clutch up moments from Team Vitality here versus KC.
Yeah, Vitality kind of dominated in that series. It seemed like Mel kind of taking that win with the Syndra. Of course, Syndra is all over the meta nowadays. It's, no surprise. They're even re-rolling, as we saw, there from Michael, taking that, even like finding it late, right? On stage 4, still being on level 6, but still enough to find these victories. And the number 1 moment looks like from T1 versus Weibo Gaming, right? What a series there too, going the distance to all 3 games.
And just so many great moments, a lot of them centered around Syndra, but there just is still so many creative ways to play around that unit. Obviously, very dominant in the meta. We were looking at some of the stats that we saw one of our co-commentators from the main broadcast put together for us, and it's quite obvious what is dominating the meta, but that doesn't stop the good team play from happening, especially when you can contest one another very easily. That is the reality of today's matches.
Yeah, 100%. We're gonna have some great matches here today. The match of the day is going to be the final one that we have between Vitality versus MSJ, right? These are powerhouse teams, and I think MSJ is cementing themselves as one, especially after they had an upset at the end of the day, taking out Twisted Minds. Vitality 2 and KC2, like, that is insane.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to mention about Vitality too is the first round match that they had is the one that everyone was looking towards to see who will come out of these groups, and they're expecting it to be Twisted Minds and KC, and both of them are meeting in the elimination match, so that will not be the case. But our next matchup for today will be from Group A, Wolves versus Branching Out. I'm so excited to continue to watch branching out with the dominant performance they had yesterday.
Yeah, branching out 2-0'd GK. They did it in a pretty solid fashion. Wolves versus Division was a bit closer, but Wolves did pull it out with that 2-1 victory. So both teams feeling very good, confident being the front runners into the winners bracket here coming into today. That is going to be the #1 EMEA team branching out, #1 seed from that region versus the 3rd seed from China with Wolves Esports. And they have a lot of really, really great players, right? We talked to Volterix yesterday, been to Worlds, right, 4 times, had prepared a lot with that squad, the all French squad actually. So really coming out swinging here to start off, hopefully again in match 1 of day 2.
Yeah, and I'm so excited to see a little bit more of the clash of cultures, and specifically within TFT. A lot of the play differs between Eastern and Western TFT, between the Americas and EMEA versus APAC and China, and just the way that they play. And so this is that on display totally. We have France versus China, and it's just going to be a wonderful experience to see how these players interact with one another and interact with the 4v4 format.
100%. I was thinking about that concept a little bit that you're mentioning, CLE, of how these kind of regional styles differ in TFT. And a lot of that does come into play because they have so much practice on like ladder with just players in the region. But prepping for this tournament specifically, they have scrimmed against a bunch of regions teams. So actually, I think that regional difference might be a little bit less than at least like I was expecting yesterday. And I think that's what we saw come in through the gameplay and the meta. The prioritization is still going to be on that similar units and similar strategies coming into the event.
Yeah, especially early in the set. This is set 12, which just came out like a week and 2 days ago. And so this is still super fresh. So it hasn't had time to quite diverge into the different play styles quite yet. But if you want to play along with us, stcplay.gg is the place you can go to participate for the audience vote. Tell us who you think is going to win. Will it be Branching Out or Wolves Esports here in our first winners match of EWC?
Yes, very important. Get your predictions in. Chat was on a roll a little bit yesterday. Actually, they weren't on a roll until they started, clutching up at the end of the day. The first 2, I think, were wrong, but now you gotta focus up. You gotta focus up, put your votes in, make sure you're studying up on TFT, the meta, and the teams, and all of what they are bringing to the table here. But Wolves Esports, Sealy, is not a team that we personally saw on the B stream yesterday. Does feature Shelty, YGQF, Li Xiao, and Siren. They don't have a ton of results outside of just in that Chinese circuit. YGQF has been to Worlds once in Dragonlands, and Li Xiao been to Worlds once in Inkborn Fable, so pretty recent success there. Maybe Li Xiao can then rise up, be that motivator, that team leader, and kind of push this team to success.
Yeah, I can totally see that being the case. I mean, obviously they were able to put it together yesterday in the 4v4 format, so they're doing something right. And so I'm excited to see what they are doing right, what they have learned, but also interested to continue to watch Branching Out, which we know is a team with 4v4 experience from the EMEA, doing Super Brawl with big smiles happening over here. Hey, how's it going? And so just so excited to continue on learning how this 4v4 format can be push to the edge, how you can min-max everything that's happening.
Yeah, I saw so many little micro kind of plays there, both in terms of just that 4v4 format, but just some good solid TFT play too. Even these small things like, oh, when I have Syndra on neutral rounds, in just the opening of the game, stage 1, I'm gonna frontline her so she gets auto attacked more, cast one more time, and that could be a fight difference down the line, right? It's these small things that can make a big difference. If you're eliminated by 1 or 2 extra HP, right? That could be your team going home, or at least in this case, sent to the losers bracket by just a game of inches.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about most of the matches we're going to be seeing here on our stream. We are going to be following along with the winners matches, which is super exciting. We get to crown our first group's winners, sending them to the playoffs. But also, the stakes aren't dire for those who lose. They set themselves up in a great position because this is double elimination groups. So if they lose this match, they will drop down to the decider match, which will be played tomorrow in order to determine those final spots in the playoffs, which will be super exciting. But for these teams, they set themselves up for success.
100%, and one team is going to be chilling after this one as we get on into game number 1 of day 2 CLE. We got Wolves Esports versus Branching Out.
Yeah, and one thing to call out that I called out a lot yesterday is we do have matching Little Legends again, but not all the way across the board, which I am thankful for. Just within Wolves Esports, they're playing as the Wolf, which, you know, makes sense.
That does, actually. It's very on brand. I forgot that this Little Legend even existed, this Wolf, but it's cool. It has a nice color scheme. Let me see Li Xiao walking around, emoting, really showing it to us, putting it on display, repping that Wolves brand. Love to see it.
And I think they all have to play Warwick as well. That would just make sense. And then Nasus too. That's it. That's the whole board.
Hey, even Riot agrees, right? The Warwick being dropped in that orb, right? Li Xiao definitely gonna put that on the board into no, probably not. But actually, that does bring a good point to the table of some early Frost openers. If you didn't get dropped to Syndra, right? We did see that have some success yesterday, and that's not something I think many people would have anticipated coming into the weekend. But there still are going to be more strategies today that we're going to see develop and see players kind of adapt to in real time, and that is a very exciting prospect for me.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're still figuring out in the early part of the set is what good openers look like, how you can save that HP that is so desperately needed in that stage 2, or get that econ as high as possible. And a few of those ways, as we see on board right now, is that Eldritch that just spawns that extra unit after your units on the board take some damage. That is really helpful and powerful in the early game, giving that extra health bar and some damage. But Crone, what are some of these other openers that you'd say are quite good right now?
Yeah, well, just if you want some good frontline, upgrades, if you get, a Zoe, Lilia, Poppy, that is a very, very good package. Gives a couple of good synergies. Zoe does deal very good damage. If you get, a Nashor's, a blue buff Shojin's on her as well, she can carry those Syndra items. You can also go things like Way of Portals or Shapeshifters. Those are still decent openers as well as multi-strikers, right? And there's some multi-strikers upgrades from Serene. Obviously, still going to be going the way of Syndra. But not fantastic items for Serene, though. Maybe we'll slay my Morellos, but really that belt does want to be a Nashor's Tooth at the end of the day. So we'll see what direction Serene goes with these item slams.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if he slams Sunfire. I think you'll wait to see your matchup so that you don't absolutely murder your opponent. But that is a Syndra 2 on 2-1 with Sojin plus open bow. That's pretty good.
Actually, yeah, that's very good. The best opener you can have in the game, but they took team building and just used the small champion duplicator immediately with a pair of Syndras to get Syndra 2. And as we know from yesterday, that is literally all you need. Enzo is already set up to go to level 8 and be in a game-winning position, which feels so crazy to say, right? But we know, and we can talk about Syndra as kind of elephant in the room, the outlier of this meta. Everyone is talking about it, right? Everyone knows it. The big question mark is, will Enzo find good enough frontline? It is seemingly good enough right now in stage 2, but how far is Enzo willing to roll down, say on 3-2, to keep this win streak going?
Yeah, I think the thing about Syndra that obviously is a little bit frustrating, but not the worst thing in the world, is because Syndra is so accessible to everyone. Syndra 2 is just a 2-cost unit that costs 6 gold to make, and is one of the most powerful units in the game, especially if you can get it in early, just like Enzo does here. Everyone has the opportunity to do that if they would like to, and so it doesn't feel unreachable. It doesn't feel like you can't contest it and take away that 3-star option. And there's multiple different versions of the front line, so everyone can play.
100%, everyone can play. We see Shelty here with an early Ziggs opener, a little Honeymancer package, just keeping the tier open so it still could go in any direction. They are very rich, however. They do have, some flexibility still open here.
Yeah, it looks like they might be wanting to play towards some kind of AP tree that we've seen so much, whether that ends up in the Karma or the Rise or sticks around in the Syndra that they're looking for. Or maybe we'll even, see some Ziggs reroll, but that didn't happen. Instead, we upgraded that 1-cost champion to a 2-cost, and so now we have a 2-cost Tristana.
Yeah, wow. I guess that came through the way of Caretaker's Ally, right? Giving a copy of Tristana. Is either that or Nunu, but probably just the Tristana there. The players are very rich here. We see actually a couple of players, when all the augments popped up, took silver ticket. So every few rerolls, right, you get a free one. Does work very well in the way of this 2-cost reroll, rolling so much on level 6 to get your comp online.
Can I tell a little story about that charm that upgrades a 1-cost to a 2-cost?
Yeah, go for it.
Yesterday I was playing a game with Skara, and you know he's in box boot camp right now.
Yeah.
And I was playing Zoe reroll, and I had just hit everything. And I was rolling, and mindlessly I clicked that charm.
Oh no.
And my Poppy frontline became a 3-star Syndra, which, you know, I wasn't that mad about. That was a 3-star Syndra, but it was 3-1, and Skara was currently rolling down for Syndra 2, so he was not very happy.
3-1 getting a Syndra. That is absolutely crazy.
I went 6th. I don't know how I did that.
Wait a minute. Silly. Syndra 3 on 3-1? You went
It had
6th?
It had a Dragon's Claw on it. I don't know.
No removers? Gosh.
I got nothing.
No.
I got nothing.
Yeah.
It was bad.
Oh well, it happens. Honestly, that just goes to show Syndra 2, Syndra 3, no diff. That was just a waste of gold. Ugh.
I guess.
Well, I guess it was just the charm there, but also, right, charms have that high impact potential.
They sure do. I mean, getting that early upgrade, that's a lot of extra gold in the bank. That's a lot of extra combat power just from upgrading that 1-cost 2-star to a 1-cost 2-star to a 2-cost 2-star is a lot more power. And so they are happy to do that here early in the game while they don't have a ton of these units that they're like, I can't lose this one, or I don't know what direction I'm going to be, so let me have this charm help me out.
Yeah, exactly. We see Siren versus Coco here. Coco, just some early shapeshifters, and of course, you know, the Syndra being on the back line there. Siren is relatively broke here, right? We see some players at 30, even 40 gold with YGQF, but Siren has not opted to level up to 5 post carousel, even though they already spent some gold on XP a bit earlier, but just trying to recover and catch back up in the econ department.
Yeah, it's looking like Wolves is playing a very first or eighth style, at least early in this game. Many of them, all of them above 20 gold, and many of them above 30, and 2 of them above 40. And so they are really pushing the econ thresholds here, but also contesting each other for these lose streaks. So it's an interesting strategy for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And actually, I want to bring this point up that we heard from Alan yesterday. I had asked during the interview of like, hey, we noticed that a lot of your players were going these early loss streaks. Like, is that something you prepared? And Alan was like, no, absolutely not. We don't want to have to go on early loss streaks, but if we just don't get offered some good stuff, you have to, right? You have to make the best out of a bad situation. So perhaps Wolves is unfortunately just kind of forced into that situation here, but it still is recoverable, especially having all that gold to roll down and recover at 3-2. Which is very normal in this meta, so you're not going to fall that far behind if you do choose to go that line.
Yeah, and it seems to work out, right? Like, obviously you're playing as a team, but also TFT is a very individual game. You need to be able to play your game and play your spot. You can't play everyone's spot all the time, so you need to be able to play flexible in that. And that is where the best teams really do shine, because individual players coming together is what this is all about in this 4v4 format, and that is 2 Namis.
Okay, I like, that's good with an asterisk on that.
It's so expensive.
Like, yeah, exactly. That is the case. Like, you do want Nami in this comp. The perfect kind of level 8 board does feature, you know, Vanguards, 3 Eldritch, 3 Mage. You know, you slot in Vex in there with Galio and the Nami, but spending 8 gold on a pair of Namis, you're not even gonna have items for her yet, is, I don't know, it is concerning. I even think there's argument to selling one of those copies of Nami to make econ breakpoints.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see if they do end up only buying one of them, because it's gonna be very unlikely that they'll get that upgraded until stage 4. You know, just looking at the statistics of that, but obviously that is quite a bit of a high roll to have 2 of those in one shot, but not that third one that you're looking for. Unsurprisingly, in stage 2, Enzo with the Syndra 2 on that 5 streak there at the top of our lobby, and probably will continue to streak for a while as long as that front line stays intact.
Yeah, definitely. From YGQF that we saw just a few moments earlier, they had taken out the Syndra that they had in the neutral round and put the Honeymancer package in, so looked like they were going to be re-rolling for that Kog'Maw. As we see Coco even, you know, screw a 3-2, we're gonna all in our golds on 3-1 to try to find some upgrades. And I think this is correct to stop here, right? Still making 10 gold is very important, even if you don't hit the Syndra pair, because you did hit the Mordekaiser 2 front line, which is pretty massive.
And Lee Shao on the other side with the Syndra 2. So we have at least 3, maybe 4 Syndra players in this lobby, all trying to play this line. Obviously, they can play the different front lines, the most popular ones being that 4 Shapeshifter or 6 Shapeshifter, and the 4 Vanguard comp with mages as well. So we will definitely keep our eye on who is testing one another. But once again, in this game, we have our silver augments coming through, and important decisions being made just to give some combat power or some early econ here for our team.
Featherweight's very, very good for the Kog'Maw reroll. That extra attack speed pays huge dividends here. But, you know, item ladder is something that we saw yesterday, and I was like, I haven't really seen that augment clicked. I actually went into some games, you know, this morning before, after I woke up before his show, and I was like, okay, let me click on this augment, and it actually felt really good. So I think that is some consideration of a strong silver tier unit. Just, you know, not really the case here, as Featherweights is just so good with these 2-cost rerolls.
Yeah, we're seeing the same exact augments here for Li Shao. The silver ticket plus the featherweights just to power up these 1 and 2 costs on this board. This is an interesting variation that we're seeing here. Wukong we saw be a premier frontliner for a bunch of different comps, specifically early in the day with a Jinx composition, Jinx with Hunters. And so I'm curious to see if we will go that route with Syndra today, seeing if we can play around that 3-cost tank.
Yeah, 100%. That is a line that's popping up, playing the Wukong front line, re-rolling for that, while re-rolling for Syndras as well. But playing Preservers, right, and they help keep the whole team alive, and really that frontline Wukong feels like he almost never dies, right? You get a couple of gargoyles on him as that solo front take, all the Preservers healing him. He's just an absolute beast.
And we see now we were on board with the captain of branching out, Volterix, who's sitting right here in the middle of the lobby with 60 gold on level 5, rolling down a little bit. Interested to see that he is still on level 5, not something we see too much right now, because rolling on level 6 is just so incredibly popular.
Yeah, very interesting. I actually hadn't caught what comp Volta is running. So I'm not sure if it... Okay, this makes a lot of sense, right? It was the 1-cost reroll going for Zoe 3, Lilia 3, and Poppy 3. We have not hit that very many Lilias or Poppies, though, so Volta is gonna have to continue to roll for much longer.
Yeah, it's interesting that he has not had much success finding those, but I believe it's because he has the over-encumbered augment as well, so he wasn't able to hold all of these 1-cost Poppies on stage 2, but instead traded that power for items here, which obviously 3-item Zoe is quite good here in stage 3, but really needs to shore up that front line.
Yeah, 100%. The Zoe 3 items are, you know, kind of flexible as long as you have that mono generation. Blue buff is a little bit better than Shojin's, but Shojin's is still fun. But I think just having all of that power loaded onto the Zoe at this point is still going to kind of bridge that gap, allow you to get those 3 stars and stabilize, able to push levels, and you know, just find your endgame comp.
And I want to continue to draw our eyes back to Enzo, still at the top of this lobby, still at 100 HP on that 8-round win streak, with a lot of 2 stars on his board with the Vanguard frontline. He also taking featherweights to power up this board early, and is looking to continue to push this tempo.
Yeah, 100%. We see Enzo going to level 7 even relatively early. And I think this is a good choice if you can still make about 30 gold. And yeah, it looks like he's gonna be able to sell back up to 30 here, continue that win streak, generate it back very easily, and has some solid items, right? 1 good frontline item, 1 good backline item. Really would have loved to have a secondary Syndra, you know, item by now, but it seems like it is still enough. The next couple rounds might be a bit rough though.
And we saw some good team play happening there, not slamming items right away, kind of waiting to see who they were going to face. And so we see Saren slam all of the items possible here versus Padebo on the other side to try and kill as many units as possible. and maybe even take the round win versus this Kog'Maw board. The power up of that front line will be enough to take the round win.
Yeah, it is. Saren pivoted from Syndra into that casted multi-striker line, and it seemed like the level up, was not enough for Enzo to continue that streak. 1 item Syndra, 1.5 item, I guess, versus 2 item Syndra just made that difference.
Sure did. Enzo, though, did finally take a loss, so now has lost that streak after leveling and spending a lot of his resources to get to that level 7, maybe regretting that decision now with that win streak now gone.
Yeah, I suppose if Enzo is able to win this round, can just sell the Cassid and still make 40 gold, that wouldn't be too terrible, but still losing that streak does feel very rough with spending all the extra econ. And now going up against one of our Kog'Maw reroll players that Nunu very tanky in the front line, but Kog only has 1 item so far.
Yeah, the items on Kog'Maw are quite important, especially in getting this composition to where it needs to go. Being able to have a lot of that AD alongside that Sojin to make that cast do lots of damage is really what makes this comp run, what makes this comp work. And importantly here, Volta able to take that win here at the end of the stage to really help him kickstart his econ back up. And hits Lilia 3 now. Wait, and he has Poppy 3. Where did these come from?
Wait, what the? There was only 3 Poppies last time we were here, right? Like, I'm not crazy.
I'm pretty
there was
sure.
Like 4 Lilias, maybe like 5 or something. But yeah, Volta just hit. Okay, sick. You love to see that. Having the RE2 upgrade as well. This is the 5-unit package that is kind of perfect here. You get the 2 Arcana buff, and specifically with that RE, she powers units up with how many 3 stars that you have. So that is a ton of extra AP across this board. Volta is in a beautiful spot right now.
And now getting really, really good RE items, getting that blue buff and the red buff is quite good as well. This is looking much better for Volta now in this game. Leveling up, going to be playing more Scholar, possibly even 4 Bastion here at level 6.
Yeah, making a blue buff. Could be a red buff as well, like you alluded to. And yes, exactly, it is going to be that. Even the extra frontline item with that steadfast for the Poppy. And it's interesting in terms of, you know, itemizing either Poppy or Lilia. Apparently data suggests that they are very similar. Like, there's not too big of incentivization to, you know, itemize one or the other. It's just kind of whichever you hit first. And it seems like, yeah, Poppy was hit first, so that's what Volta started to itemize.
And on the other side, Li Xiao has Syndra 3 here pretty early in the game at 4-1. Having double Sojin plus that Rage Blade, so lots of casts coming from this Syndra 3. A lot of damage will be coming out. Not enough frontline quite yet to stand up to this Zoe and friends that is happening here for Volta. So continuing his winning ways, but across the way we see some of these crazy upgrades. Already on level 8 is Shelty.
Yeah, Shelty level 8 had a Camille. See, as the final augment of the game comes through, it is a gold augment. And it is going to be item collector, picked by Shelty.
It looks like we're playing this witchcraft route that we saw have a lot of success yesterday. But generally when it had emblems, I don't see an emblem on this board. And so not a ton of upgrades. So more of that chrono route with preservers, which I have not seen too much of Crowan.
Yeah, this is one of the more unorthodox, I think, lines to run around that Karma as the main carry. It does hinge on you getting a Camille relatively early, but Shelty has that, so you can go that direction. Honestly, sometimes the Camille is in there so you can slot in some 3 multi-strikers if you're playing a Callista dual carry. So my big worry for Shelty here is that there's not going to be enough damage in that Karma if Camille does get focused down because she jumps in, right, gets targeted, and it's just a Karma 1 in the back line left.
You know, I think I understand how we got here now. If you look at his augments, he took Recombobulator at 3-2, which upgrades his whole board up 1 cost. And so I imagine that's where these 2-5 costs came from, and some of these crazy frontline upgrades as well. Now able to put a board together, it is quite impressive actually, being in the spot where he's landed with an actual board that's starting to win.
Yeah, definitely. Meanwhile, YGQF with the Kog'Maw reroll is not hit Nunu 3 yet, rolling it down every single turn to hit, and still not on 3-item Kog'Maw. There is that Cleaver, though, which gives a lot of good shred, right? Last Whisper is an item that you consider on Kog'Maw, and Cleaver is just a better version of that. Meanwhile, one Nunu off for Potable as well. Same
I wonder
situation
where all your
here.
Nunus are. You guys have each other.
Oh man, the story still continues true in today too, CLE, of if there's a Kog'Maw reroller on one team, the other team has to have one as well. It just is going to be the case every single time.
Yeah, I was referencing the stats that Clement made for day number 1 of EWC, and Kog'Maw had one of the worst averages of all of these rerolls. But really, it's not because the comp is performing bad. It's because every time it's played, it's 2-3-way contested, and so no one can hit.
Yeah, it's at least 2-way contested. It's like 7-way grief. Like, it's absolutely crazy how this composition is just, you know, playing the sacrificial lamb kind of role amongst this EWC meta, at least so far. I think with that in mind, you might see players just stray away from it altogether moving into like day 3 and day 4 in the finals, but you also don't want to have just someone play it uncontested too, because they're gonna run away with the game. So it's kind of a tricky situation to balance there.
Yeah, that's one of the odd things that's kind of developing as we look at 4v4 as well. It's not that these comps are bad, it's just that they're reliant on their 3 stars to really top 4. And in a competition where everyone is looking to actively grief you, at least 4 of the other people in the lobby, it's quite difficult to actually hit what you're looking for to get that board to a spot where you can have that success in the late game.
Potable hitting Nunu 3, that's amazing. Couldn't have come any sooner, right? On a 6 loss streak, definitely wants to preserve some HP going into stage 5, right? Especially with contesting YGQF, even just one placement higher could mean so much for that team.
Yeah, and no Nunu 3 on this board with a little bit of worse items as well. Not a ton of damage items on this Kog'Maw, just some resistance shred plus that burn now. And the Syndra 3 on the other side is looking to put an end early to YGQF's day in this match. He'll be back next game.
Yeah, it might not be enough for lethal here. 13 HP might be enough to survive. We are just on stage 4, but no, actually it is going to be exact lethal need just to kill that one more unit. But YGQF being eliminated on 4-5, that's maybe the earliest we're going to see an elimination in this tournament.
Yeah, and Pottable's not too far behind at 18 HP. Probably 2 lives unless you take a really bad loss as well, but has that 7 loss streak, no gold, has kind of hit his upgrades as well. It looks like they're just contesting each other, holding hands 7-8.
Yeah, Shelty, meanwhile, has stabilized 4 win streak, and I'm actually kind of surprised with no frontline items that Karma 2 has not been here for the whole stage, but still be able to make it happen. Potable is locking the Rumble, and yeah, like you're saying, it does have 2 lives most likely, does have the extra belts as well for some power on this board, so I think we're going to see that Rumble 3 come through.
Yeah, we'll definitely see the Rumble 3 be made here in the neutral round, but obviously losing 1 life is not ideal. You want to keep as much HP as possible. And on the other side, we see Enzo, who has had this Syndra stacking the entire game with that Sojin, still dominating with only no gold units on the other side.
Doesn't need them. Li Shao taking a chunk out of Coco here. Coco going that Syndra shapeshifters, like you had mentioned earlier, one of the popular kind of variants of this composition, is going to be able to level up to 8 here after the Raptors, play that Nasus, get 6 shapeshifter online, and have that hopefully be the power spike to stabilize.
Yeah, 6 Shapeshifter grants a lot more HP for these units when they cast their ability, and so that will be helpful, giving just more of that raw HP, but without some resistances added, it does fall pretty quickly to some of these units, like this Kog'Maw, especially if they slam this Giant Slayer on Kog'Maw. That will be a lot of raw damage going towards that unit. 3-star Rumble,
nice.
hoping that it can make a difference in this fight.
Yeah, found a Lilia as well, which is huge because Lilia is an important unit in that composition to get Fairy and Bastion online, and finding that after leveling up towards 7. Just big hit there. Volta, of course, our Zoe reroller, has been able to push to 8 and still has so much HP to work with. CLE, like that Zoe composition maybe lost 1 or 2 rounds in the past, 2 stages.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing super well. You able to use that tempo to get him to that level 8. Now slot in more Arcana units, which I think is an excellent way to cap out this board, possibly in the end game. But this is not looking good for Paze Bull. The front line is still standing strong, but those shapeshifters have something else to say about that. The Syndra spamming orbs and taking down Paze Bull. The AVP of this Kog'Maw comp is just absolutely plummeting.
Yeah, do you remember what it was yesterday? I didn't actually catch that stat.
I'll find out for you real quick.
Okay, yeah, because I imagine if I were to guess, before you say anything, it's probably like 5 something, or like, maybe high 4s, low 5s, I would imagine, but yeah, it's gonna go plummeting down here.
Yeah, it was played 18 times. It only top 4'd 22% of the time, and went 8th 11% of the time with an AVP of 5.67. That's really bad.
It's even worse than I thought it was. I thought it was low 5s, so no, it's gonna be high 5s. And yeah, it is going down. Maybe we're gonna get to 6 of an average replacement here today for that Kog'Maw reroll, as we see Shelty take on Coco here.
Yeah, day 2, it's averaging a 7.5 so far here in our lobbies. So not a great comp to be playing here at EWC. But as we look at this board from Shelty, this recombobulator now into this 4 chrono board, we see this Camille doing so much work bouncing off the walls. That is crazy.
My God. Wait, that's like, an LCK Camille coming in right now, right? We're seeing some League of Legends players pilot this unit. That was absolutely nuts, just going dash after dash after dash, and that did make the difference. And ooh, a Briar 2 coming into play right now, and there's only tank items available for her, but is Shelty going to itemize this Briar? It is only 2 shapeshifters. She doesn't really have much going on for her besides just being a 2-star legendary.
Yeah, and not a ton of HP to work with. Not sure if they'll start feeding this Briar. We do have 6 shapeshifter now on board for Lakoko, who is kind of looking towards death here, possibly at the middle of stage 5, unless these shapeshifters have something else to say about it.
Yeah, the shapeshifters having so much HP. The Swain is tanking all of the Syndra cast. That Declaw is putting in some massive work right now. Nico healing does get taken out, but there's Declaws on both sides, and so now the Syndras found each other, and it's Nami versus Cassio, but the Zonias is enough, and Coco goes down.
Perfect lethal because of the 1 unit loss, and that is going to be excellent for Wolves here. Knocking them out in that 6th place means that this will come down to who probably will win this game.
Oh man, Wolves are going to need to get some solid placements here because there's a big HP gap, right? Volterix and Enzo's both 70 plus HP. Meanwhile, 3rd place Shelty is already down at 30.
With this setup here, that does mean that branching out will have to go 1st and 4th. We will have to see a branching out victory in order for them to win.
Yes, branching out is set up for it though, with how well Enzos and Volta have played this early game. Shelty has stabilized, right, with that unorthodox Karma 4 chrono board, but now Briar 2 kind of joining that fray. Maybe that's going to put a dent in either Volterix or Enzos, but we will have to see here as we get the cast and reroller going up against Shelty.
Yeah, that 40 HP lead that they've put on the rest of the lobby will definitely help them get into that top 2 situation that they really need. And so we see this here, the multicaster board that we have seen a little bit throughout this tournament so far, that's done a solid okay. The Cassidy, though, without QSS, gets CC'd quite a bit, and so will fall down to a lot of CC happening on the other side. Shelty still looking like they can put this run together possibly to get Wolves that top spot.
Yeah, Serain living on 1 HP. and a dream for Lost Streak. However, not looking too good for them with the multi-strikers. Unable to get 7 multis online is a huge detriment to that composition. It just feels so much weaker with that in mind. Shelty, however, like we're hyping up, okay, did put a couple items on the Briar. I think had to reroll one of those frontline items because they were both tank items, but now there is one death cap. Whoa. Using a remover as well, maybe just to make themselves weaker. Oh, but it's gonna be yeah, fighting against Volteric, so gonna put those items back on immediately.
Ooh, put one of them onto this Briar too, which does make a ton of sense here, wanting to give some of that healing to this 2-star 5 cost. But as soon as we upgrade this Camille, you better believe that that will be the main carry of this composition. Having that 4 chrono is incredibly powerful, but this 1 cost Zoe is more powerful.
Yep, Zoe 3 putting in a ton of work. Looking at this fight here, Enzos wins. Serene goes down, so we have a bot 2 by both, you know, branching out and, or bot 4 between branching out and Wolves. So we still are in that situation where we need branching out to achieve a 1st and a 4th. Otherwise, if they don't claim that lobby win, Wolves will be the winner of game number 1.
Yeah, in a situation like this where both teams have 2 players in the bot 4, we just basically need an opposite mirror of what we're looking at. So we need branching out to get that 1st place because they have that 8th place. They need to get that 4th place or higher also alongside that in order for them to win. Or else Wolves will be able to claim this because of the advantage that they do have.
Yeah, and will it be Enzos or Volta kind of pushing for that top spot? Right now, it does look like Volta. However, Enzos has just leveled up to 9. This comp is going to reach very critical mass. We have 4 Incanter online, actually. A Tom Kench upgrade. It is still Nami 1, but with that Incanter, Nami's going to be doing a lot of damage, but moving some items over actually to that Karma. Zonia's, Morello's blue buff. This is fantastic up against Shelty. Really wants to take down Shelty right here, right now.
I mean, these are some great items on this Karma. 4 Incanter gives a lot more HP or AP per cast, and so that will be stacking throughout the fight, especially with that blue buff now. Lots and lots of stacks coming through and able to survive some of these crazy Camille and Briar things that are happening on the other side. But the Briar is quite tanky with that Declaw, but the Syndra has something else to say about that. The Karma alive in the background line is their last hope, but the Zonia's does proc, and will that be enough to get them through the fight? It will, but not take down Shelty.
Wow, Zonia's diff there. Huge swap over from the Nami into that Karma 1 for Incanters. Very, very powerful here. And the support golem as well, right? With that locket makes that front line so especially tanky. Just 2 HP for Li Xiao and Shelty. They might just be out here, and it might be seeing branching out here take game number 1. And just Fioma says, wow, Shelty's going big here. What are they rolling for? Huge board swap here, but finding absolutely nothing. And I guess they needed to make something happen, but did not hit.
Yeah, they knew they were facing their teammate, and so I think they knew that they did not have the best chance to win this match, so completely sacking their board. I don't know about that decision of whether who was stronger or not, but not able to find that Camille 2 was probably the answer that they were looking for. Not able to put themselves in a position to win this game, so relying on Li Xiao to be able to pull out that win.
I would probably agree. I think that a Syndra 3 board would be the most likely to, especially not hitting the Camille 2, right? It's just kind of doomed, especially with how strong Enzo's got after pushing level 9 and how strong Volta is with, we didn't talk about it yet, but then RE3 with Fairy is on there. She has Fairy Charm, she has blue buff stacking up, dealing a ton of damage. But Li Xiao has to get 1st place here, right? For Wolves to win this game, but it is going to be a hell of a climb up this mountain of branching out.
And Enzo's put the items back onto this Nami now that it is upgraded with that Morello's and the Zonia's Hourglass. Hopefully that they can get all the way to this Syndra in the back line. The Morello's will help burn much of the field, but we see a very scary Nami on the other side that will be casting a ton with all of the mana items that they do have. The attack speed is ramping for both of these Syndras, and with it comes a bunch of casts as well. The front lines falls for Enzo, and Li Xiao able to possibly take this win here, but this Sonya's Hourglass is trying its best to pull out a crazy win, but that will not be the case here in this first matchup. Li Xiao setting themselves up well to be able to contest for maybe this top spot.
Yeah, 9 win streak for Volta, though. It's still going to be a very long way to go. Li Xiao has taken that first step, but there are many more if Wolves want to take game number 1. Get that stage 6 carousel coming through here. Just a couple more items. Enzo's getting redemption, which is going to be so good for this front line. It might have been the matchup difference. Could have been that Karma 2 upgrade that is lacking on that board. Li Xiao's Nami providing all that CC2 is so powerful. I'm not sure if Li Xiao is going to be able to do enough against Volta, though. 9 win streak, right? That's pretty insane.
And here's the problem for Li Xiao right now, is we have not chosen a charm. We don't have any combat charm, no econ charm to try and get that unit that we're needing. But it will be Volta versus Enzo here. But on the ghost fight that we need to be looking at, it is Volta's ghost against Li Xiao. Will he be able to beat this ghost board? I'm not so sure. There's too many gold units on the other side. The front line is falling quite quickly. The Rise casts, and now the back line from Li Xiao falls. And with it, branching out, take that game 1 win in our first match of the day.
Branching out in pretty dominant fashion, at least from the top 2, right? Pada Bull was put on Kog'Maw duty, but still won that battle, right? Which is an important one to win. And Coco with the Syndra Shapeshifters just kind of fell a little bit. There was other stronger Syndra players, other stronger comps in the lobby. And yeah, and so I was saying, all right, Volta, you can take this win, just full selling the board. You know, making the day go by a little bit faster. Appreciate you, Enzos, for that one as well.
My money's on the support golem. I think it's got it.
Sport Golem
sure.
versus
3-star.
the tower.
It's 3-star.
Yeah,
it's got it.
Actually, what if Volta sold like whole board and it was just Golem? I mean, Golem would kill the tower, right? Surely.
Deja's got this.
That's no Deja. That's just a Galio doing a Deja impression in the back line. Maybe when he grows up one day, he'll become Deja.
I love these end game scenarios where, you know, clearly branching out has won, and so they're having some fun with it towards the end of this game. But this is the exact strategy we saw branching out do in the previous games we saw yesterday. They had lots and lots of players being able to get to that first and second positions to help them propel themselves into a spot where they're clearly taking the round win.
Yeah, branching out, having a lot of good success yesterday, a dominant series versus Geek, and now taking game 1 versus Wolves. And Wolves, right, number 3 seed from China, have a lot of very strong members, but branching out is really just saying, no, we are here to play. I think with that performance, they're looking strong to 2-0 this. Of course, anything could happen in the next game, right? TFT is a game of variance, and I always want to stress that, but I am very impressed by the squad so far. We talked to Volta yesterday about what they had in store, what they had prepared, and they're executing flawlessly. As we go ahead and take a look at the highlights from that game to see just exactly how they achieved that victory in such dominant fashion from Volta and Enzos.
Yeah, a lot of the highlights just include lowlights from Kog'Maw compositions, going 7-8 here in this lobby as they are holding hands, contesting each other's units. And so the bottom 2 spots are contested by them, but a lot of these top spots featuring one of the premier units of this set is this Syndra.
Yep, Syndra was at some point in the game being played by 5 people. YGQF, of course, went towards that Kog'Maw route. Serene did go towards the Kassadin route instead, but they just really didn't find success. The Kassadin was not able to make it into the top 4, but really it was Volta kind of hitting that Poppy out of nowhere. Yeah. I think we had saw just 3 Poppies, and I was like, oh, okay, Volta's not in a great spot, actually. ZW3 with 3 items is fantastic, but he's going to need to spend a lot of time on level 5, a lot of time rolling down to hit those big upgrades, but kind of hit it out of nowhere and use that momentum to propel himself into a pretty comfortable first place here. So very well done. A little bit of a high roll, I think, but still you need to play those high rolls well to convert them into first places.
Yeah, absolutely a great showing by branching out, knowing exactly what they needed to do to secure this win. And so Maybe we'll see them do the same exact thing that we saw in this first game and the second game, but I'm not so sure about that. I'm hoping that we'll be able to see a game 3 in this first match of the day, but we will take a quick break and we will be back for game number 2. We'll find out, will we have a game number 3?
I'm now joined by Voltaiux, who is branching out team captain. Again, very successful yesterday. Felt like you stuck to the meta. How have you reflected on your win?
I mean, we were confident on our last match because we knew the opponent has some problems in the meta, and they confirmed it. So we hope we could keep that for next time.
And what do you think of Wolves? We've just been speaking to them just now. They're very confident coming into this series.
They were playing good, so it's going to be a rough game. I think we cannot predict the result before we play them.
But you think you're going to win, right?
Absolutely no idea.
Just finally, before I let you go, how are you finding the experience here at the Esports World Cup?
Kind of good, to be honest. It's exciting to play there.
Best of luck. The winners match is definitely one to watch.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
branching out with the dominant victory in game number 1. Now heading into our game number 2 of match 1 of the day in the winner's match of Group A. Can we have that clean sweep that branching out has done so far in this tournament? They have not dropped a single game. Crowan, are you expecting that to be the case, or do you think Wolves has a chance to come back here in this matchup?
I definitely think Wolves has a chance to come back in this matchup, right? China has been well regarded as the beast of a region for a while, for a very strong reason, right? There is so much talent coming out of that region. I think every single China representative team here should be feared, right? But branching out just seemed to have a leg up on the competition, finding these very good spots where other players kind of are not, right? I think maybe not that many players from Volta's position would have gone for the Zoe reroll there, would have piloted it to as high of effectiveness. And so we're just continuously seeing kind of capitalizations a moment like that to take branching out from just being good to being very dominantly great.
Yeah, they are currently dominantly great, but looking to really make that statement going into these playoffs. If they are not dropping a single game here in the tournament, they may be one of the only teams to do that, and that would definitely be something that teams will fear going into those playoffs. And having the first team to be locked into those playoffs, that would be a great feeling. Just able to observe the rest of the day and then observe tomorrow those morning deciding matchers early into the game. And as we head into our game number 2, what will be the portal that decides this game?
Well, for now, it looks like everyone is on the same page, but we've seen players kind of swap it up last second from one of the teams. In the past, it looks like loot subscription is the choice for now, but yep, a last second gonna go completed anvil for all of branching out. I actually like that one too personally. I think the completed items, if you get a good AP item, great, you can run Syndra very, very well. If you get a good tank item, great, you're fine with that as well. So you're not going to really have a lot of variance there.
Yeah, not a ton of variance with that item, and just helps bring the overall power of the lobby up a little bit, gives a little bit more direction in this early game, gets Syndra more stacks, most likely. Oh, that is a lot of shapeshifters.
Yeah, okay, a couple witchcraft potential here too for Li Xiao. If you don't hit the Syndra early, Zoe, like I had mentioned in game number 1, right, is still a good early game unit. You can reroll her, right, but you don't have to. You can still just use her as a tempo style of play.
Yeah, a great Syndra item holder, as many things are in this meta currently. And I have a question for you, Crowan.
Sure.
We talked a little bit about how Team Wolves has to play all the wolf or dog units in the set. Does branching out every time they see it have to click it?
Honestly, I think yes, they do have to. They're contractually obligated to click the branching out augment, and that's one that I personally actually love clicking on when I have no direction. But if I already have a Syndra on my board and it's like, okay, branching out, and you don't hit one that goes to that composition, it's like, wait a minute, I just kind of wasted a silver tier augment. But maybe they kind of need that little bit of handicap, because they've just been so dominant so far in this tournament.
Yeah, it sure has been. Are you also one that likes to click that uncraftable emblem?
Okay, uncraftable emblem, the charm?
Yes, the charm.
Oh, wait, that's way too much gold, actually. No. I love my econ. I do not like clicking on that almost ever. Unless, I forget the name of it, but unless I get that augment that you get extra, you get an emblem per stage, you get extra HP for every augment or for every emblem that your team holds. And if I'm very rich by that point, then it's like, yeah, okay, I'll click on it then. But literally no other situation, or almost no other situation, will I click it.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely 15 gold is a lot, especially when you might just get totally griefed.
Yeah, it's just throwing gold into the void, and gonna be some gold that's gonna be gained here, it looks like, no matter what augment is picked. Young, Wild, and Free AFK. And it is gonna be Young, Wild, and Free. Ko gets a couple gold from that, but you really do get optimal value when you are fully win streaking, because being able to save HP and get first carousel pick, yeah, that's pretty OP for a silver augment.
Yeah, and another silver augment that's pretty OP is this re-rolling inducing silver ticket. I want to talk a little bit about the system changes that came into place that are really affecting the way this set works and influencing the re-rolling potential of these compositions. having those rerolls stay over from round to round is something that has not been a part of TFT in the past, but really it helps a lot with saving up those rerolls for when you need to have that big spike.
It's a really, really good quality of life change. I love that that is a thing now. Being able to save rerolls to use it exactly when you need to, when you want to, and you have the econ to, everything like that is just so much nicer feeling as a reroll player. And in this meta that reroll is going to be so dominant, it is a very, very good augment, right? I remember silver ticket stats in previous sets, they looked far worse than they do right now, but it is looking, you know, sitting pretty at a 4.3 right now for being picked at 2-1. It's even better actually if it's picked at 3-2. So a very solid augment to click in this current meta.
Yeah, something that is just, it's also just fun to play. I love pressing that D key, rolling it down, and seeing all the shops that are possible, because, you know, that's the little bit of the gambling aspect of this game. What will the game show me? What will I be able to click on? And for Volta here, he's looking to click back on this Zoe unit with these items, with the Poppy and the Lilia already, and Static Shiv slammed. This is looking like he wants to run it back.
Yeah, actually, it makes me laugh so much, you know, referring to that kind of gambling aspect. It's like, oh, pressing the DQ, what am I going to get? Am I going to hit all my units or not? And, you know, if I can have a quick aside, you know, I had a friend who, like, used to gamble, like, you know, a little bit too much. And I started getting him into TFT, and he has not gambled since. He said TFT kind of scratches that itch for him. Pressing that D key is really, really addicting.
The gambling anonymous meetings happen on the TFT Discord servers. So, you know, it's the great place that we all come to scratch that itch.
Exactly, right? Pressing D, man. There's just nothing that hits quite like it, right? When you hit those 3 stars, get those gold units online, it's like, man, yeah, that's just some insane dopamine hit.
we need some kind of doctor to do a report on it or something. That'd be really fun.
Yeah,
I would enjoy
to
that.
study TFT players. Oh gosh, I'm scared of what that report will bring. Actually, TFT players do need to be studied, though. It's probably for the benefit of everyone.
Oh yes, just for science purposes, for sure. But going back towards this game, looking towards our first carousel, we have many of our players having lots of unslammed components, so really hoping that this carousel can help them do that. Lococo having the Young, Wild, and Free, able to get their first choice of unit and item here, which is quite powerful. Crowan, why don't we talk a little bit about why that is?
Yeah, for the Young, Wild, and Free, right? If you're able to, you know, just get an early good tempo board in your top of the standings in HP, being able to complete items exactly when you want to on that carousel, exactly the item that you've been preparing for, is going to make it that much easier to continue your win streak forward, right? And this is actually not an item that I think Coco is going to want to slam with that Gunblade, right? But it is going to want to go on Kog'Maw eventually, even if it is like, you know, a Deathblade, a Giant Slayer, something like that, right? So Coco is setting himself up for that Kog'Maw line. I don't think is necessarily has to be committed yet, but okay. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that polymorph hitting into a Kog'Maw 2. It does have that even shroud on it though, so that is a little bit awkward.
Yeah, I love the positioning that's happening here. Positioning it kinda in the front line just so you can get that shred off on one unit. But this is gonna really help keep his HP high, which we've seen be a big problem with this Kog'Maw reroll board, because you just can't hit what you need to early enough in the game. So getting a couple wins here on stage 2 is quite helpful. But looking across the lobby, we're seeing a little bit of a different strategy come to fruition in this game. Wolves has now flipped the tables and now are sitting on top of this lobby with 2 win streakers.
Yeah, Wolves having Li Xiao and Serene both on that 4 win streak. Meanwhile, YGQF and Shelty on a 3 loss streak, while Enzo is going for that full 5 loss streak there, right? Still getting +2 gold econ is still important, even if it isn't the +3 that we've seen in the majority of TFT's past. Serene, wow, Galio 2 has Portal online. No real good backline items, but 2 TGs is still a lot of power at this point in the game.
Especially if you can get that lucky gloves later in the game, or some of these other augments that power up those TGs. This could be absolutely insane. But for bad news for Wolves, The win streakers are fighting one another at the end of this stage, so only one of them will continue on with that economic power.
Yeah, only one will be able to. It's looking like that Galio is so tanky, but Li Xiao having that Nico frontline capabilities, 2 very strong items on it, and Zoe, right? She's going to be dealing a lot more damage than this Ezreal on average. Li Xiao taking out Serain there, which actually is probably better for Wolves in general, because Li Xiao only has 20 gold, whereas Serain has 30, so they're going to be more even setting into stage 3.
I think another thing to point out as well is just the power that items have in this game. We see Li Xiao really taking that win because of the extra item from Item Ladder. Even though it wasn't a great item, just able to give Zoe that little bit more power that was needed.
Yep, just a little bit more, as Enzos was able to continue that 5-loss streak. Shelty on a 4-loss as well. Enzo, a player that had a very early Syndra 2 in the last game. Here they are no such spot. In fact, they are going for this Caston multi-striker line. Have 2 Castons, have 3 multi-striker online, and wow, that's just 3 items for Caston already. You get that Rage Blade, you get that Quicksilver, even perhaps a Sterix for the Akali when Enzo rolls down to hit all these upgrades next round.
I was just thinking he's set up well for that duo carry as well, with perfect items on this Kassadin, a great item for your duo carry in the Akali. This is looking like a pretty good spot for Enzo if he is able to hit uncontested.
Yeah, Conjure Emblem being the charm presented to Enzo, and Enzo also does not like clicking this because it's 15 gold. Like, who's gonna spend 15 gold on stage 3 for this, right? Like, it's just almost unfathomable.
VGQF does not want it either. It is in their shop as well.
Wait, that's crazy.
But not quite wanting to go with it. But here's the problem. We are contested on the Kassadin line. Not that anyone's surprised, but that is the reality of this game here on this first patch, especially in EWC. It looks like maybe somebody's on grief duty every game.
It really does seem that way, because I think I understand why. If grief duty is not happening and that reroller just runs away with the game and they have so much tempo, that's going to be a likely first place, and you don't want to just be handing free firsts away with how powerful they are in this format, right? If you get first place, it really, as long as some of your teammates, you know, 3 of your teammates didn't go bot 4, it's so strong.
I think Volta might actually be playing Vigar reroll, which would be very, very interesting to keep our eye on. A lesser duplicator here for Lakoko is quite good, but still having that Kog'Maw in the front line is pretty awkward.
So it's awkward for a little bit. I think Coco can get bailed out if they find a third item for Kog'Maw, bench the Even Shroud Kog'Maw, get that tier 3, and that Even Shroud will pop right off. You can place it on the Nunu or Blitzcraker, whoever you want, a bit later. But unless he finds a remover, right? Those are the 2 conditions to get that item off of there.
Yeah, and in this set, there's a lot more access to removers and reforgers and these type of things as well to be able to get that off of that unit. But just haven't hit that yet that they're looking for. Want to be able to keep those Kog'Maws in, and obviously it's a strong unit. Able to keep a 2-star upgrade unit in the board is always a good idea.
Yeah, definitely. It's kind of funny seeing that Rumble 1-star with double Wit's End with that Blacksmith's gloves, but putting in work in that round, just like Potable Syndra's putting in work versus Li Xiao in that round as well. No mana generation item, but a ton of attack speed is all that Syndra needs.
And we are on board back with Enzo, who does have that Kassadin too, but only 5 copies. While upgrading everything else on the board now is quite good for this board. Hopefully stabilizing them with that multi-striker crest. Now able to get to 7 multi-striker pretty quickly, especially now that they've found this Hecarim in shop as well.
Yeah, they're actually playing the Karma on board for now, which is interesting, right? There is the multi-striker emblem. That is a big commitment. Just playing it for the 2 Chrono, I suppose. Buffing across the team. Gunblade Slam on that Neela for now, as she has the multi-striker emblem. She's going to be pretty powerful at this point. In 3-item Kassadin, right? It is getting targeted by the Syndra, but it's still doing a lot of work.
Man, one thing I'm learning from, casting this tournament is the items on Kassadin are way more flexible than I thought.
Yeah,
slamming
agreed.
that Gnasher's Tooth seems to be quite a popular thing for this composition. Just able to give a lot of attack speed and AP through that item, but not the ramping attack speed. Just using those multi-striker procs to do as much as possible throughout the fight.
Yeah, Crown Guard, another item that we've seen have a lot of success on Kassadin. At least, you know, players are willing to go in that direction as we do get into our stage 3 carousels. Like the check-in with where everyone's at in this lobby, we actually don't have that much Syndra. I think there's only 2 Syndra players, it's looking like here, between Pada Bull and Shelty.
Yeah, 2 Syndras, 2 multi-strikers, and then past that, it's a little bit unsure. Saren could be playing Syndra as well, just has Shapeshifter frontline with this Ezreal. But Lococo and Volta both kind of on this Bees frontline, one playing Kog'Maw, and maybe one even playing this Vigar line that we have not seen in all this tournament.
Actually, that's a good point. Maybe for the first time this tournament, we're going to be seeing Kog'Maw reroll uncontested. Like, sure, some of the front line will be contested, but Kog'Maw not being contested is going to be a first.
I do want to correct myself. We have seen Vigar reroll this tournament. We've seen it twice, and it's gone 8th and 7th. So maybe Volta can up that AVP a little bit.
Yeah, 8th and 7th. That sucks. Maybe don't be clicking on that Vigar unit. That is pretty not good. But you know what is good is this board here from Shelty. Wow, that is a 3 strong tank item Mordekaiser frontline and 3 very strong backline items on the Syndra. Not quite perfect with that death cap wanting to be more attack speed, but still, this is fantastic.
Yeah, I know Death Cap is argued to be one of the best third items on Syndra here. Just the amount of raw AP that it provides really helps you get through that mid game before Syndra gets all of the casts and stacks up. Also, 6 Syndras on bench, and so, okay, this is good. This is good news. We did not
No
end
Vigar.
up with Vigar. We instead went for Karma, which is significantly better.
Yeah, it was just going to be that item holder Vigar, as we take a look at all of the gold spent on units throughout the game and XP and rerolls, right? We see a lot of that number from Shelty with all the gold spent on units, it seems like.
And Volterix has not rerolled a single time, as we saw on that graphic at the bottom. Level 6 with 69 gold still, not even level 7 like much of our lobby is. It really looks like Wolves is pushing the tempo of this lobby with both gold and levels here, having level 7 50 gold for multiple of their players. And on the other side, we're seeing a lot of the battles here between branching out.
Wow, yeah, that Kog'Maw from Coco is still just a Kog'Maw 1 in the back line, and they're on 0 gold, so that's really, really devastating at this point in the game. We see Serain go on a 4 loss streak into the Wolves. Does find a Karma though, and that's exactly the unit that he was looking for.
Yeah, the Karma's gonna be super helpful. Double Morellos as far as item components go is not the most helpful, but hoping that they can find some of these tiers that they need in this neutral stage. The Coco still not having a ton of these copies of Kog'Maw, but for VGQF, not quite sure what their game plan is here. 12 gold only on 3-7.
Yeah, they were running multi-strikers. Yeah, not a ton of Kassadins, but they have rolled a very, very deeply. They are going to be looking for that Akali 3, but even that's still pretty far out, right? It is being contested by Enzo, and Enzo has had much more, you know, copies of that Kassadin. There is the lesser champion duplicator, so just needs 3 more, but 11 gold on 4-1 is extremely low.
Yeah, I mean, and it looks like they just really want to keep their streak and then bleed out is what it looks like. Grief Enzo, and on your way, maybe squeak out a couple of placements as we see that mirror matchup happening on the other side. All items slammed here for VGQF, really understanding their spot, knowing that they're not going to hit the power spikes they need with the 3-star upgrades, but instead just need to stay alive as long as possible, keep that HP up. And it doesn't look like it's going to work out in this fight even. The loss streak has already started for them.
Yeah, and so in a little bit better position, at least currently, getting that round win. And exactly, they're both just being like, all right, we're going to make sure the other person doesn't run away with the game, but there's no way that either of them will be able to contest a first place. It's just going to be, do I beat my opponent who is going for that same reroll strategy, right? That AVP is the name of the game.
Looking at our third augment choice of the
go.
game. Oh, there's a lot of Kog'Maws coming through here. Still no remover, so that item is now just sitting on the bench, which is not ideal for Lakoko here, but having a good enough amount of HP to continue to work with, but the gold is the problem.
Yeah, another problem is there's not a full third item to slam besides the Shojins, and that's the only way that using those duplicators can pop off the Even Shroud. So double Shojin Kog'Maw. Haven't really seen that one in the statistics quite yet, but we get a chance to see just how much work it can do. But the front line, Sealy, the front line is still very, very poor for Coco.
Yeah, I mean, we need to upgrade one of those units at least. This Zhonya's Hourglass will help a little bit in this front line, just helping drop aggro for a second. The Sojin is making this Kog'Maw cast a lot, but on the other side, we see that 3-star Syndra coming through already here in the game. And wow, this is not looking too good for branching out in this game. Wolves is looking quite strong.
Yeah, Wolves is sitting at the top of the standings. The HP is still pretty close. However, Li Xiao and YGQF just, 5 HP separates them, and Volteriux with Shelty just a couple HP less than that. But Serene, this is a big roll down to try to find some important upgrades. There's still just Karma 1, still just Nasus 1. Enzo, so many copies of such important units. There is that Callista on the bench as well, the Ashe in the shop that is needed to get 7 multi-striker online. Enzo cannot afford everything right now, needs to even win this round to afford that Ashe, and it's a big deal actually just to get that one cost unit.
Yeah, I mean, and this looks like a pretty good fight for Enzo here. Not a lot of frontline upgrades is exactly the matchup for multi-strikers that looks quite good. If this Kassadin can get through this front line and onto the back line, that is where the trouble happens and the multi-strikers really shine. But now it's just Kassadin versus the world. But thankfully, 3 items on this Kassadin should be enough. Oh, the CC coming through right after the QSS ends. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Wow, 2 unfortunate things happened there. With the Spectral Cutlass, Neela jumping into the back line, she actually got CC'd and taken out, and then the Kassadin fell to the exact same fate. That is a fight that if you played multiple times, it would usually go to the multi-strikers board, but just getting a little bit unlucky there.
And continuing to look at our leaderboard, we're seeing the story unfold. Wolves here in the second game are really pushing the tempo, and everyone has spent their gold. There's only one person above 10 gold here on stage 4-4. This game's tempo is incredibly high, and so everyone will continue to probably roll to 0, but we see 2 giant upgrades come through for Enzo. Lots of golden units now, and now eyeing that level 7 to put in 7 multi-striker.
Yeah, the positioning is a little bit awkward, right? Because oftentimes you would want Neela to get into the back line, but it is going to be keepers. So you want to make sure to bunch those units up, get that shield value, as it's going to keep all of them alive just that much longer. YGQF still level 6, has not hit very many Kassadins. This is looking very, very doomed. However, they have saved enough HP to perhaps dodge a bottom 2 placement.
Yeah, and it's crazy that Enzo's been able to hit as much as they have. Obviously, they've paid HP for it and saving their gold and waiting patiently for the units that they need. But for YGQF, they rode that win streak early in the game through stage 3. But now we're seeing that kind of not work out for them. Enzo, though, still taking that loss to the Syndra 3, even though they hit all of those upgrades.
Yeah, meanwhile, Branching has to be careful because if 3 of the members go out in bottom 4, that is just an automatic loss. There's no way, even if Volteriux up there at the top gets first place, for them to win the round. The HPs are still close besides for the bottom 2, however. Potable and Enzo on that 3 loss streak. YGQF, though, 4 loss streak. It's very, very hard for them to come back. Enzo did hit those big upgrades just a round ago, though, so hopefully going to be turning this around here as we have one more combat until the neutrals, going to be going up against that Kog'Maw reroll.
Hopefully this Neela can absolutely delete. Wow, that's so much damage.
Big
coming from
damage.
Neela, but does fall down to the cast from the Kog'Maw. And now the Kog'Maw is untouched there. The Kassadin trying its best to get through the fight, and it will. So they will be able to continue to raise their HP in the lobby. But will that be the same for Patsy Bull here with this Syndra with just attack speed on it? Does do enough to beat YGQF.
You don't need mana generation if you just have attack speed, right? Attack speed is mana generation. That
Yeah,
is
right.
good enough. Oh boy. For Enzo's Neela, though, that is 2 fights that we've seen now just being sent into the backline, get 1 cast off, and then taken out immediately after. It seems like the Spectral Cutlass is almost doing more harm than good, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Spectral Cutlass, though, is a very interesting item. It teleports you to the exact hex on the opposite board on that side. And so it is a very interesting access to the backline that is not very popular in this set, or very present in this set, outside of some of those units and a charm.
Okay, Coco actually got gifted a couple of Nunus from the orbs, and Artifact Anvil. Is that worth clicking on? If you get a strong Nunu item, it might be worth it. However, it's so much gold investment. Oh,
Yeah.
looks like actually they're selling the Nunu 2 just to pick that up, level up for the Lilia. Light Shield Crest, maybe we got, you know, not great items here, however, though.
Deathfire Grasp is not terrible either. It is a little bit helpful, but obviously, yeah, we'll go with that Light Shield Crest. That will be very helpful. Now having a 3 item on this Tristana as well brings the power of this board up significantly with that duo carry. Li Xiao on the other side, though, is quite strong with a lot of these 4-cost upgrades in the front line and in the back line with that Callista, who is just absolutely firing away at Lococo's HP bar.
Yeah, winning that fight with the Callista, very healthy, and that Rakan in the front line too that we saw. Shelty, level 7 on a 9 streak, right? This Syndra 3 doing so much work, and now that the Tom Kench is upgraded, that is so much more frontline power. There's a Rumble 3 that Shelty ended up re-rolling for alongside the Syndra as well, so not only is that good for this board, but it is also denying the Rumbles away from Coco, right? It was 1 away from that Rumble 3.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunate to see come through for Shelty if you're Lococo. But if we look across at our leaderboard now, it's all changed up a little bit. Now YGQF is staring down that 8th place. We kind of called this out earlier that was going to be a little bit of the game plan for them. It was just to grief Enzo, who is now on a 2-round win streak and making a big comeback.
Yeah, Enzo hit and YGQF didn't, take another big loss, and that is going to be it. 8th place for the Wolves here, as Coco, you know, next one on that chopping block. 2 losses in a row, but Serene tied in HP. No, does take a loss, however, and drops even lower.
no.
Oh, they're still tied with 11 HP, though. 1 life remaining for the both of them.
And this is all of a sudden looking disastrous for Wolves once again. If you go 7-8, that means you have to go 1-2 in the lobby. And Shelty, though looking good at the top of this lobby, will Li Xiao be able to clutch up and get one of those top spots? But will Saren be able to outplace Pade Bull in the bottom of this lobby? Lots of things to keep our eye in as we head through the middle of our stage 5.
Yeah, Serene with the Karma board, Pade Bull with a Syndra style of play. We see Serene here just on that Karma 1. The front line is good, however. Briar 2, is she enough maybe to turn the tides?
Prior to is a huge unit, the amount of CC that comes through, the amount of damage and sustainability as well. The Karma, though, is ramping up throughout this fight with Incanter, and this front line for Seren is quite strong, having that Nasus too, but the Callista taking it down finally, but will be able to get to the back line in time. It does not appear like it might. So Karma able to take the win. Li Xiao, importantly, taking a loss there to their teammate, but Lococo taking a little loss to their teammate as well, but everyone stays alive.
Yeah, I don't think Coco is very strong with that Kog'Maw reroll, right? Not being on Nunu 3 is a huge detriment to that board, so dropping in this next round might be likely. Serene and Potable both hang on. Li Xiao drops to potentially 1 life territory as well. Meanwhile, Shelty and Enzo both up there at the top, but Shelty's the only one that has that big HP lead, and Wolves need to maintain that, especially with YGQF going 8th. But these next couple of rounds, Celia, are going to be very, very important for both teams.
Oh, and that is a very, very important charm. That 4,000 health dragon does a lot of damage too, alongside that giant health bar. And with Keepers, gets a giant shield with it too.
Yeah, exactly. Another just unit on the board to get that Keeper's value. It's not protecting any backliners, right? It is just going to be mostly the damage, but if that dragon's the last thing left alive and you win the round, hey, a round win is a round win.
Yeah, that's 4,000 more health to have to deal with. And for Lakoko versus Serene here, this is the battle between who will go 7th and who will go 8th. Will it be the Kog'Maw player, or will it be this fast 8 Serene board with only that Karma 1? They desperately needed that upgrade. The Chrono pause does come through. The front line is falling for Lakoko, but the firing away of the Tristana and the Kog'Maw is quite strong, and it's going to come down to the wire here, but the Karma will do enough. And Lakoko dropping out here in 8th place is very notable. But Padebol also staying alive, and Volterix dropping in danger.
The frustration on Coco's face. That round was so close, just coming down to both carries left alive at the end. Would have been very, very strong to send Wolves out in 7th and 8th place. Meanwhile, Volta, you know, that Golem having the gem. Now the Morgana as well with the red buff in the backline. There's a lot of good things here working with that board. Volta scouting it out, but that last second swap over, the Karma to the frontline upgrades, and going up against this Callista.
Yeah, and this is going to be a very, very difficult fight, but does have that Fiora too with really good items on the side for a TEG. The Karma, though, firing away. The Nasus has ascended, but the front line falls very quickly without true tank items on the side of Volta here, and it's just going to be too much. Li Xiao will take out Volterix here at the end of a stage 5, and this could be disaster. But Serene also falls out. Who will be more dead?
Oh.
The tiebreaker. Oh, Potable also.
Potable also? It looks like Volta actually goes 6th there. -5 HP on both of them. But 5th and 6th, we are in the same exact situation, right? As last game? Or is it different, actually? Yeah, no, it's same exact.
This is the same exact. Yep. And Enzo is in an excellent spot to be able to take the game win as well. We see the 6 win streak coming into stage 6 with these multi-striker upgrades is huge, and now being able to go level 8 and possibly get that 7 multi-striker in that we've seen be a huge spike for this board.
Oh yeah, actually that's gonna come into play in just this next round, right? They have enough gold to do so. They do get a champion duplicator, however, and they're on 2 lives, so the Callista 2 is just gonna be there for free. I actually really like this play from Enzo. They could have pushed into level 8, just played a Callista 1, but they need this game victory. And they're actually going to be going up against, it looks like maybe their teammate Potable, wanting to make sure Potable gets another life.
Yeah, I mean, this is the excellent team play that we see here. Really weakening that board to allow Potable to be able to stay in this game. Hopefully, I mean, this board's still kind of strong. Taking out 5 multi-striker is a huge part of it, though.
Yeah.
We don't want Enzo to take a giant loss, though. We want to try to keep him around that 1 to 2 life mark. 2 lives would be really preferable for this end game, but it looks like it will be a pretty big loss here. So Enzo putting all of his chips in one bag here, saying, I think I can still win out with 7 multi-striker.
Yeah, actually, if they're kind of putting all of their chips in one bag, wow, okay, that's actually going to be elimination as Li Xiao goes out in 4th. But still, however, Potable or Enzo, one of those 2 need to go first place. And Enzo now is only 1 life remaining. Maybe they think Potable is stronger and that Enzo would have beaten Potable, but that Potable can beat Shelty. That might have been the thought process there in kind of this rock, paper, scissors format. You don't want to be taking out your teammate who can actually clinch out the win.
Yeah, and you don't want it to be too predictable. You want to have both of these teammates able to have the shot to take down Shelty. And so our first matchup here will be Pate Bowl versus Shelty here. That Syndra 3, that Nami 2 in the back line. The front line is not super strong, but lots of Vanguards, lots of CC from these Tahm Kenches, and then the Nami casts as well. But will the Syndra be able to ramp up enough? Will it be enough AP damage just from the attack speed build that is there? The Syndra continuing the cast, but the Syndra on the other side is still quite strong and up. And with it, Pate Bowl falls down.
Pate Bowl falls. Enzo, meanwhile, is going to survive, albeit barely. A lot of these rounds are so close, but it is down to our final two, CLE. Enzo versus Shelty. If Shelty wins, we are going to be going to a game 3, but if Enzo wins, it is going to be a 2-0 victory for branching out.
And Enzo here getting a little bit of burn on this board that he did not have, so they will be heel cut. But on the other side, we see the charm for the target dummies come through.
Yeah, charms do make such a big difference in this late game, but potentially the final round, if Shelty takes out Enzo here, CLE, take it away.
Yeah, look at this crazy positioning on the other side from Shelty, all the way in the corner, using those target dummies to their advantage, dodging the Neela as much as possible. But what really needs to happen is this Kassadin ramps up. Can you get through these crazy frontline units? But will this Syndra be able to ramp up? The positioning helps the team, helps the multi-strikers gather together for the Syndra to absolutely pop off. The Kassadin does fall down, and with it will Enzo, and so we will be going to a game number 3.
Well, Shelty with the masterful positioning, cornering everything, getting the dummies in there just for some more bodies. That was exactly what Shelty needed. The Kassadin reroll, the multi-strikers not being able to make it happen. But honestly, such a valiant effort from Enzo in that game to try to, be contested and still go for that lobby win. Super, super close.
Yeah, and that's something that for our team from Wolves, this is something that they're not unfamiliar with. They've already gone to this game number 3. They felt this pressure, and they delivered one of the best performances of the whole tournament in their game 3 in the first matchup, going 1-2-3-5. And they're really looking to redo that here in this last game. But branching out, that's the first game that they've dropped all tournament.
Yeah. First game that they've dropped. It looks like, they're not all smiles and laughs right now. They're just going to be, having to reassess the game plan there. It almost worked out, but the compositions that are generally getting to that kind of first place threshold are generally led around Syndra, and we didn't really see them happen in this game. As we take a look at the highlights here, right, there was a lot of I guess just going towards this 4-cost style of play. Voltairix did go for that karma, was not able to go out in the or not able to go into the top 4. He was out in 6th place. But yeah, this game just had a lot of very spicy action in it.
Yeah, and a lot of more unique compositions that multi-strikers, specifically with the Warriors as well being rerolled, had a lot of success. Enzo able to pilot that to the top 2, but not quite to where they needed in that top 1 position. Be curious to see how this would have ended up with one more round, not having to sack for your teammate there. Having that one more life could have made a difference, especially being able to see one more charm and have one more spot. We see Pate Bowl fall out there to Shelty, and then the crazy positioning at the end for Enzo to take that final loss and not get the clean sweep, but instead send us to a very entertaining game number 3.
Yeah, it is going to be a complete heater of a matchup here. We see Wolves getting very hyped, clinching out that game. Such a close one, though, and I think it is no surprise that we are going to a game 3, but we will see who's going to be the winner between Wolves Esports and branching out right after this. Don't go anywhere.
The B stream is kicking off today with our winners match, Wolves versus Branching Out. I am joined once again by Shelty. Shelty told me his English isn't very good, so I'm going to keep it very simple. If anything, I should learn Chinese. Shelty, very successful yesterday. Are you feeling confident once again here today?
Wonderful. I think I feel wonderful today.
Good, that's a good feeling to have. Branching Out, your opponents, what do you think of them?
A good rival. I think we can defeat them.
That's great. And did you rest well last night? Did you get some good sleep?
Yeah.
You're ready to go?
Ready.
All right, good stuff, Shelty. Thank you so much, and best of luck with your team on the B stream.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back to game number 3 of the winners match in Group A. We've had some other action in the lower part of our bracket here in Group A. Crowan, Geek Esports has 2-0'd Zeta Division, sending them out of the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and I think that's a little bit surprising, right? Zeta Division fielding title, one of the best players coming out of APAC, right? The previous world champion, but falling in just 2 matches, right? I think that just speaks to the level of competition that everyone here has the potential to go home with that victory, but it all comes down to just those thin margins, right? Geek getting that 2-0, improving upon their yesterday's performance, and now the loser of this series, right, between Wolves Esports and Branching Out has to face Geek, and Geek came off with 2-0, right? They're definitely feeling confident.
Yeah, but they did get 2-0'd yesterday by the team on your screen. Branching out, made quick work of Geekay, sending them to that elimination match. But clearly they learned something and are now back with a vengeance. Tomorrow we will see the decider match between whoever loses this game and Geekay Esports tomorrow. But whoever wins this game moves on automatically to the playoffs.
Yeah, this is a big game 3. Moving on to the playoffs is so much more money, first of all, that you get. So much more confidence being able to just watch everyone else's games, prepare your strategies, and not being under that constant pressure, right? You're getting into the playoffs. You're going to have that top 8 spot already, and just the extra time for preparation, I think, is going to speak volumes for either of these teams. So branching out, they do know that even if they fall, right, they already 2-0 GK, they would be likely to do it again unless some major differences happen in that series, but they don't even want to have to get to that point, right? Branching out did have a very strong game 1. Game 2 was super close. Enzo almost being able to take it home. But as we get into game number 3, this is for that playoff spot.
Yeah, that playoff spot, giving each of these teams an extra $10,000. You go straight from that 5,000 straight to 15,000, and so something that each of them are looking for and has a dollar amount tied to it. This game, this single game of TFT is worth $10,000.
You know, not many commentators probably say this, but I actually know exactly how that feels. I've lost a game 3 in a best of 3 series at a very important tournament before and lost out on literally 10K. So that feels absolutely devastating, and not something these players are going to want to have to, feel themselves. Getting that win in this game 3 is going to be so big for them.
Yeah, I definitely have not competed at those high of stakes before. I did get 4th place in a Mortdog tournament once. That was pretty cool.
Yeah,
so
that's big.
I made some money.
We'd love to see it. All right, you're a pro player then. You made money from a tournament. You're a pro player, Celia.
I sure did. I have a Liquipedia account and everything.
Let's go. Look at you on the come up. We're going to be seeing CLE, set 12 worlds.
Oh yeah, definitely set 12 worlds for sure. My Hardstuck Emerald 1 is really good for that.
No. Diamond at least very soon, right? After all the stuff we're learning here at the tournament, you're gonna go keep some ladder games after this weekend and be like, all right, I'm so dialed in, I'm so locked in. It's gonna be straight to Masters for you.
I wasn't even mad when I was contested on Kog'Maw yesterday. I was like, yeah, this is just what happens in these games. Clearly, this composition it happens sometimes. You just don't go first every game.
Yeah, really, honestly, it just happens. It didn't happen, actually, surprisingly, in the last game. Coco was the only Kog'Maw player, but they still went out in 7th, so maybe that composition is just not cutting it.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of awkward itemization, too, for sure. I want to talk a little bit about this game, looking at silver augments right now, which we've seen a lot here in our games on this stream. Not super impactful, but I want to look at our portal, specifically the overachievers.
Yes, of course. Let's see what this augment selection is going to be. It is Pandora's Bench, right? Wanting those items exactly. Gonna be greeting out on that one.
Yeah, I think they want to be able to play Syndra here. It would appear, maybe with the shapeshifters in the front line, but no Syndra early for Enzo means you can't get those stacks early, but wanting to reroll those items into something pretty cool.
Yep, Pot of Bowl with a Wukong opener. Got a couple of hunters, not usually a synergy that you see online too much. Not leveling to 4 as well, like we see on the opposite side for Serene. And Serene, again, early portal, not too bad. A Sunfire Slam even onto this Vex. Very interesting as we see belts wanting to be saved for Nashers so much.
Yeah, definitely tempo slams happening there. Playing that portal obviously is an early game trait, able to spawn some cool things, maybe even a Krug or 2, but also having some of those bombs do some extra damage. Shelty here, now having that casted in his shop means that 3 multi-striker is online, having pretty good items for that already. Ooh, but Lakoko taking that Pandora's Bench, looking like they might go for reroll options here. Currently rerolling 2 costs. I think they're looking for Syndra.
Yeah, you think so? I think they might be as
maybe.
well. I know it's a very crazy prediction to throw out into the into the world here, but yeah, I think they're looking for Syndra as well. The items are a little bit awkward though. You don't have any tiers, nor bows, nor belts. There is going to be that rod, however, so just one bow makes a Rage Blade, and of course that is a fantastic Syndra item. But on the other side there, right, it is going to be Pandora's items. Wolves has leveled to 4 with 3 out of 4 of their players. Meanwhile, every single branching out member has stayed on level 3.
So they're going for that high econ, maybe back to their roots. I feel like last game they played a little bit higher tempo, rolled a lot on 6 and 7. But in the games that we've seen them win, they've had a lot of success going for that bigger placement by playing a little bit riskier. So they all naturally level to 4 now. We see Volta with that early Syndra, but I believe he's the only one we've seen with Syndra here early, and so possibly uncontested.
Yeah, at least for now, until, of course, the reels come through. Oh, Li Shao has one as well, so we do have at least 2. And the difference is that Li Shao had a good item to slam as well, right? They get this Eldritch online, they have the Elise 2, they have the Shapeshifters for an early front line. And so this is, you know, not quite best case scenario, but very, very close to it.
It sure is for Li Shao, and having that Eldritch here early really helps them stay alive, just stalls longer and longer, gets more of those casts off, gets more of those stacks off, and we'll be able to make 10 gold here as well pretty easily, especially if they win.
Yeah, if they win, they don't have to sell anything, but even losing, right, which they, oh, I don't want to speak too soon. I'll say they will not do, and okay, yeah, that's going to be the case. I didn't know how much that work would be able to accomplish there, but no, 44 stacks in the Rage Blade, a ton of casts, and making 10 gold, 3 win streak. This is looking very, very strong for Li Shao, as, yeah, the HP, all wolves here at the top.
Yeah, looking good going into this carousel, but that also means they will not have item priority for this first carousel, which is so incredibly important, especially for those who are looking for those important mana items for Syndra, some important frontline items, maybe some of those damage items that really shape what they're going to be looking for in the rest of this stage.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Maybe being, you know, at the bottom of the standings, getting those first couple of carousel picks is going to have a lot more value, because if you're getting Syndra all those extra stacks in the early game, that is going to just continuously scale. You're going to reach that kind of critical mass Syndra that nobody can deal with a lot earlier. So maybe with that in mind, branching out in a better position than we might otherwise think.
Yeah, again, talking about that scaling idea, we have Enzo here with a Wukong and a Nashor slammed. It looks like he was kind of posturing towards those multi-strikers. Again, we do see with 2 Ashes in that backline, with a lot of these items that we've seen slammed on a Kassadin so often, facing off against their teammates. This will determine who will be going for that loss streak. And so slamming some items to maybe not take such a bad loss, but I think that might be enough to get him the win. Possibly. Oh, maybe not quite. It's the 2 stars versus the 1 stars on the other side.
Yeah, the Ash does hit 2 targets, but it's just not going to be enough. The 2 costs are just a little bit better than the Ash, and it looks like on the other side there, Potable was going for a Cog reroll. But the decision for Enzo's to not reroll the Nashers and the Bloodthirster really does make me think that he's going to be contesting in this Kassadin. But look at Shelty here, already a Kassadin 2 with the Rage Blade, with a Bloodthirster. Did lose the last round actually, which is kind of crazy. Maybe lost to either Serain or Li Shao, it looks like.
This is, I look at this board, and I if I was in solo queue, I would look at it and think, how in the world could I ever contest this? This guy's spot is infinitely better than mine.
Yeah.
But clearly Enzo's on a mission and will be holding a lot of these units. Maybe that's just the job he has for this game, is weaken one of their players that has this good start.
Wait, why GQF has 5 Kog'Maws already at 2-6? What? That is crazy.
Yeah. That Rage Blade, though, not a great item. It's not bad per se, but definitely not something that you'd prefer on that unit. Another Kassadin coming through here for Shelty. is just continuing to stake his claim in this composition.
I'm actually very surprised that Shelty didn't sell to 20 gold there. I actually don't think that Hecarim 2 is worth 9 gold in the mid game. It doesn't feel like that unit does a lot. It is just good synergies with the Bastion and the multi-striker, of course, but I think you could have gotten away with making extra econ and selling one copy of that, because Shelty is very, very poor right now. Only 20 gold on Krugs. Maybe that golden orb has a lot of gold in it, and it does, so our econ does get saved, fortunately.
Yeah, saved econ is good for a lot of our players, but for branching out, they have lots of gold that they need to roll here. We'll be leveling on 3-2 after choosing our augment, and that will be huge. Oh no, slam a tier.
Oh, one tier? Is
oh
that
no.
enough? No! All of Wolves coming in to thumbs up the BM. Oh no, I love it though.
Dude, Enzo, what happened, man?
Board too weak.
I guess this is often the problem with these neutral rounds. Is like you think, oh, surely this board is strong enough, and then you lose by 1 Krug. It's fine.
Yeah, lose by 1 Krug, it's okay. I forgot that meme existed, actually. It is okay to lose by 1 Krug. Enzo, you're still in this game, don't fret.
Who was it? Was that Kiyun? Was that Fanatics Kiyun that said that?
I
can't remember. It was so funny though.
Yeah, I don't know. It might have been DQA. I don't remember. It was so long ago. But that just brought back memories. And hopefully, for Enzo's sake, that meme is actually true.
Loses by 1 Krug. It's fine. I promise it's fine.
Oh dear, not what branching out wants to see though in this very tense game 3 situation, because I could have had a good item component. It could have had some gold. It could have been not -2 HP right from the neutral round. There's a lot of detriment there. Golden Quest, spin to win, sleight of hand being the potential choice here.
A Golden Quest we saw do super well yesterday and absolutely pay off for one of our players. And that will not be the choice for Padebo, even though they do have a lot of gold, but they really need that direction, and they are on contesting Kog'Maw duty as well. And so it looks like they sent 2 of these players into the fire to try and set themselves up for a good game number 3 here. Lots of good upgrades coming through.
Yep. Powerful upgrades, Nunu 2 being a big one there. We have a TG, which just goes on a Jinx 2. And actually, I do like this, I guess, perfecting little quality of this composition. Players are playing Jinx on their board a bit earlier to start, one, stacking the Honeyman, see when Rumble does show up, and 2, going to just give power to that Kog'Maw instead of having the Lilia in for Bastion and Fairy for the Tristana, because the items are still being made for units like the Kog'Maw. Tristana doesn't really provide a lot of value this early on into the game.
Yeah, especially providing Hunter AD as well is pretty powerful. We see it on display here. Just the upgrades coming through that just are able to make that power pretty strong here. For VGQF, having 6 of these Kog'Maws is quite good, but now seeing that you're contested and there's someone on the other side that is actively taking away your units, now that you have a 7th though, it may be possible to roll all the way to 0 to see what they can get.
Some gold being got there. YGQF just 2 Kog'Maws away from Kog'Maw 3, right? They had that Rage Blade and Giant Slayer, having a tier already ready for that Shojin Slam. Sunfire on the Nunu. There is just 1 copy of Nunu, but the front line is supplemented from that support Golem with the Shroud.
Yeah, as we looked at the items across the lobby, there's only 2 players that don't have a Rage Blade slammed, and one of them wants to have a Rage Blade slammed. And so we see lots of that item in the game. So lots of attack speed based champions in to set 12 that love having that Rage Blade. But for Padebo on the other side, it's looking like they're chilling. They now have a few more of those Nunus on bench and a lot more gold than their contester on the other side. But the thing they're missing is those Kog'Maws.
Yep, missing the Cogs. Coco here still re-rolling. A lot of 2 costs there with that Pandora's bench. Enzo takes a loss, drops 53 HP. Meanwhile, at the top of the lobby, it is Li Xiao and Volta.
And the thing is, we saw on Enzo's board, he's currently carrying Hecarim. Hecarim has the items that we would prefer to be on this Kassadin, but without a Kassadin, I don't know where you're supposed to put him.
Yeah, without a single Kassadin, like I know Enzo, you're on grief duty, but you actually have to like do the griefing part, right? You gotta pick up those Kassadins. Maybe you'll find one soon, but yeah, being on 30 gold. Coco on just 1 gold though, very, very poor.
I mean, both of these players are kind of lost here, and so needing to find more of these upgrades here, finding a few of them for Enzo, and being able to slot in 5 multi-striker now is quite a big power spike. I'm curious to see if we actually go with this Hecarim carry. It's not something that I've ever seen.
There's no. I mean, like, okay, there might be a way, but
Titans?
like, there's no way. The Titans would, I guess, be just for the Akali later. But I just don't know here. Hecarim is not a good unit. I don't think he cannot carry. It's not possible. If Hecarim wins this round, I mean, okay, I'll be surprised actually. I'll commit to it. He's theoretically doing damage.
You know, I'm in the camp I'm down. I'm down to see if this actually does anything. We see it die pretty quickly there to the Kog'Maw, which Kog'Maw survives. Yeah. An important win for VGQF. Li Xiao and Voltarius also at the top of this lobby. Volta we see on the other side. I would love to see more of his POV with the Gambler's Blade, which gives lots of AP and attack speed, with the Rage Blade, with the Sojin. So this Syndra is going to be incredibly powerful.
Yes, that is fantastic. Even breaking Li Xiao's win streak, Li Xiao now hitting the Syndra too. But Gambler's Blade, we were talking about that yesterday because it is just so powerful with not only the attack speed it provides, but the gold generation is massive as well. Volta has a Nami on the bench, is going to be in a solid spot to level up to 8, right? Is maybe a little bit poorer than you would want to be on average here. But looking at the top there with Li Xiao, right? Li Xiao's just at 4 gold. Pot of Bowl is at 52 gold. But Wolves, besides for Serene, is not in a good spot economically.
Yeah, Volta's probably the only one that's kind of feeling pretty good about their spot, it seems, in this game because of that Syndra, the amount of power that comes from there. Enzo continuing to lose here. Down to below 40 HP here in stage 3 is not the best place to be.
Yeah, rolling the artifact handful as well. It rolled onto the talisman. Hopefully, I don't even know what artifact he's looking for, but hopefully hits a good one and hits it soon. Li Xiao going for this reroll style, going with the Shapeshifter Syndra, hitting a pair of Nasus there. But
yeah, Nasus is one of the premier frontliners in this set. Just does so much to be able to steal resources from the other team for himself, as well as make his power strong with those shapeshifters as well. For Shelty, though, we still are only on these 5 Kassadins, so the roll down here will be incredibly important for the future in the game for them.
Let's see what this roll down does bring. At least we'll roll down to 50, right? Let's see if Shelty actually feels that pressure to roll a bit farther, skipping out on the Syndras and all of those Honeymancer units, right? Don't want to grief their teammates at all, even with picking them up temporarily. The roll down does not give much. And there is going to be a Runance here to put onto the Ashe. Not terrible, but nothing great here for Shelty either.
Yeah, Shelty and Enzo sitting at the bottom 2 spots in this lobby. Both of them needing to hit something, but for Shelty here, just waiting for a possible augment to bail him out. Might need to go level 7, put in 7 multicaster or something like that. But nothing to write home about on this board.
Definitely not. Can this Kassadin do enough? It is into the back line, does find its way towards that Syndra, so it will be a round win for Shelty versus Li Xiao. Li Xiao taking in yet another loss, and if Volta wins, will still be at the top of the standings, and yes, he does, as we get to 4-2, so a lot of action happening, as that is a very fast support golem being selected with a Randuin's, which is not bad for this multi-striker board.
Shelty with the roll down now at the 7th Kassadin, needing 2 more of these units in order to upgrade it to 3-star. Also close on these Akalis, as you call out, rolling to 20 gold and not continuing past there.
Yeah, I think that's the correct decision. Also going to be swapping some items over. Rage Blade is not the item of choice for Shelty's Caston, is going to be the Nashers, as we get the Rage Blade over to that backline carry. We have extra copies of Ash as well as we wait for a Callista to come through. But Volta, the front line isn't even very good for Volta. It's not going to be anything spectacular, just these 1 cost and 2 cost units upgraded. It is Mordekaiser 1, but Volta still has a lot of economy that's able to utilize here.
Yeah, I think the power is coming from 4 Vanguard alongside this Syndra that has obviously been stacking for a lot of the game. But this Fiora 2 is going to be incredibly hard to take down. This red buff, though, doing a lot of work to reduce the healing. So Volta looking to continue the winning ways even against this 4-cost level 8 board that had that roll down semi-successfully, but will be on that 7-round win streak with lots and lots of gold, now 8-round.
Yeah, that's actually pretty bad, I think, for Wolves. That Serain was so insanely rich, rolled it down, and still losing, right? They're rolling it down even more, but I don't think any upgrades are coming through from him. We're gonna have to check that out in a little bit, but yeah, Li Xiao right now, and now YGQF is hitting a little bit. Kog'Maw 3 came through, but very, very far away from any other upgrades, and not that much gold left in the bank.
Yeah, half the battle with that board is upgrading some of that front line. We do have the Caston 3 come through, still 2 off that Akali 3. But Caston 3 is a very large part of the board, and it is now onto that back line of Voltairix on the other side, taking out that Syndra quite early in this fight, looking much, much better for Shelty now in this game.
Yeah, I think that would have been a round win for Shelty either way, but just kind of insult to injury with the Caston immediately getting to the back line. And this is still a Hecarim. It's level 7 now. And
this Enzo guy is cooking.
Of Hecarim. He is cooking, but I think he forgot to turn the stove on.
I don't know, man. He's won 3 rounds in a row and is moving up this leaderboard, positioning himself in a place to not go 8th in this lobby. But for branching out, it's looking pretty dire. Lakoko and Padebo both sitting in the lowest 2 spots on loss streaks.
Maybe I'm just a hater. I hate this Hecarim unit, man. I don't think it does anything. But like you said, Enzo was able to win a few rounds in a row. Enzo said, no, I cannot roll for Castons. There was already 9 out of the pool. Even with those bag size changes, I'm just so far behind in that regard. I have to make this unorthodox kind of style of multi-strikers work. And so we get to see just how long Enzo is able to hang on for. One of these 3 current bot 4 branching out members needs to find their way into the top 4 and needs to do it soon, because Wolves is looking very dominant in this game so far with all the extra HP that they have across the board.
Yeah, Shelty with that newfound Cassidon 3 and YGQF with that Kog'Maw 3 are both quite powerful. But as we look around the lobby, we see a lot of other 3-stars, lots of people stuck on this level 7 in this game, still rolling for some of those upgrades, maybe level 8, but super poor. We will continue to follow along to see who will be able to separate themselves and push them to the top of this lobby. But right now, it's not clear who's the favorite.
Yeah, Coco rolled down. Can only transform one of these 2-cost units. Needs to find that Rumble 3. Needs to find that Syndra 3. This round's going to be big, but that front line, the Shapeshifters, they were so tanky. They bought enough time. Coco takes another loss versus Li Xiao there. And does the Tristana roll into anything? No, just a Cassidon. Yeah, can't even hold on to that pair of Mordekaiser as well. Has to spend all of the gold to re-roll these 2 costs and pray that RNG smiles down upon him.
And the hard part about this is he knows that he has about 2 lives left. So this next roll of the Pandora's Bench will decide his fate in this game. Will he get the upgrades he needs? Will he get that giant frontline upgrade of the Rumble and that Syndra upgraded as well? Thankfully facing off against his teammate on the other side, who is not too strong at the current moment without that Kog'Maw 3.
Yeah, no Kog'Maw 3. There is the Nunu, but it just has a TG, though. 1 tank item with that Bramble does not do much against the damage of Syndra. Still a lot of HP to get through as it casts one more time. Rumble in the back line now, but it looks like Syndra will be able to clean it on up. But it does, you know, send Pada Bull down to a dangerously low HP number as well. They could very well be going 7-8 as Enzo's 14 HP too.
Oh, no. and the roll does not come to fruition. Has one more chance over this neutral round to get what he's looking for. But this is disaster. Heading into the stage 5, especially where the stage damage goes up. Lakoko, Enzo, and Pade Bull all at 1 life.
Yeah, Coco might be safe on 2 lives, right? As long as he kills most of the board, he can survive. Enzo technically can still survive as well, but going to be very, very hard to do so. A lot of gold coming through here, some components, but maybe this is enough to hit. No hits
gold is
there.
kind of what he needs, though. There's the Syndra here in the shop.
Big.
This Pandora's Bench is absolutely useless for him. Hopefully to find this Rumble on the roll down as well. Another Nami, maybe hitting Nami 2 also on level 7. There is the Rumble. Huge upgrades for Lakoko coming through, and this might be enough to save their game.
Yeah, Warmogs, Declaw potential, Bramble as well, but there's not too much AD in this lobby. Pade Bull hitting Kog'Maw 3 as well, a big hit, 1 away from Blitzcrank, but still, let's see if it's able to work out versus Volta.
Yeah, and doesn't have that unit to put in at level 7 quite yet. But Volta on the other side knows that this is the matchup he has. And so 3 completed items on his bench. Really good team play happening here. Branching out, realizing the spot they're in, willing to risk some of Volta's HP in order to save themselves in this game. Enzo, though, dropping down, only taking that 1 unit loss, very importantly, though.
Oh, Coco taking a big loss, but drops to 1 HP. Pade Bull did win that round, though, but now single-digit HP.
Oh, no.
It is 1 life territory for all of the remaining branching out members that are not Voltariux, and this is disaster time, CLE. Enzo is rolling for 1 copy of Ash, needs to find it. That would be 7 multi-strikers, but does not hit. This Hecarim is not doing Enzo any favors. The Kassadin 2 is here, and it has some solid items, but this just might be branching out's tournament run going into loser's bracket.
Yeah, and somebody will be dropping out here, and I imagine it will be Enzo. No 7 multi-striker here, carrying a Hecarim and some weird items on this Kassadin. The Kog'Maw doing so much damage and able to take out Enzo in that 8th place is no good for branching out's chances in this game.
Yeah, this is looking very, very dire. The other members of branching out do take some wins, it looks like, while Serene takes a loss. We still have a fight going on. With it is going to be YGQF taking a win against Li Xiao. Or no, it was Shelty, actually, the other Kassadin player, getting that round win there. Kassadin 3 and Akali 3 now.
The good news is for Lakoko that he was able to take a giant win over one of these Wolves representatives, not sending out branching out in 7th and 8th. So Lakoko in a good spot with that Syndra 3, with that Rumble 3 now to make a big comeback in this game to set themselves up to possibly make it through of this winner's match.
And 1 HP and a dream. If one of branching out members goes out in 7th, the remaining 2 will need to go exactly 1st and 2nd, and that is a very large task. But first, Coco has to make it through Li Xiao.
These giant shields from that Vanguard Arguments are a huge deal in this board, able to give this Syndra time to ramp up with that Rage Blade. The Nasus goes down, but this 3-item Swain will be very difficult to take down alongside. But it looks like Pade Bull lost on the right side of our screen.
No.
So that will be a 7-8 for branching out, which means Lakoko needs to turn this into a 1st or a 2nd. And if they survive this fight, which they won't, that means branching out will not advance to the playoffs just yet. They will have to go face GK Esports in the decision match.
Coco out. Pade Bull alive.
Oh,
Did he have the charm? Yeah. I guess he had the charm, right? I was like, oh, that Pade Bull is out. Branching out lost, but technically not yet. Pade Bull does still have to make a miracle happen and go at least 2nd place. And I'm not sure he can do that with Kog'Maw. I don't want to be like a doomer right now, but they're technically still be alive. But it's going to need an actual miracle to happen. And level 7 does get all the traits that Pade Bull needs. It is technically winnable on paper.
Yeah, and some pieces of this are coming together. Able to get to level 7 now, finding that Lilia that they need in order to get that nice trait web in. Getting that third item on Tristana is quite good, but across the way, we see a giant dragon that would like to say otherwise.
Yeah, giant dragon. Potable going up against this Karma 2, Fiora 2 CLE. Will he be able to take it out?
And the giant 4,000 health dragon from a charm that they clicked in their shop is an absolute menace to this board, and it will be a 6, 7, 8 for branching out, which means they will not officially now they will not be winning that winner's match. They will be sending themselves down to face Geek Esports once again for the chance to go to the playoffs.
They know that they have beaten Geek Esports before and they can do it again. However, this is a tragedy. Starting off with that game 1 win, being just a hair away from closing out in 2 games, but losing and then getting absolutely rolled here in game 3. Branching out must be feeling so just terrible with that in mind, right? Voltairix is still alive in this game, but is just kind of playing for fun, for experience at this point. What a tragedy for branching out.
Yeah, I mean, those reverse sweeps never feel good, right? You have that early advantage and you just throw it all away. Sadly, losing game number 2 in a close fight, but then game number 3 being this dominant of a performance. It might even look like Volta could even go in the bot 4 as well with the 1, 2, 3, 4 from Wolves. Their boards are looking quite strong.
Yeah, very strong. Volta has lost a couple in a row. Does have 100+ gold though. Is just going to level up and try to make his board stronger in that way. However, 1, 2, 3, 4 would be such a dominant way to round out this series for Wolves. They are feeling very good now, being the first team to advance into that playoff bracket, being that 3rd seed from China, going the distance in both of their series. So they're playing a lot of TFT this weekend, but it is still at the end of the day going their way.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about how dominant these Chinese players are and have been in the history of TFT. Just absolutely innovating throughout the sets. Volta, though, level 9 rolling down here for some big upgrades. Probably going to be playing some Arcana, getting some big forecast upgrades. That front line is still needing some significant upgrades. Obviously, a lot of the rest of the lobby was re-rolling some of those Vanguards, so it's very difficult for him to find some of them. But they're back in the pool, so upgraded is that front line now, hoping that this can make the difference.
Yeah, swapping out the Vex for the Camille for the Chrono and playing the Nora instead. Could have kept on with that Vex and then played a Xerath instead for that Arcana, like you were mentioning, right? Getting access to all those Xerath charms, just getting that Arcana buff is very powerful. Volta having that Nami tune the upgraded backline as well is super strong. That CC, like, Nami has the best CC of the set by far, right? Especially if she's positioned on the right side.
Yeah, absolutely. It is so incredibly devastating to see that tidal wave come through, especially when, you know, the QSSs and some of those early game resistances wear off. We do see VGQF drop out in 5th place for Wolves, and Saren drop quite low. Not that it matters too much, just for bragging rights of one of these good scores. We will not see the 1, 2, 3, 4.
No 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh man, you can't check that off of the bingo card. Surely someone made an actual bingo card for this, right? I haven't seen one, but maybe one's floating around out there.
Send it to us. We want to see it.
Yeah, exactly. Shout out on the socials. Make sure to tag us and everything. Shelty with the 7 multi-strikers, trying to find the upgraded Callista, but not being able to make that happen. However, this Cassidy, man, especially with the resistances from that Randuin's, is just such a huge threat.
Even without the QSS, able to do a lot of damage. You see Shelty in the bottom right corner, just relaxing, just hanging out. Li Xiao just joking around with the teammates, knows that this is all over. Saren does drop out. Shelty also will drop out here, and so Li Xiao versus Volta for the final champion of this match. We know that Wolves has taken the win, but would love to take that top spot as well.
Yeah, 1v1 situation. Li Xiao versus Volta. Volta is denying Swains. Actually has 4 Swains on the bench, making it all that harder for Li Xiao to hit that Swain 3. But some great positioning with that mentorship augment in mind at that gold tier, buffing the vast majority of the board here for Li Xiao. Having that Radiant Virtue on the dummy as well is a lot of power.
And this could, no, it won't be the last fight. Each of these players has 2 lives in this match. Li Xiao hitting a lot of these big upgrades. That Briar 2 is absolutely massive. Really good items on her as well from that TG with some resistances and that Sterix to give some extra HP alongside 6 Shapeshifter. But it might not be enough. Volta's board has so much power now that he's able to get to that level 9 and get some of those upgrades that he's needed. So he will end that win streak from Li Xiao and try and claim a little bit of victory in this game.
Yeah, Volta's been performing so well this weekend, and while the rest of his team in this game has gone 6, 7, 8, all holding hands down there, Volta still being like, hey, we have some life in us. We brought this series, to match point. We 2-0'd Geeka yesterday. Even though we're being sent to Lewis's bracket, we can still do that again, and we are still a force to be feared. I think Volta is trying to prove that here while leaving this match with a first place victory.
And this will be the final preparation phase possibly for Li Xiao in this game. If they take a bad loss, positioning the sides correctly here will be a huge difference. Those unstable treasure chests on that Tahm Kench will be a big difference if those items land onto key units.
Yeah, and it's positioned in front of the Syndra too, so Syndra's going to be taking it out very quickly, but are those items going to make the difference here?
Yeah, the CC still goes off from that Tahm Kench, which is extremely important. The items now spread across the board, and this is where Volta's board should begin to power up significantly later into this fight. The CC coming through from the Nami is huge, and Li Xiao will fall down. But Wolves, although not taking the top first place in the game, will be taking the series win in our first winners match of EWC TFT 4v4 tournament.
Wolves Esports advancing into the playoffs. Congrats to them. That is going to be such a statement, right? Going the distance in both of their series, but coming out on top each time. Huge shout out to them. But branching out, right? Move into the losers bracket. It's a lot of pressure, right? But they can't be focused on the match that just happened. Sure. They have to be moving forward, right? Thinking about what they're going to be doing next. I know it's so hard when you are so close to being like, all right, we're just advancing, we're chilling right now, but then, oh, actually the reverse sweep happens as a competitor, right? It's really, really hard to recover from that. But I think, it is a team game, right? You have your team kind of all having each other's back, so you want to make sure that you're all in the right mental to be moving forward. And I think that branching out can do it, make that losers bracket run, and be the second team out of this group.
Yeah, and one of the good parts about that is they're facing a team that they're familiar with. Facing Geek Esports in that decision match to go to the playoffs will be incredibly important. But let's look at the journey that happened here. What happened to branching out here in this game? It might have started with this Krug.
Yeah, that was not a good way to start it off. There was a Hecarim 2 on the bench, and he didn't play it. Actually, I didn't notice that when we were actually in game. Oh, man. Enzo living and dying by that Hecarim.
Yeah, but it's okay to lose by 1 Krug for sure, as we see him in 8th place on our screen.
Yeah, about that.
But it was dominant, and this is when we knew that the case would be made and Wolves would be advancing. 3 players going 6, 7, 8 for a team means a guarantee loss, and so the rest of this game was just a victory lap for them. But Volta trying their best and will get that win just to put the little bit of a cherry on top for himself.
Yeah, and actually on these very high pressure situations, I think you have the temptation to, in any TFT competition, to like overroll, to want to overstabilize. You're like, oh no, everyone's so strong, I need to hit right now. And so a lot of members of branching out were very, very poor that game, besides for Voltairix. And I think that might have been a factor, right? If we like actually had like a analyst segment, if we deep dive into that, we could have seen that it just in more depth. But I think they kind of maybe did fall prey to that overrolling potential.
Yeah, it was. They had to stabilize. They had to figure it out in that mid game, and the shops were just not following their way.
Yeah.
But instead, Wolves Esports able to come out on top with just a wonderful, dominant performance, and it was just an excellent showing from them, being able to come back from being down 1-0, and with the reverse sweep, the mental fortitude that shows is just excellent.
It really is, right? After you're down 0-1 in any series, it's like, okay, how am I going to recover? What am I going to do here? But they were just calm, cool, collected every single moment of the game and played so well, especially in that third and final game, right? That is some of the most dominance that we've seen, at least here on the B stream, right? Sending out a team in 6, 7, 8. Like, it's very, very hard to do that, and Wolves were able to make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. A fantastic showing by them. And we will not see them until later in the day tomorrow in the first round of their playoff matches, because they have gone 2-0 in groups. They have made it out of the groups officially. So congratulations to them, being the very first team at TFT at EWC to make it out. A wonderful showing by them. Just absolute dominance. And so we're looking forward to seeing the playoff run.
Yeah, 100%. And I know we're still waiting on who's the MVP, but I want to ask you before we get to see, Sealy, who do you think the MVP was in that last series?
Well, I don't think I have to guess anymore because it's on our screen. It is Shelty from Wolves Esports having a fantastic showing, even in contested lines, especially in that last game, being able to play that Kassadin in a very effective way.
Okay, I know this is gonna sound like, you know, oh, I already see it, so, you know, I can't call it, but I actually was gonna say Shelty was the MVP for me if we had time for you to answer that question and pass it back to me. But Shelty, I think, is very deserving, right? Especially with that Sindra reroll game, right? Getting that first place there in game number 2, playing very, very well as well in just that final game. Shelty really put the team on the back. And I think that's fantastic, right? They are one of the players of Wolves Esports who hasn't been to Worlds. They had decent results all the way back in 2021, 2022, but they haven't really had notable results since then. So to be able to show up in a big way, getting MVP in the series that sends your team into the playoffs, like, huge shout out to Shelty there. That is some fantastic TFT play.
Yeah, and you're seeing this highlight here on screen of them winning that game number 2 with that Syndra composition, with the wonderful positioning that we got to see on display, cornering every unit so the multi-strikers could not get to the priority units. Just very, very well done and deserving of MVP for this match.
That was good, actually, because that is not a positioning choice that a lot of players would made there, recognizing, okay, what is the win condition of my, you know, of my opponent here? Multi-strikers, they are melee. Melee traditionally has a very hard time getting into the back line if you are fully clumped up, have a lot of extra stuff just in the corner there. And Shelty recognized that, was able to execute so well, getting in that first place. That is what separates, you know, good players from great players, and Shelty definitely coming out as one of the greats in that series, but just in TFT in general, expecting great things out of him moving forward into the playoffs.
And we are very excited for more and more great 4v4 TFT to come. Our next matchup is one that we have not seen much of here, of one of these teams of T1, one of the favorites going into this tournament from the APAC region, and Zero Tenacity, a team of EMEA superstars.
Yeah.
And we're going to be joining those guys in their match here after this short break.
Hi, my name is Counterfeit. I'm going to be here today with Bobe to talk to him a little bit about his experiences and what he's learned coming in to the EWC. Bobe?
Yeah.
Wonderful to have you here. So, going straight into it, T1, obviously a huge name team. You know, Faker, obviously, and the T1 team, won at League of Legends already. Do you feel any pressure coming in to represent that brand?
사실 T1이 이번에 EWC에서 우승하기도 해서 좀 부담감이 있긴 한데, 결국에는 제가 이제 T1 소속으로 나가는 거지만 이제 저 혼자 하는 게 아닌, 이게 저희 팀 4명이서 다 같이 하는 거기 때문에 다 같이 좀 힘합 잘 맞추면은 잘 해 나갈 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Well, Bobby, how did your team prepare for EWC?
우선 이번 EWC 준비가 사실 이 팀파이트 택틱스라는 게임에서는 처음이었기 때문에 이런 팀전 연습을 하는데 팀원끼리 좀 많이 소통을 했고요. 그리고 다 같이 같은 방에서 게임을 하면서 다 같이 좀 팀합을 이루는데 좀 가장 큰 신경을 썼던 것 같습니다.
Well, speaking of your teammates, Binsum, Dunizuni, SCSC, could you tell me a little bit about them?
사실 저희 팀이 개개인으로 따지면은 다른 뭐 중국 같은 좀 개개인이 강력한 팀에 비해서는 어느 정도 부족할 수 있다고는 생각해요. 하지만 이제 빈텐 선수가 그 부분에서 충분히 개인 역량을 뽐내서 저희 팀 힘을 조금 올리고 있기도 하고요. 다른 팀원들 같은 경우는 이제 다른 더 잘하는 팀원들을 위해서 희생하는 플레이나 아니면 팀합을 맞추는 플레이로 좀 잘 이겨내고 있습니다. 특히 뭐 두니주니 선수나 SC 선수 같은 경우는 본인 역량이 조금 부족하다면 팀원을 믿는 플레이로 좀 이득을 가져가는 방향으로 저희가 게임 플레이를 이끌어가고 있습니다.
What would it mean for you to win here at EWC?
이 TFT라는 게임에서는 이런 팀전으로서 다 같이 다른 나라로 와서 대회를 하는 게 아예 처음이기 때문에 해당 대회에서 우승하게 되면은 제 개인적으로 자신감도 많이 오를 것 같고 이제 이 TFT라는 게임에서 이제 한국에서는 팀이라는 개념이 거의 없는데 팀이라는 개념도 생기게 되지 않을까라는 생각을 하고 있습니다.
Oh, that sounds amazing. And last of all, is there anyone you'd like to shout out today coming into the event?
일단 우리 팀이 T1이라는 조금 많이 우승했던 팀으로 이제 팀 소속으로 나가게 되는데 그래서 많은 분들이 응원하지 않을까라는 생각을 하는데요. 당연히 이제 많은 분들이 응원을 하기 때문에 긴장감을 가져야 된다고도 생각하지만 저는 우리 팀이 매우 잘한다고 생각하기 때문에 그 긴장감보다는 좀 이번 대회를 잘 즐기면서 우승까지 해보도록 하겠습니다.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Bobe. Of course, that's been Bobe for T1. I've been Counterfeit for EWC. We'll see you guys soon.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back to our next winners matchup between Zero Tenacity and T1, both storied franchises, storied orgs here in the EWC and in esports in general. And we're so excited to see the match off between EMEA and the APAC region happening here.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity, we saw yesterday, I would say upset Fnatic. I think Fnatic were the favorites in that matchup, but Zero Tenacity able to claim that victory in a 2-1 series versus T1, who also had a series go to 3 games versus Weibo Gaming, but T1, of course, clinching that victory as we have 2 seemingly, powerhouse teams here duking it out for that next spot in playoffs.
Yeah, both of these teams won their first round matchup, many of them in dramatic fashion, being a 2-0 4-0. Actually, both of these went to 3 games. I'm sorry, I had forgotten that this is what happened. So they've played the most games out of anyone of this 4v4 format. And so as we get ready a 4-hour game, this is going to be high stakes here as we see Zero Tenacity and T1 behind them entering the arena.
Yeah, and I'm personally very excited to see T1 play, and specifically SCSC in general, because I've personally actually competed against SCSC in other games before several years ago, like back in 2017, 2018. But SCSC has kind of done it all in the world of esports. Has been a professional Here's the Storm player, professional StarCraft player, and now here at the TFT, big global stage. They've even been to the World Championships of TFT before. Back in Fates, they got 6th place, and they haven't really had that many results in TFT since then, but seeing them here and being in that winner's bracket, so exciting to see for T1.
Yeah, and for T1, rounding out the roster, Bintium, Dooney Zuni, and Bobe are awesome players as well. Each of them have global championship experience alongside SCSC, so this is a team that is looked at as one of the favorites, and absolutely the favorite coming from the APAC region.
Yeah, 100%. They have 8 Worlds appearances throughout that whole team, whereas Zero Tenacity only has 1 Worlds appearance, right?
Yeah.
But that isn't really indicative of the success, as we figured out yesterday, versus Fnatic, especially when Alan ZQ is a player who is so dominant, right? But Zuso, Travis Lelouch also having a lot of great play, as these teams are going to prepare and get set up for this next match. I want some predictions out of you, CLE. Who do you think is favored here in the Zero Tenacity T1 matchup?
Favored on paper is definitely T1 with their experience. But as the audience can play along with us at stcplay.gg, we know that oftentimes this can be a little bit different. We have a quick interview with the team that I would choose in this quick interview video from Zero Tenacity.
We've, of course, got another winners match going down on the B stream. I'm joined by Sousa from Zero Tenacity. You guys were amazing yesterday, taking down Fnatic, the team that really came into this as the favorites. Many of them were calling them the super team here for TFT. How big of a win was that for you guys?
I mean, I don't think we were, at least a few of us, we were not planning to win, but we were planning to play our best. It didn't matter who we were facing, so it happened. Like, there was chances it was going to happen, and it happened. And yeah, we are really, really happy.
I think starting a tournament like this with such an impressive win must give you a lot more confidence going forward, taking on a team like T1.
I mean, we are facing a really tough opponent, as we did yesterday. I think both of these teams are really favorites for the tourney of winning everything. So yeah, it's going to be really tough, and yeah, I'm really looking for the matchup.
Can we expect any changes from you guys, or is it going to be stick to the plan? It worked yesterday, let's do it again today.
I mean, I think we have things really clear. We have a really good plan to stick to. So I think there's no issue with sticking to what we did yesterday. Yeah.
You gonna win?
I mean, hopefully.
Best of luck. Thank you so much.
Zero Tenacity has already conquered one of the titans of this tournament in Fnatic, and now are looking to do so again with this matchup against T1, sending them into the playoffs already. But will T1 be able to upset those hopes, upset this Cinderella run? We will see here soon.
Yeah, Zuso was just talking about in the interview that they think their preparation has been very good. They recognize T1 as extremely strong opponents, but if everything does go their way, they will be able to win. Zuso, fantastic performance yesterday. Has, you know, in the history of TFT, Zuso has won a few minor events just regionally in EMEA. Got second at the Inkborn Golden Spatula Cup #2, so a very good performance there. Zuso knows what it's like, you know, like all these players do, to compete in high stakes, and you can't really get much more high stakes than this here at the EWC with such a big prize on the line.
Yeah, the $500,000, $500,000 prize pool on the line here for just this TFT event as a part of EWC is huge, and especially in this 4v4 format, we've seen that experience does pay off. Zero Tenacity is part of those groups that we've seen play in those EMEA Super Brawls that have that 4v4 experience, and that has paid off, especially early here in this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. That experience, right, with those Super Brawls, like you're mentioning, does pay some big dividends. And really just, I want to see this 4v4 meta kind of continue to adapt, right? We've seen a lot of contesting, you know, one player is kind of chosen from each team to, you know, grief each other, I guess I will say. But sometimes, right, we've seen the composition sneak through. We've seen be like, all right, I'm not really even in a spot to contest my opponents. I'm just in a good spot myself. And so when those opportunities present themselves, we definitely can see that run away with the lobby.
Yeah, and we will see how the strategy does change to day #2. They've had hours and hours to process this, watch other people play, and so I'm sure the strategies have changed as we look at both of our teams getting ready to face off in our game #1 of our winners match here in Group C.
Yeah, I also want to give some praise to some members on T1 before we get into the game real quick, especially Bintum, right? Bintum has been to Worlds 4 times over the past 5 sets, and that's a level of consistency that is really unmatched in TFT. I think I actually would have to fact check this one, but out of the very few players in this event who have been to Worlds 4 times, I don't know if anyone has done it, you know, over 5 sets, right? That is just an insane level of consistent performance.
Yeah, Double 61, who we have seen on this stage as well, is one of those other players that has been there fairly consistently. And as we go into our first game here of this match, we're so excited to see that it's been paused now.
We're excited for the pause. We get more time to hype up these players. Oh, it's just a quick pause, and we're going to be resuming immediately. Maybe a potential issue, but hopefully sorted out, right? I want to make sure that competitive integrity, everyone is going to be performing their best in the best circumstances. Let's see what this portal choice is going to be. We got Treasure Armory, Gold Opener, Upgraded Champion. What are you picking here, Celia?
Upgraded Champion is one of my favorites, just to give some early direction and some power and possibility of hitting that 10 gold mark here early. That Zoe 2 for Bobe is obviously one of the premier 1 costs so far in this set, and will be something that they could possibly play around.
Yeah, we did see a Zoe reroll by Volta in game #1 of the day, but wait a minute, we're getting a lot of gold here and a lot of very powerful units to consider, right? There is that Zoe, and now an extra copy of Zoe, and now an Elise 2, but there also is Kog'Maw for when we actually get items to decide what direction we want to go.
Another Zoe. That Ari is obviously another piece that goes alongside that. We are now looking around the ref, having them tuck in their badge here in the bottom right corner. But this is an excellent multi-striker spot as well for Lelouch here, having that sword already. But this Kog'Maw does kind of open things up.
Definitely does open it up, but selling up till 10, right? That 10 econ breakpoint is just fantastic. Lelouch not being distracted to miss econ, that would have been unfortunate. But 3 multi-striker is online, Jax 2 upgrade. A sword is great for BT, which Cassidy, of course, does love.
And Lelouch is sitting pretty with this board, now having an extra amount of gold income. We see 2 of our players at that 10 gold mark, Travis and Lelouch, both from Zero Tenacity at 10 gold here. Many of our other players are hoping to do so as well, I would imagine, but also this early strength is quite important. For Suso here, an early duplicator as well, opening up these options for sure as we see our gold augments.
Gold augments, Frosty frontline, Thord plated, not really ones that players are going to usually consider. So definitely going to be re-rolling those. Oh wow, Thorn plated actually is the consideration and the take here. Okay, just some extra frontline, getting that extra damage coming out when you do get hit, right? Slamming that gargoyles as well. So to not have any third components to consider, it's just, okay, make my frontline very, very tanky.
Having that unkillable tank plus having that Bramble do more damage is pretty significant here, especially when you don't have any damage items you can slam. You need to rely on something else in order to kill units, and this Blitzcrank will do its best to make that a reality.
Yeah, imagine if that was the Blitzcrank hero augment and it could have been Blitzcrank 3 on 2-1. Zuso did just sell the extra copies of the Blitzcrank, so once that didn't get presented, it's just like, all right, I'm just going to have him be a 2-star carry, not a 3-star, but wow, that Mogul's Mail from Bobe.
Yeah, on 2-1 is extremely powerful. Once you get to that 35 stacks, you get a gold, and then every 6 seconds afterwards, you get another gold. It is incredibly powerful in this early game, especially when you can't kill it early in a round with an extra item on there. He'll probably get 2 gold this round, which is extremely valuable early in this game.
Even 3? No, not quite 3. Not able to heal up again. And it is a lot of that power from that Bramble Vest augment, of course, as we're seeing come through here. But yeah, that's just a really, really good. If you're getting 2 gold around with just having a good item, that's such good value from that Mogul's Mail.
One big thing to call out here, one of the best augments in the game is this support golem, and one of the best units in the game is this Syndra, and Alan ZQ has both early in this game. No mana items though, but in a pretty good spot if you're looking around the lobby saying, I've got the Syndra, you guys don't.
We can even take a step further and say one of the best support items in the game is that Aegis, right, of the Legion. So having that on the support golem with the best unit is just another really, really strong opening factor here for Alan going up against Bentum, who also has a Syndra with no items.
Yeah, with that 3 shapeshifter here early with Pilfer, which is the second best augment here on 2-1. Lots and lots of good augments for all of our players across the board. So I expect to see high power coming through from many of our players.
Yeah, 100%. Alan's board is a little bit stronger here than Bentum's right now. Sport Golem diff as Bentum is econing, right? 20 gold is very, very good for being a level 4 at 2-2. And we see Zero Tenacity has 3 members up at the top there. Oh, the similar shades of red. Usually it's like a different color with these with the organizations. So it's like, okay, good thing I'm not colorblind, but those actually would look the same.
Yeah, just red and different red.
Yeah.
For sure. That maroon color. Travis, though, full open. Something we saw a bit yesterday. 39 gold. But also has that scoreboard scrapper, so he really wants to be down there. But Dooney Zuni also full open. They have the standoff.
Oh my, this is beautiful TFT, CLE. Both players full opening if they run into each other, right? It's going to spell the... Actually, does it spell the end to 1 win streak? I think it does, right? Unless they changed it. Yeah.
It's both of them now.
Both of them? Oh, okay, yeah.
Ends the streak.
That would be unfortunate, both those players, but hey, you know, no harm, no foul at that point. You're both on even footing. But we see for Lelouch here, it is going to be 2 items slammed on that early Kassadin, a multi-strikers angle for them.
And one of the things we want to keep our eye on, especially with Zero Tenacity, we were able to watch them yesterday, is they are criminal unit holders of the opposition. They absolutely bullied Dish Soap yesterday and were able to take that shocking win over Fnatic, as we saw Lelouch's board with a Syndra just chilling on the bench, waiting and holding so other people can't have it.
Yeah, Dish Soap didn't really have a lot of fun yesterday, being denied in 2 out of the 3 games that we saw. All those Kog'Maws being held. There is a Kog'Maw 2 for SCSC, however, not really many items to go towards that direction, however, yet, but still a very early upgrade on that key unit for that composition.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about this augment that Lelouch has. It is that prize fighter, as Bentham has Syndra 2 already. You're on 2-5.
Crazy.
That augment helps give you items every 3 wins, or is it 4 wins? Something like that.
Yeah.
And so Lelouch really wants to continue to win as much as possible throughout this stage.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's every 4 wins, I want to say, but there's so many new augments, and I haven't even seen them all in my games personally. I'll study up on
you know,
those.
and reading's hard, and we're TFT players, so...
True, we don't read, actually.
It never happens. We just kind of guess.
Yeah, I'm like an English major, but, you know, it's been so long, it doesn't even count anymore, honestly. I just play video games. I don't know how to read anymore.
Yeah, one of my friends, PH Dan, literally has his PhD in English, and he reads the least out of all these trait things, so...
There's so many players who just play off of vibes, literally. It's like, oh, that unit feels good, so, okay, I'm gonna click it, right? It's like, we actually see sets go, like, halfway deep before someone realizes that, oh, this unit actually does this specific thing. It's kind of crazy.
The craziest ones are always, like, the burn and wound. Is like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
had no clue that this champion did this thing, and now I don't know I don't need to build Sunfire every time I play this comp. Stuff like that.
Or like the
Every
Shred
time,
and
so
Sunder
funny.
too. It's like less obvious.
Yeah.
It's even more egregious in those cases.
Oh, it's so funny. We do see the full open still coming through here for one of our players on the other side. That is Travis. So that 5-loss streak will be secured alongside Dunizuni. But there is a big HP difference between them.
Yeah,
7
wow.
HP is a lot of resources, is a lot of health to play with.
100%. That could be the difference between being having an extra life, you know, once we reach into late stage 4 and stage 5 when players are starting to be eliminated. So good on Travis for not only having more gold, but oh, actually didn't update yet. Okay, both at 69. I guess it just didn't update yet. So we were baited,
That
Sealy.
makes
It's not our fault. It's not our fault. Copium.
It's still true though. You look at SC, and Bintum, who are significantly healthier, but have a lot less gold. You see Travis has 64-ish gold, and so does Dunizuni. So the power of that full open is on display. The amount of power that comes from losing so much and also taking those econ things. You're trading one resource for the other, that health for gold.
Exactly, 17 gold or 17 HP separating the SCSC and Travis and Dunizuni. I can't apparently do math on broadcast. No, that's dangerous. I should probably stop doing that. However, right, that econ isn't too far behind, and 17 HP is a lot.
Now the question is, where do both these players end up? We've seen so often in these 4v4 matchups that these players will lose streak and then choose a composition to directly contest someone else in this game. So what will be the choice for Dunizuni and Travis?
Yeah, the kind of world is their oyster right now as they get an upgraded unit, but it is going to be the Cog mod. Travis is going to have a Syndra in shop, have a Nashers and Shojin potentially being able to be slammed. He's scouting though, I guess communicating with the team, and they're saying, okay, I want to keep this loss streak forward versus Dunizuni because Duni's not buying any units as well.
Yeah, I mean,
so they're gonna be buying units as soon as the round kind of starts.
Good options with those items. Nothing slammed, so could play literally anything in the game from this spot. And Dunizuni also still having nothing slammed on that 6-loss streak. Did take one more unit loss than Travis, so does have that HP deficit now.
Yeah, technically there is a deficit. Oh no. Syndra one more cast doesn't get there. Yeah, 1 HP, huge. But, I mean, being at 58, 59 HP at 3-2 is extremely low. Level 6 is going to be the time for them to start spiking. However, both of them level 6, both of them have a bunch of gold. Surely they're going to spend it now, right? Surely they don't let this loss streak go any further.
I don't see the gold value going down for each of them,
No,
taking their
it's
time
not.
on this augment choice, but would love to see what they do decide to do. Bobe goes up to level 6 as we're still awaiting Bintum's selection here. We'll be going with some extra resources and another item, but Travis and Dunizuni are just sitting there not doing anything.
Okay, at some point, right? And at some point soon, it has to be correct to just, you know, play a board. I mean, this is the meta of 4v4 evolving right in front of our eyes. I think we have not seen loss streak be this contested. They oh no, I thought they ran into each other. No, it is Bintum giving Dunizuni yet another loss. Travis, of course, going to lose as well because they have not run into each other. 47, 48 HP respectively. It's just the battle of who can lose hardest, it looks like, at this point.
I don't know what the plan is exactly. What are we supposed to, are we leveling to? Oh, Travis rolled a little bit.
Either
Travis is down at 50
or,
gold.
Yeah, or pumped into XP. Yeah, could have pre-leveled. I think it's probably the more likely situation.
Is leveled. Travis did level to 7 here early on 3-3, and is still got an empty board. So.
Oh man, this is never before seen in TFT. I don't think going this long in the game, because okay, back in the beginning of TFT, I sound like an old man at this point. Back in the beginning of TFT, this was a very viable strategy, right? You would open 4, but then roll down at 3-2 and get a good board going. I give you a little shout out to Aegon. I think actually really pioneered that strategy back in the first few sets of the game. But
they faced each other.
They did face each other, and now their streaks are over. So now they're going to pull the trigger and actually get a board online.
It's time now. Their streak has ended for both of them. They both don't take an HP loss, which kind of is pretty good for them. Just the stage damage for both of them from the tie. And so they now will have to make their decisions about how they will play these few rounds, and would love to see their roll downs commence.
A Nami with a tier or a spat is interesting, right? And how you can make some creative compositions work, but it doesn't really easily fit its way into one of the best comps in the game, which is just Tempo Syndra. However, Obe, who is going to be running some Vanguards and has a Xerath with Arcana in right now. See what he makes out of that. It could be Portal, right? There is 3 Portal in on that board.
Yeah, it could be Portal, could be anything, especially if you can somehow get that uncraftable Arcana emblem. It can really transform this board. It looks like Dunizuni will do a giant roll down here. You cannot pick up that item. There is not enough space on your board. Here we go.
I love
the
this.
side-by-side. Well done, production. This is fantastic. Putting in some of these high-cost units for Travis, but still not putting in anything else?
Yeah, how much gold are they willing to spend, actually? Because you don't want to roll to 0, and you're going to just want to put together the most effective board possible with the least gold spent. That is the name of the game, and that is a big challenge, because I don't think all these players have practiced this specific situation and open forwarding until 3-5.
Yeah, but we're seeing some item slams that will tell you their direction. Dunizuni is going to go that fast level 8, is going to roll down for that Witchcraft line with Karma and Fiora. It does appear, slamming a lot of these tank items and nearly perfect Karma items as well. So we'll be counting on that Karma to get them through this game and kill a good amount of units.
Yeah, the big thing is, I actually, if possible, would love to see the same exact, screen at 4-1, because they're going to level 8 at that point, and that's when they're really going to be rolling for their placement of the game, right? If they miss that 4-1 roll down on level 8, that's their game kind of coming to an end. But if they hit, they very well could take this, 10 loss streak all the way to maybe a 10 win streak or more.
It's crazy that they both had this idea to do this, to both go with the Turbo Econ Fast 8 style, not rolling down for these 2 costs like everyone else, but changing the game completely. But now who will come out on top on that battle with enough HP to survive a few times while they're figuring it out?
Yeah, Bobe getting a little bit of extra gold, of course, from that Moguls in the front line, generating 1 gold because of proccing at 35 stacks, and going to be getting another one here as well, at least 1 more. As Xerath in the back line is really long until he casts, but once he does, it is a ton of damage coming out, and does get the round win versus Dunizuni.
Yeah, and we see that the Recombobulator's power is on display once again here in this game. Our lone win streak in this lobby, though, is SCSC. A Kog'Maw 2-3 coming through here from that Pandora's bench is excellent for them, not having to continue to roll in stage 4 for that unit.
Yeah, very big. As we see 23 HP on Wolves. I'm scared for Travis and Dunizuni, right? Oh man, this next round roll down is going to have to be massive.
And it should be. I'm curious if they're going to even wait out 1 more round. I would imagine they don't want to have only 1 life left. The final items coming through, and that is a very awkward one for Dunizuni.
The rolls come through.
Roll down.
Yeah, Dunizuni having more gold to work with, however, that is very important. Finding a Fiora, a key unit. Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, Travis finds a pair of Rises, and that could come into play here, especially with that Radiant Cinders. That would be very strong. How do these people stabilize? They have not hit 2-star for cause.
no.
It's just going to be a very, very weak board, I think, on both sides. I think this
Wow.
is going to be a battle for 7th and 8th.
Yeah, this roll down went terribly, not just for one of them, but for both of them. We have a Karma on the left side and no Karma on the right side, which is what both of them are looking for. Travis, though, looking like they might be able to get this round win, and same on the other side for Dunizuni. Even against all of those 3-star units, it's enough, it seems, to stabilize them for now.
They do stabilize for now. 4-2 is the round when players are generally leveling up to level 8 if they want to preserve a little bit of econ. But with as many rerolls as we have in this lobby, and most of them haven't quite hit that critical mass yet, Travis and Dunizuni might be stable for a couple of rounds here as we get our final augment choice, and it is going to be a gold one.
Yeah, we are on board now with some of our other players in the lobby, as we've seen a lot happening here. Travis getting the little bit of extra econ here from this 1-cost augment, and this will be another roll down, I would imagine, to try and 2-star some of these things. Now has a pair and a 2-star. Finally, we did it.
We did it. We 2-starred, I guess, the secondary units, right? Zillion being the other upgrade, but we really need that to be some impactful units here. And I don't know if a TG Tarek with a Riyadh's Jewel Gauntlet is quite what Travis was looking for. It is something, though, and you do need something right here, right now, going up against Bobe, who's going that vertical portal line.
Yeah, this is something that we saw have some success yesterday. I believe Wajan was the person that played a good bit of this yesterday. And with that, Spat is something that you want to slam out. That's a Diana 2 that did so much damage to this clump in the back line. And this is a very strong board from Bobe here on level 8.
Wait, Diana 2 on level 8? That is some high rolling, or I don't know what happened there, but Diana, yeah, making quick work of that board from Travis. 8 portal as well. Very, very strong at this point in the game. It will fall off in about a stage, maybe stage and a half, but huge to have it online right now.
And it looks like Alan pivoted out of Syndra into Karma primary carry, not quite finding that Karma 2 that everyone seems to be looking for in this lobby right now. For SCSC, this is looking like one of our best spots of the whole tournament for this Kog'Maw reroll, and very healthy here going into stage 4.
Yeah.
So maybe able to put this together, and finally we can see some of these top 4s.
That might be the healthiest we've seen a Kog'Maw board at this point in the game, right?
Yeah.
Like, all the Kog'Maws have been, you know, kind of 8th, 7th contesting, but okay. Over there on the other side from Dunizuni, it is going to be a blue buff, red buff, Giant Slayer, Melio.
Yeah, a big upgrade from Travis with that Lilia 2 coming through. That's about all that's been upgraded on this board since the last time we've seen it. And the Giant Shroud, though, should make a big difference in this fight, but no damage on the side of Dunizuni. Basically, just having items being spawned from this Melio. And so both of them still competing for this 8th place.
As it turns out, Melio 1 is not a primary carry.
No, it is not. It is just... I know we don't have support units in the game anymore, but it supports their team with items.
Yes, but you actually need some units that benefit from those items and will actually do something with those items, as Dunizuni did not unfortunately have, as we could be seeing one or both of Travis and Dunizuni be eliminated on 4-5. It is still a big deal of which one does get 8th and which one does get 7th, right? It dictates the whole rest of the game for your teammates and how far you have to go. Ooh, that's a couple of new news in the shop for SCSC. Pandora's bench has already done some good work for him and gets that new 3 online. 3 more rumbles to go, but SCSC is going to be content, I think, with now pushing levels and letting that Pandora's bench, of course, do all the work for him.
Yeah, I would like to call out that he has a 3-star Tristana and a 2-star Tristana, which is pretty neat. Definitely doesn't want to play that, but it's just fun to see. We see on the other side Lelouch here playing those multi-strikers, still pretty far off the Cassidans. Actually just sold the ones on his bench to make 10 gold. This is something that we've seen quite often in this tournament, just not being able to find the reroll that you're looking for, having to push levels instead and just kind of bleed out.
Yeah, it's very smart to be able to recognize, like, okay, I'm not really in a spot to reroll. I have to just play this in the tempo style of play. I still might be able to succeed if I get a Callista 2 and then find a Camille 2, get that 7 multi-striker online, and it has to be the route that Lelouch goes here. But they're on a 4-loss streak, excuse me. So not looking too good as they're plummeting towards the bottom of the standings here.
And Travis and Dunizuni both able to get wins here as well. One of the redeeming things of this game for Travis is the fact that he has that scoreboard scrapper, which helps him as long as he is in the lower part of the standings. He will get more power for his team, and he will for the rest of the game be in the lower part of the standings.
Yeah, definitely. Until, you know, at some point, you know, you want to be able to make that into a top 4. However, Dunizuni finding some big upgrades. That's a Morgana 2. That is a Fiora 2. Granted, Fiora items are not good, but Morgana 2 could be doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, again, we're still just lacking some of that damage. The Fiora 2 is a huge part of that, but with the TG on Fiora, sometimes rolls AP items, just like we saw. But the Morgana is going to be able to do quite a bit of damage, even as a tank, mage, drain tank kind of idea here.
Yeah.
Oh, and Travis does fall out here in 8th place. Took a bad loss, and that will be the end of his excursion in this game.
Yeah, Travis taking the short stick there when it comes to that open fort style of play. Meanwhile, Dunizuni is even healthier than his teammate right now with Bintum there on a 4-loss streak. Lelouch has gone to a 5-loss streak. Bobe, however, winning 4 rounds in a row. Bintum, as we see here, very close to a lot of upgrades, but has not hit any of them so far.
And looking at our standings going into this part of the game, we have 2 T1 members at 1 life here, which is exactly what Zero Tenacity need with Travis going in that 8th place. They need to have those the 6th and 7th places occupied by the rest of the T1. We see Bintum taking off all items here. Not exactly sure why, rolling for some of these upgrades and finding a hard decision instead.
I think you have to let go of Syndra, right? You're so far from Syndra. Oh no. Okay. Keeps on the Syndra, finds a Briar, has to place all these items very quickly, as that's a lot of strength that you need right now. Bobe with this 8 portal, however, is so strong. It might be team killing Bintum here.
Yeah, it might be the sacrificial lamb happening here. The Shyvana 2-3 is quite big, though, with a lot of displacement, with a lot of healing on this unit from the TG is quite good. But as Portal goes through the rounds, Krugs now pop out, more units to kill, and with it, kills Bintum here in 7th place in this game. Dunizuni, though, still staying alive with those new upgrades that they found.
Yeah, it is very impressive for a player to open fort that long and actually stabilize. And it really, I think, is this Morgana that's doing a lot of heavy lifting. But now there's a Gwen too that somehow Dunizuni has found and has 3 good items for her as well. This could be like the play of the tournament right here. If Dunizuni is able to carry this into a top 4, potentially maybe threatening a lobby win for Witchcraft, for Preserver. Super strong traits here and has a lot of strong units.
As long as T1 plays this right, this could be a win out for Dunizuni. Bobe is on that win streak and could threaten Dunizuni and knock him out on accident. We don't want to see those team kills. We want to see them play together. But this Gwen, this is nearly best in slot items, just needs some of that healing. But with the Fiora, that 2 warrior is quite powerful, and we'll see Suso taking a big loss to it here.
I don't know if that Morgana can actually die. Like, she might be invincible, at least in this point of the game. 3 very strong items on her. That drain tank, like you were mentioning, she does that so well, but also just provides a ton of damage too.
And here is the problem with the current state of this lobby. Lelouch, we know, was playing those multi-strikers as we're on board with him now and just could not hit those reroll upgrades that is needed. And he is staring down that 6th place that would make this really tough for Zero Tenacity to take the win in this game.
Yeah, I would. Lelouch had to sell the Camille just to upgrade the Callista. Will that be enough to take out Dunizuni? I'm not sure it is.
They're hoping and praying that they can get onto some of these priority units and take them down here early. But with it being these warriors, these frontline melee units, they are able to survive for a while. But there goes the Gwen, and now the Kassadin falls as well, and so will Lelouch here in 6th place that means that Zero Tenacity will have to win this lobby and go 3rd place as well.
Yeah, we saw from the player cam on T1's side a little fist bump being given there from Tunizuni to a teammate, being like, oh yeah, no, I'm bringing it back. We're sending Zero Tenacity out in the bottom 4. Zuso on that 5-loss streak. If Zuso goes out right here, that's just it. That's round 1 already done and over the way of T1.
Yeah, I mean, look at that board as we see on the bottom of our screen from Suso as well. The Karma 1 is not going to do nearly enough damage versus most of these boards. And now we're 2 away from a Jinx 3 as well for SCSC. This is, again, the power of uncontested Kog'Maw. We're seeing it on display.
I think this is why we haven't seen very much uncontested Kog'Maw, CLE, because allowed all this time and not contested units, you can just do some disgusting things and find some crazy upgrades with so much HP to spare.
And this could be the end of Zero Tenacity in this first game if Suso does drop out here in 5th place. A lot of these frontline upgrades are pretty good. A good roll on that TG for the Fiora with the IE and some health to go along with it. But facing one of the strongest members from T1 is Bobe with that 8 portal. All of the random things coming from that portal that absolutely destroy this board from Suso. Z10 are going to need to regroup and get ready for game number 2.
Yeah, Tunizuni goes out, but gets the top 4. Zero Tenacity takes the loss here in game number 1 of match 2 of the day for us here over on the B stream. They do have to regroup, like you're saying, Alan, the only member left alive on Zero Tenacity, but Bobe and SCSC are just so strong. There actually is another portal emblem that Bobe got, so level 10, we might actually see 10 portal. I don't know if we're gonna have the time to get there, however, as Bobe is not terribly rich, right? Only gonna be able to get up to 20 gold here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We do have a neutral round coming through, so depending on what is provided there, whether that's a lot of gold and some resources, we could see 10 portal here live on stream.
That would be exciting. 10 portal is kind of that chase trait that just kind of wins the game. I don't believe I've seen a 10 portal lose at this point. Maybe it'll lose to, like, you know, a 3-star legendary or something like that, but you know, who's getting those? We're probably not going to see that, but we do have a moment of reprieve in neutrals.
You never know. Alan ZQ is in this game and has the tech, so
True.
You better watch out. He'll roll down for it.
Alan does have the tech, and we'll see if that tech does come through. Bobe, yeah, I'm gonna be just econing up, but I think really the key for Bobe's game here was, you know, committing to portal direction when there was that spat on the carousel, right? He had the 3 portal online. It was like, okay, I'm not gonna be contested. Portal, while being uncontested, can get into top 4 safely, and if I high roll, I can go for that round win. Alan, meanwhile, does get a very big upgrade with that Nasus 2 with 3 very strong tank items. Has 4 encounters as well, so that backline's gonna be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is another consistent showing from Alan ZQ. We've seen, Bobe's level 10.
Oh, actually did hit 10.
He's hit 10 portal.
Oh my, we have to
as long as he
it.
has the unit he needs, right?
Yeah, I think he had Nora on the bench. I'm pretty sure he has it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, 10 portal averages an 87% win rate. Yes, here it is. 10 portal on the field here on display at TFT and at EWC. This 10 portal now spawning 5 radiant items, which is pretty good, and some more radiant items, which is pretty good, and will absolutely dominate Alan ZQ's board. Oh,
and
here's
all the
some more
shields
items
too. Wait, it's actually so disgusting. Like, it's so many items, it's so much damage. All the shielding gives your team too. Like, you literally just cannot lose as it takes down Alan very easily. Alan going out in 3rd. This is such a statement game from T1 here. It is no worries that it was no surprise rather that Zero Tenacity came into this matchup being like, hey, we respect T1. They're a very strong team. It's gonna be a hard matchup, and it is proving very difficult for them.
Here's one of the things that I want to draw attention to. 10 portal has an 87% win rate, as I said, averages a 1.19 placement.
Pretty
that
good.
means people have lost with this. I don't know how that's possible, but to those guys who have lost, we went for the tech here.
Yeah, went for the tech.
We tried to do it. They didn't. They still have 40 gold.
Yeah, didn't roll down enough in time. going to be rolling next round. Found one more, actually. One more TK joining
Okay.
that bench.
But he has no gold, so
no.
Yeah, it's just they're just cute out there, just hanging out. They once again have been unbenched.
Unbench the Kench. No, the Kench is going to get sent back to the bench, get sent back to the Convergence as we regroup for game number 2 here shortly. But yeah, 10 Portal, probably revisiting that question, probably just loses to legendaries that are 3-starred.
Yep.
I'm locking that in as my answer.
Yeah, that would be a generally a designed win condition in these games is that 3-star 5 cost, and so we will see an excellent game demonstrated by Bobe here with that 10 Portal being able to play something a little bit different tempo than everyone else in the lobby, and winning out at 39 HP. T1 taking the dominant victory here in game 1.
It's so nice to be able to say that. These legendary orgs like T1, right, get to say, yes, they got the victory here. Absolutely love to see it. Was there tenacity? Gotta lock in, right? There's no other way to say it. Both of these teams have gone the distance when it comes to all 3 games in their previous series, so would not be quite surprised that happened here again. But with how strong T1 looked there, it might just be a 2-0.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though, with this group is both of these teams can play a little bit loose, knowing that this won't send them home, right? They have the opportunity, if they do lose these next game or the next 2 games, to go to the decision match to try and make it back through to the playoffs. But it's much easier if you can go 2-0 in groups and make it out. As we go back to our highlights here from the game, seeing Travis trying to put this together after the crazy open fort strategy, but barely losing out to a Kog'Maw and falling out of the game.
Yeah, that's definitely something that we can talk about and analyze a lot, is both players' decision to open fort, but then how to convert that into success. Travis unfortunately got the short end of the stick and went out in 8th, but Zuni top 4ing from that position is so impressive. That Morgana upgrade, as well as getting that Fiora to getting the Gwen online, just did so much work.
Yeah, it was crazy going back to that board each time and seeing some major upgrade that ended up propelling them to the top 4 and securing T1 the win in this game. Obviously just the 4th there because his friends SCSC and Bobe were both quite strong here. Finishing out the game with 10 Portal is what a great way to end this game, with the second best trait in the game. 10 Eldritch is better, by the way, in the stats.
Oh, is it? Wow. So, wait, what's the win rate on that one?
That's a 1.06.
Okay, but it does still lose, or it has lost before, I suppose.
I guess so.
That is crazy. And I still haven't seen 10 Eldritch. I want to see it. It's so hard to get that online. But at least we got to see 10 Portal, right? That's maybe the highlight of the day already, but you know, we still got another at least 1 game to go in this series, and then 2 more matches in the future. But let's see who's able to take the next game as we go on a short break. But don't go anywhere. We're gonna return to Zero Tenacity versus T1.
Doesn't get much more iconic than T1 in esports. And TFT, they are back in action again. Zuni is standing by. We've got Dia, our wonderful translator, as well. T1, back in action again today after a very strong victory. It was close though, wasn't it, yesterday?
어제 진짜 좋은 승리를 하셨는데 정말 좀 치열했던 그런 경기였던 것 같아요. 그렇죠?
네, 맞습니다.
Yes, it was quite intense.
How have you recovered from that victory? I mean, obviously, of course, it was intense. You then need to rest up and get set for another tough battle today.
그리고 어제의 그 치열했던 경기 이후에 잘 쉬셨는지, 좀 회복한 기간을 좀 가지셨는지.
예, 너무 좋은 숙소, 좋은 밥 다 제공해 주셔서 너무 잘 쉬었고요. 오늘 열심히 하겠습니다.
Yeah, because we have such great accommodation, we have really good food provided to us. I was able to get really good rest, and we were definitely prepared for today.
So, do you guys feel any pressure whatsoever? Because, of course, the T1 roster was so successful in League, lifting the trophy here at the Esports World Cup. Are you looking to follow in their footsteps?
저희가 T1 자체가 롤에서도 이미 우승을 했었고 그럼으로 인해서 좀 부담감을 가지고 계신지 혹시 우리도 트로피를 꼭 올려야 된다는 그런 부담감이 있나요?
있고요. 예, 확실히 준비를 그만큼 열심히 했고 좋은 성적 꼭 내겠습니다.
Yeah, there's definitely some pressure, and that's why we have been preparing so hard and practicing a lot, and it's just to achieve great results, and we are ready for that.
And finally, are you going to win?
그래서 우승을 하실 건가요?
당연하죠.
Of course.
Absolutely. All right. Best of luck, guys. Back to you.
Ready, set, go.
Game number 2 coming up here shortly. Will T1 secure their spot in the playoffs? And will we be able to see the epic reverse sweep that we just saw in our last match? Crone, what do you think?
I'm thinking it's pretty T1 favored here. The reverse sweeps are very hype when they do happen, but Zero Tenacity did look like they were outclassed there in that last matchup. Even just the head-to-head with that open fort style of play, T1 got the better of Zero Tenacity there, and I think that's kind of indicative of maybe just the individual skill amongst all of the players, right? There are still very talented players coming out of Mia on Zero Tenacity, but T1, man, they're just looking so dang good.
Yeah, lots of experience on the side of T1, and we may have just seen it on display there, keeping it cool, able to play to their win conditions, which for one of our players was that 10 portal that we've been looking for in this tournament to this point. What an excellent showing, and just the uncontested Cogmaw, we saw all of the power that brought, giving that second place. And so T1 securing those top 2 spots is exactly what they need to do, and a great recipe for victory.
100%, and we do know that the losers round going on in this group is Fnatic versus Weibo, And that is 1-1 right now. So the winner of that series will face the loser of the one that we have right now, right? Loser of Zero Tenacity T1 are gonna still be having a chance in this, in this EWC to advance into the playoffs, but it's gonna be a tough run though.
Sure will be, but thankfully each of these teams will have a second chance if they do drop out of the winners section of this tournament, of these groups. They'll have that chance tomorrow in the decision match. And so we will see here who will be advancing. Will it be T1 taking the sweep here to move them on to the next round, or will we see a game number 3 where it will be anyone's game?
Game number 3 would be hype. There is the potential there. T1 strategies look very, very strong, right? They have the Kog'Maw reroll on lock. They have the portal. They have the Syndra. They have the open 4. It's like, what don't they have? We'll have to see what situations they are presented with and how they're able to make it happen as we get on into game number 2 of Zero Tenacity versus T1.
And here we go. This portal selection will help determine how people will play in this lobby, and Travis is completely left out of the decision for this. Champion delivery will be the portal of choice, so each of these players will get a champion. Is this the one that's at random points or at the start of each stage?
It's twice per stage. You get like high cost champion. Yeah, it's gonna be that one. So you're just gonna get some high cost champions delivered to you. Are they going to be, Karmas, Fioras, Nasus's, things like that later on into the game? Hopefully for some of these players, but a little bit of that RNG, a little bit of that variance coming into play here.
Ooh, and lots of gold for Bobe. Able to get 8 gold off that first neutral round, having lots of bees here early. Also, not a bad spot to be in, but we haven't seen that succeed very much here unless you're playing that Kog'Maw variant.
Yeah, Vigar has not had success, unfortunately, in this tournament. Ziggs, maybe as just like an early game item carrier, is able to do a little bit of good, but seemingly is outclassed by other units, even just on the 1 cost here by Zoe, as we see another couple of 1 costs being picked up there. A pair of Blitzcranks being upgraded. A pair of Soraka still on the bench. Some early Vanguard. A decent start here for Bobe, I think, no matter what happens.
Yeah, 2 upgrades is a great place to start with. So we look across our lobby. We don't have anyone making that early 10 gold like we saw last game. That really propelled people into thinking about what it would look like to open fort and get to that level 8 as soon as possible, getting the econ as high as they can early in the game. We see for Travis, the premier unit of the opening stages
gold
of this game, may be able to make 10 gold here, but instead is going to keep those shapeshifters.
Wow.
Silver augment to get us started.
Oh, imagine if Travis sold to get econ there and then got presented with AFK. That would have been so strong. That would have been like open forwarding without actually open forwarding, but you get the same amount of gold for it. Instead, getting these component anvils coming through. So maybe going to be able to slam an item in the early game. Does have a Syndra and still will be able to make econ. So it is still a strong start here for Travis.
Yeah, and I actually really like the play of taking these component anvils, especially if you're playing Syndra, which it looks like he absolutely is. Being able to get the exact item that you are looking for on Syndra is huge. So hoping for some tears, hoping for some bows to help get this Syndra stacking up these casts as much as possible.
Yep. Let's see here what this first round matchup is going to be. Travis facing up against Zuso. Zuso, obviously, prioritizing the Syndra as well, has that there. And both of them not having any items though, so the stacks are going to be very slow.
Yeah, I mean, these are 2 different kinds of Syndra, clearly. So we have the stim pack on the other side, granting some more of these items when you get below that 50 HP mark. So wanting to play Lost Streak is Suso with that Syndra, but the opposite on our screen for his teammate Travis, wanting to play that win streak, wanting to push tempo, and now 3 of Zero Tenacity's members are playing Syndra.
Yeah, that's Alan with it as well, right? Yep, 3 of them are playing it, which you can do. It's perfectly fine. You just need Syndra 2, and then you are very chillin'. However, what? Alan
That is a Titan
putting
Syndra.
a Titans on a Syndra. Is that like a misclick?
I think
must
he's
be.
just gonna reroll these items surely and probably play Kog'Maw, maybe. I don't know what he's gonna play. He's got Kog'Maw in shop. He could use that Kog'Maw and play that to help his teammates out by pulling some other 2 costs out of the pool. But we will see for sure.
I'm trying to think of okay, Titans has a bow. That gives a little attack speed. You stack right now. You can reroll the item later once you get a remover. But the remover is not guaranteed. There is, it's likely to get there. Maybe Alan's just like, all right, we gotta play some risky TFT here, and yeah, risking it indeed.
I mean, that Titan Syndra just won that round because of the Ascension and the AP that comes with it. So I don't know. Clearly something's working.
Yep, something is working.
Oh, that Titans was from the roll of charm thing.
Okay, that makes so much sense. I
thought he was rolling that on Pandora's. I was like, why would you choose that?
Yeah, we got a little baited there. It's okay. All these charms, right? They're new. They give so much stuff. Copium. Oh god, don't fire us, please. We know what we're doing.
Well, catch me on ladder playing Titan Syndra, and just won that round. So I'm convinced.
Yep, Titan Syndra gonna be taking it into all of the ranked games, of course. Bobe still rocking with that Ziggs in the early game, and on a 2-win streak, looking to make it 3 here as Ziggs' next cast will be taking out that Zoe. Ziggs, of course, sending those bombs into the back line. I have clicked Ziggs so little that, like, for a moment, I forgot that he even did that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty unique targeting there. Sometimes it absolutely smurfs taking out, especially if it's a 1-star in the back line with low HP. You can just absolutely delete a Syndra first cast, and that feels really good. But, each of these units has their different strengths and weaknesses, and for Ziggs, it is possible backline access if positioned well.
Yep. Furthest target being, of course, that priority. And we see 3 spats on the carousel here. Zuso considering taking it and is going to lock that choice in. Alan getting a tier. But just going to be rolling these items, right? Maybe if that tier that he has on bench rolls into a sword, maybe another double Shojins.
Bobe, considering what he's going to do, will go with the spatula. And I was actually curious about his spot. It looked like he might be going for that portal route again because of the item slammed, and that gives the option now too with that spatula. On board now with Dooney Zuni, though, with that last Whisper slammed, clearly playing for the AD tree, and maybe even that Kog'Maw reroll with some of these units that he has currently.
Yeah, I was considering what would happen here if we were playing AD but didn't reroll, and then I reminded myself that that doesn't exist in this meta, so I'm like, okay, yeah, it's gonna be a Karma, but the item carrier, of course, being the Ezreal. I do wish for a world where Fast 8 AD Flex is going to be a thing again, and maybe next patch, Copium.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're going to try to bring that back for sure. I think solving a little bit of the Syndra problem will probably cause the tempo to go back to that state, not having to roll as deep on level 6 to find those 2-star upgrades to stay alive long enough. So maybe that will come back in the future.
Yeah, perhaps maybe some, nerfs on Karma as well. Maybe, some Varus buff, some Olaf too, ADs I would love to play around, especially with that backline carry access. However, backline carry for Lelouch is just going to be Zoe here with the Rage Blade. Looks like this is a setup perhaps for a Syndra, but just playing around the multicaster or multi-strikers and the Zoe in the backline for now.
And looking at our streaks in the lobby, Bobe looking like they will continue their streak here, and Travis hoping to do so as well. Bintum not having any kind of streak, but for each of these teams, 1 win streaker, when 1 loss streaker, hoping that each of them can hold on to their economic advantage.
Yeah, Travis maybe can do it all, full loss streak 1 game, full win streak the next. Yeah, looks like that's going to come into play. Dooney Zuni winning as well, only losing 1 round in this stage. Still very healthy as SCSC and Zuso have completed their 5 loss streaks. However, SCSC, 82 HP, is so healthy for 5 loss streaks, so well done to him there.
Yeah, absolutely well done. Able to play that to perfection, getting those 1-unit losses as much as possible. It's really just a team sport at that point, right? Understanding their spot, knowing that you should continue that loss streak, and communicating with your team, hey, I'm lose streaking. Help me lose by not that many units, and makes it happen.
Yeah, exactly. Dooney Zuni here getting a belt, a little bit of gold, and ooh, a cog mod. That's exactly what Dooney wanted to see.
Another bow is pretty good as well. Not another slammable item, but a good thing. GS is another one of these great items in this composition, able to help get through those front lines, as well as any other of these sword-based items. More of these units coming through, and this one will be a useful one for Dooney Zuni.
Yeah, the Jinx is very, very useful, especially with people now prioritizing more of the Jinx on level 6 instead of the Lilia. For now, it is going to be shapeshifters in the front line just to have the strongest board possible. But Dooney Zuni is going to go level 6 next round and roll down for some of these upgrades. Meanwhile, Zuso potentially being able to deny a Nunu at least. They could sell the Ziggs and Poppy on the bench. A Nico 2, however, is very strong front line at this point in the game.
Sure is, especially with that item. Crown Guard is quite good on her at giving her a lot of that extra AP that's needed alongside that big shield and the resistances afterwards. But these units are onto the back line of Suso, so this loss streak will continue as the Syndra gets more and more of these casts off.
Actually, Nico is strong. I mean, her next cast, it might be able to take out Blitzcrank. I'm not sure if it'll be able to take out the Syndra though, but the cast comes through. It's close, and wow, she actually does it. All that AP from the Crown Guard made the difference.
Sure does, and Suso, that's not great for them. Tiny Titans would be great for them though, able to put them back at 101 HP with all that gold in the pocket at the HP that they spent, able to recoup that if they so choose.
Actually, looking at mentorship, that's 12% attack speed and 150 health for a silver augment. That seems pretty good.
I would think so too. Mentorship is a very popular choice in this tournament so far for these players, but it's hard not to trade this for Tiny Titans here.
Yeah, just refamiliarizing myself with the stats of mentorship, and yeah, 3-2. It's gonna be around a 4.2 kind of average, so it is very strong. However, Zuso picking Blistering Strikes instead, getting that extra anti-heal coming through in the auto attacks.
The problem here for Suso, though, is really the items that they have on bench. Having two swords in a composition that does not use them very well isn't a great sign unless they go for that witchcraft route with Fiora as well alongside this Syndra. Very possible out for them, but they have to get to level 8 to roll for that.
And Zuso didn't really roll on level 6, so they're going to be going to 8. This Syndra has not gotten very many stacks so far because she doesn't have any items, so I think it very well could be a pivot into that Witchcraft line, especially with that spat in mind, right? Witchcraft Karma is so good, it works very well. 2 swords, 1 for, you know, like an Edge of Night, 1 for, of course, a Bloodthirster is going to be ideal. Sterix as well, right? One of the best Fiora items, so a lot of good sword potential once we do get to that point. But Bintum going the direction of Pyro, but that's from just that augment there at 3-2.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very interesting route to go because he has that open spatula as well. Will have access to 2 Pyro Spats when they choose to make the other one or get the component that they need to make the other one, which activates a very powerful trait. 5 Pyro is very, very good, especially with these items on an Ezreal already that can stay in this board throughout the game to pair with that Varus. It is a pretty good game plan coming together here for Bintum, and one that is quite unique.
Yeah, I was just kind of talking trash about the viability of 4-cost AD backliners, but the one time that Varus shines is with the 5 Pyro line, with the 4 blasters, and potentially we're going to see that here in this game with the access to 2 Pyro emblems from Bintum.
And this carousel will be huge for a lot of our players. Travis did pick up the Young Wild in free, which allowed him to continue his win streak and now have carousel priority to get a 4-cost and a component that's needed.
Yeah, taking a look at all of these boards, right? We have a couple of Syndra players, and we have our rerollers, right? Dooney, Zuni, rocking with that Kog'Maw hit. Kog'Maw 2 did stabilize decently well. But, of course, Portal is what Bobe went, so maybe we're going to be seeing another Portal game out of him again.
Seems to be comfortable for him on that line. 120 HP is a ton to work with. Obviously taking that Tiny Titans, which is extremely impactful there. But for Lelouch here, we have a very interesting items and a very interesting board alongside it. Just kind of a bunch of stuff.
Callista items, perhaps Fiora items with that Sterix. We could be going that Callista Fiora flex, which has been popping up at least on ladder a little bit. We haven't really seen it in this tournament so much, if at all, really, but it is a potential line. Lelouch is going to be using this Pandora's Bench to reroll those 4 costs into the ones that he wants, but also is denying Kog'Maws, right? 3 Kog'Maws being held on the bench as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of Zero Tenacity's strategy in these games was to deny, especially these Kog'Maws, holding those away from the opposing team. And it did work out for them in that first matchup, but we'll see here in this match number 2 if that will pay off, because in game number 1 they set themselves behind and now need to get back in front here in this game. That is a lot of Kog'Maws held by Zero Tenacity this game.
Yeah, at least 6. And after last game, I think they realized, hey, we have to be griefing Kog harder than we did, because if they're able to just run away with the game, if 10 Portal wasn't achieved by Bobe, Kog'Maw, I think, definitely had a strong chance to win that lobby.
And especially because no one on Zero Tenacity is playing this composition, you have to grief it through your bench. You have to hold these units. As we've seen it in a lot of our other matchups, sometimes people just go on contest duty and try to just outplace them 7th and 8th place. But when there's not someone contesting on that line, you've got to be able to hold them on that bench.
Yeah, and Travis, of course, is going for this reroll style of play with Syndra and the Shapeshifters. We have 4 Shapeshifters right now, 5 pairs of Shyvana, 4 pairs of Syndra, holding on to that Elise as well to slot in a bit later.
Ooh, okay, Suso did find some direction here, was able to get that Witchcraft emblem. I'm not sure where from, but that is going to be very helpful as we see our player lobby positioning throughout the time in this match. Many of our players staying pretty steady where they were, either at the bottom or in the middle, or gaining positions like we see for Dooney Zuni here. Lots and lots of decisions to be made here on stage 4.
Yep, lots of decisions indeed. Lots of items coming through for Bobe, especially frontline items, which is fantastic. Zuso getting so many. There's a whole shop of items there on the bench. The item that, or the unit that comes through is going to be Rise, but great Fiora items. That is Bis Fiora and the Callista.
And he has one.
Yeah.
And a Karma here. Okay. This is a lot of good stabilization here from Suso at this level 8. Has a lot of the pieces. None of them upgraded quite yet, but selling the board, slotting in a lot of these new units that he needs, possibly going for that 6 Witchcraft.
Yeah, running 4 right now. Finds the Fiora upgrade. That is huge. Is going to have 3 perfect items. All right, Titans BT Sterix. Oh, it's actually Azure Knight inside. Oh, okay, interesting. So wanting more of that, you know, survivability in terms of de-aggroing instead of just that raw power with more HP and more AD.
Yeah, interesting slams. I'm not sure that's what I necessarily would have done, but I trust Zuso's expertise. I know that Morello is a great slam as well onto this Karma. So Morello plus Sterix would have been quite good also, but then you'd have some of these open components that you don't quite need.
Yeah, moving on over. We have Prismatic Augment to end things off here in game number 2 of this series. Final Ascension, movable object or blinding speed. Movable object is just so hard to pass up on, though.
Yeah, and now the roll down commences for Bintum here on 4-2. The reason he rushed that choice so much was to try and get some of these really important units, but does not hit any Varuses yet, even though it is completely uncontested in this lobby. Does have one of the other premier carries, though, with that Smolder, that 5-cost blaster. But no Varus.
Olaf 2 has been found, and this is not a composition. It's literally a Song of Ice and Fire on the board here for Bintum, as let's see how well he's able to sing it with Smolder being the best carrier of that, you know, emblem. But there is a Varus finally in the shop.
Yeah, and putting these Varus items on to this Rakan in the front line, because we know that we're going to sell this unit and we are going to slot in this Varus instead. Electing not to go with the items onto the Smolder, but instead this Varus that they know is uncontested can definitely go for the 2-star here later in the game, and maybe even a 3-star when you're uncontested.
Wait, this Olaf with 5 Pyro is actually pretty good. Like, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here, but okay, 2 Varuses. We love to see that. Yeah, again, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here, but I think this Olaf might be here to stay on this board. It's doing so much damage. The execute at 18%, you know, HP when he gets a unit, you know, or just, you know, whenever whenever he is going to be constantly just wailing these units, getting the resets, jumping around all across the board. This just looks so strong.
Yeah, considering though pivoting to this multi-striker angle instead and putting these items on Smolder, i.e. plus that Hextech or the Jeweled Gauntlet is quite good, especially because Smolder sometimes just absolutely walks in to the team like they are right now. Will take some random aggro, and so healing on that unit is quite good. Also, Smolder in shop 2 is quite hard to pass up with that pair, especially going into this carousel. So curious if they will lock that shop and see if they can get that upgrade.
Yeah, could have just sold the Callista to pick it up as well. Callista maybe not finding its way onto that board, but some big losses. SCSC dropping dangerously low here for T1. Bintum finding the round win, of course, 34 HP, but SCSC really needs to get it together here. As we see the board, it's still a Zoe that's holding those 3 items. Just went level 8 and didn't really find anything, and is sitting on 0 gold.
Yeah, this is one of those that's just GG go next for SCSC. Not looking good for them, but for the rest of T1, looking across the board, we have Bobe and Dunizuni also on loss streaks here early in stage 4, but Bintum recovering quite well from a little bit of a loss streak there in the mid game with 2 wins now in a row. But again, looking across the board, Alan's EQ is the only one with gold in the pocket, now has spent it all to go to level 8.
Yeah, is the only one who is pushing levels, still having gold here. TG just checking what it is to see who he wants to put that on. But this is going to be the standard board of the Syndra Vanguard, kind of fast 8 style. But it does feature that Sentinel that will be getting more powerful as the game goes on in each stage. SCSC has found some units here. Finding one pair of, or one Karma is going to be very strong, but still a long way to go as this front line does not have many upgrades.
Bintum did stabilize off that Varus 2, keeping that 5 Pyro, which is just an extreme amount of damage. The Olaf jumping across the screen does take out his teammate SCSC, who knew this was just not his game.
Yeah, SCSC, very good in the last game.
So strong now.
Yeah, Zuso super strong. 4 win streak for him.
Travis over here does have a lot of these units that he's looking to upgrade here shortly. Shyvana 1 away. We are 3 away from that Swain upgrade that would take this front line really to the next level. But we also still have this random Kog'Maw on the board. I don't know why it's there.
Yeah, why is it there? That should just be a Swain too.
Yeah, something like that. I'm a little, maybe just sacking the 1 round, possibly here against their teammate.
Yeah, always have to keep that in mind. Yeah, maybe just intentionally weakening the board because you know you're going to be going up against a teammate. Definitely possible.
And this is going to be a good matchup here. This Olaf is not taking very much damage and healing everything that they can. That was a good test for this board from Bintum. Now on 3 wins in a row and continuing to establish themselves in this lobby.
Yeah, the more I see this Olaf Pyro, the more I am like falling in love with it. I want this to just be a comp, right? It's very, very interesting dichotomy here. Getting your Pyro, getting your Frost units, it does work well with Swain and Nasus, right? Being the shapeshifters, Swain being the Frost unit, having Diana in here with that Bastion with Shen as well. There's a lot of like weird inherent synergy between these units.
Yeah, and for all of you comp makers who, name these comps, I got you. It's Pyroloff. It makes a lot of sense.
Pyroloff.
And
Not Song of Ice and Fire. We can't do that one.
I think Pyroloff will, maybe be used by somebody.
Right.
Anyway, you guys can take that one for free. Have fun.
No, we gotta charge you for all this consulting. Doing some good stuff. Good work out here.
I think one of the interesting things with Pyro is the Cinder aspect, kind of that scaling part of the composition that really helps keep this relevant in the late game. And so every kill will grant one of those Cinders. But as we're on board with Suso now, having that Witchcraft emblem is so incredibly powerful.
Yeah, Witchcraft emblem, very powerful. We see Dooney here versus Allen. Dooney with that Cog reroll. A Kog'Maw's just here too, but Tristana really is the big star of the show here, along with that front line, buying so much time, but it might not be enough as Allen's board is just so strong. Cinders on the back line does get taken out, however. Karma damage is not going to be enough now as the Nami wave comes through. Tidal wave takes out the backline. Jinx versus Nami, and Nami is able to clutch it out.
That was so incredibly close and really bad for Dooney Zuni there. Really needed that win, but wasn't quite able to get what they're looking for. Everyone is holding these Kog'Maws, stopping Dooney Zuni from hitting, but instead we speak it into existence, and there it is. Foregoing that Jinx 2, instead going for this golden unit. So 4 of them now on this board. 2 solid carries and 2 solid tanks. This should be a recipe for a few wins.
Very interesting choice. If we're going the Jinx 2 in favor of denying more Swains away from the competition, I think that's very telling. Jinx 2 is not going to have that much value, but a Swain 3 for the opponent, would have a lot.
Yeah, you don't need very much more damage on this board with these 2 carries. But this Olaf is going to look to try and jump on this backline, but can't get through that Bramble Vest on that Rumble, which is a big problem with this composition. This is a ghost fight, so that is not the real strength of that Pyro board.
Yeah, it's not executing.
We'll be seeing that ladder, yeah.
If that executes from 80%, that fight could go the way of the, what'd you call it again? Pyro, or Olaf? Pyroloff, right. I was like, I know it's something like that. All right, Pyroloff. I gotta get it in my brain. It's a good name. It's a good name.
Yeah, we probably won't see it again, but
but if we do, we'll be ready.
Someday. Looking at our standings, T1 now moving down towards the bottom half. We did see a loss from Bintum and this Pyroloff board. Now at 19 HP. Lelouch, though, was kind of the sacrificial lamb from Zero Tenacity in this game and is down at that 4-loss streak with 13 HP also.
Bintum sitting on some very powerful pairs, a pair of Smolders, pair of Dianas, right? Those very important 5-cost units for this composition. But looking at Lelouch potentially going to be eliminated here versus Dooney Zuni.
Yeah, the problem with Lelouch's board is just not having those golden units. They have now pivoted all the way over to this other flex board, and it's going to look like it's going to dominate this Kog'Maw board. Dooney Zuni taking a really bad loss there. Lelouch staying alive, giving their team a really good chance in this game.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity looking much better this time around. T1 definitely struggling. SCSC, of course, already out.
Witchcraft?
But oh wait, Portal, Bobe. Travis might deny
ran
it.
the wrong way.
Oh, he has to. Yep, denies it away from Bobe. You have to do that, and that's such good recognition from Zero Tenacity there to make sure that the 10 portal does not happen again.
Yeah, well, Dooney Zuni also denies the second Witchcraft spat away also, and so it will be a trade there of power away from Suso and instead to the opponent's board for both of them. No extra portal emblem and no extra Witchcraft emblem.
Suso still does find value in that warrior emblem, buffing up Fiora. I actually think she does get a lot of power out of that 2 warrior buff. That's just going to be very hard to run an extra warrior unless you have that emblem.
Yeah, a pretty good secondary prize there. Nothing that is going to absolutely swing and make a crazy board like 10 Portal. But for Bobe here, he was kind of eyeing that. He already is level 9, has 8 Portal in currently, has that Rise too. This is a very similar game to what we saw last time.
Yeah, I actually love this approach to the meta. Just in a vacuum, right? Not even in a team format. Just if you find a spat early, you can get 8 Portal pretty easily, and it sends you into a comfortable top 4. If you high roll and get another one, and you get 10 Portal, that's just a free first.
And Dooney Zuni will be dropping out here, and so will Lelouch, but importantly, it is an 8th and a 7th place for T1, meaning that Bobe and Bintum, they got to have the showing of their lives here in the rest of this game. Have to go 1-2 in order to pull out the win.
Yeah, very unlikely from this spot. You know, don't want to call it quite yet, of course. There has been crazier things that have happened in Teamfight Tactics, but still a long road in this game for Bobe and Bintum.
And this means if one of these T1 members drops out of the game before they get to top 2, that will be a win for Zero Tenacity, which will send us to a game number 3, which would be incredibly exciting as we've seen these two powerhouses match off.
Absolutely. The powerhouses in the players. Powerhouses on the board here as we still get to see more power of this Pyro Frost composition. The Pyro Loft, I remembered it, and we got it down.
We're doing it. We're doing it.
We are doing it. So is Zuso here in that round against Alan.
Here's the problem, though, with this current matchup. Bintum having that Pyro Loft, having 5 Pyro, which is incredibly strong, getting those stacks consistently throughout the game, continuing to get stronger and stronger. And Bobe, who we're seeing, has throughout the game been at the top of the leaderboard, now having that 8 Portal, which we've seen be incredibly strong, having to now beat that by one of these Zero Tenacity members. That's going to be difficult.
And was that 6 Nasus for Bintum? Yeah.
That's one way to do
it. 7
7
actually. Wait a minute. This is a
and
win
with
condition.
40 gold on level 8?
Yeah, this is very doable.
Yeah, Alan's board not having anything that's going to probably take him to that first place. We've seen I'm the Carry now be a very consistent way to top 4, giving that really strong trainer Golem also. But last item choices coming through here. Having that Zareth as well, not putting items on them, but instead going for more items on this Karma 1.
Yeah, the Karma does do a lot of work, but now facing up against Bintum, can Alan take down T1?
Bintum has that Smolder 2 now, and one of the best items on it, that Rage Blade, will continue to stack with all of the extra buffs from that Pyro spat as well. Alan trying its best to survive, but the Olaf is now onto the backline, healing up and doing incredible amounts of damage, executing all of the opponents. But the Syndra might be able to clutch this one out and take a loss, but no. Barely surviving is that Nico in the bottom corner.
Yeah, the Nico being the last unit left alive is not something I would have expected from that matchup.
And Bobe lost too.
Oh, Bobe, wow. Okay, Bobe on just 1 more life and has that 8 Portal. Even if Bintum is going to, you know, reach critical mass with that Nasus 3, Bobe is going to run into him eventually.
I'm very, I would love to see who beat this board. If Bobe drops out here, even below this top 2, that does mean that Zero Tenacity win the game, and they're facing one another here in this matchup. And you see, that Varus is not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, they positioned so that Bobe could win the round. Varus still gets a cast off, though, does massive damage, but with secondary Rise cast. Okay, it looks like it's enough.
Holy moly.
Yeah, okay, that was really close. Okay, but winnable. They positioned exactly as needed to. And now T1 has set themselves up for a potential miracle run here to get first and second. Travis down at 3 HP, Alan on 6. Zuso, however, is the big target. Still 2 lives remaining with 22 HP.
Here's the problem, is they can low roll this matchmaking between them. There's 5 people left, and in the next round after this one, they have the opportunity to face each other again, which would knock one of the T1 members out before the top 2. So we're praying for good RNG in the matchmaking for T1 to possibly win this matchup.
Yeah, Bobe versus Travis here. Bobe needs to win this round.
Bobe putting up a good showing here early in this fight. The Rise stacking up. The shields are just absolutely massive. The Syndra can't get through them at all. So this is a pretty dominant win here for Bobe, taking Travis down, but has Desperate Plea and will not drop out of the game quite yet, saving one more life here.
Desperate Plea is exactly what they needed. Bintum and Bobe both winning the rounds. Zuso came out with a round win as well, but T1 just a couple rounds away. Maybe they find a Desperate Plea for themselves if they have to face each other again. That would be kind of the god RNG. Let's see here.
Here's the thing is one of them has to beat Suso here. They have to be able to take Suso down to 1 life at least and then have good matchmaking next round. And also they have to beat Travis once again and hope that no one gets this Desperate Plea to absolutely swing these fights, or a giant dragon or something like that.
Yeah.
That will absolutely guarantee a win.
Bobe getting Lightning Strike there in that, so a good late game charm. But we're gonna see both fights here as Bintum versus Travis in the left.
Yeah, and the one we need to really watch is on the right side. Suso versus Bobe here. Will this 8 portal be enough to beat the win streaker of this Witchcraft board? That is a lot of golden units, a lot of upgraded units for Suso, and the portal units are falling down. The Poppy is tanking so much of this damage, and the Fiora is onto the backline, so that will be a 0 tenacity win as Bobe falls out of this game.
Bobe does fall. They narrowly made the comeback happen, but not able to do it. Bintum versus Zusa here, but it's already a 0 tenacity victory because Zuni and SCSC went 8th and 7th. They needed that 1-2 placement and not able to get it.
This is the 0 tenacity gameplay that we saw so much yesterday, really occupying those middle spaces in the lobby, having solid okay games, and then one of them being able to clutch out the win that's so needed in these type of lobbies. It's the tiebreaker, and it is the highest point earning position. The roll down for the Nasus 3 was not successful, not able to find what they were looking for, and so all of these items just on this bench, little flowers for the graveyard that is T1's hopes in this game.
Exactly. We have Zuso going to be claiming victory there, but still a lot of great play in that game. A composition that we have not seen before, which I'm actually really excited about, with that Olaf, right, having that Pyro emblem. It was such a treat to see it do so much work in that mid game, rolling down, not hitting any Varuses, but an Olaf 2 before that, it did way more than I ever would have expected.
Yeah, and something that I'm really looking forward to is seeing how they can continue to innovate in this last game. This is some of the biggest innovation we've seen in all of our games so far. We've seen a lot of spatulas used to good effect. Pyro, we've seen a lot of Portal, 2 games in a row do super well. So I'm excited to continue to see these verticals really show off alongside Witchcraft that we already knew was pretty good.
Yeah, I love T1's approach with that in mind, right? They are showing the most creativity that we've seen out of any single team so far, and to be able to play good standard TFT but also pull out these different strategies when you are in spots for them can definitely give you that edge, right? They weren't able to make it happen in that game because of some unfortunate placements by a couple of team members on T1, but with how dominant they looked in game 1, this is going to be a spicy game 3 as we get a chance to look at some of the highlights here from that last game. That Pie roll-off, of course, jumping into the backline so much and doing so much work.
Yeah, the sad thing is here for T1, Lelouch being able to survive just long enough for Dooney Zuni to fall out in that 7th place, taking just a good enough loss to send them out in 7th and 8th. And that was the difference in this game. That was the difference in whether or not Z10 was able to pull out the win, and they did so. And so we see the fights coming down to the wire here. T1 giving everything they had to try and get those top 2 spots, but not quite able to pull it off in this game. Just a fantastic showing by 0 Tenacity in this game 2, and I'm so excited for game 3.
Yeah, definitely so excited for it, and we're not going to have to wait too long because right on the other side of this break, we're going to have game 3 between 0 Tenacity and T1.
just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
Ready, set, go.
Play the Silver Scrapes. We are to the deciding match of this winner's match of Group C. Will Zero Tenacity or T1 make it to the playoffs? And who will drop down to face Huevo Gaming, who just took out Fnatic in the elimination match?
Yeah, we just figured that out, that Fnatic has lost 2 series in a row and are out, and that is kind of that star-studded roster, right? Multiple world champions. That is crazy that they are one of the first teams to go home at the Esports World Cup, but it is going to be Weibo advancing, and so the loser of this current match between Zero Tenacity and T1 will be facing them. But still, we gotta get through this next game first, because it has been a heater of a series, and you know, maybe Silver Scrapes we can save for a, you know, game 5 situation, right? That is when Silver Scrapes comes out. I don't know if game 3 is, and I know you're excited for it. I am too, for this game 3. But the only best of 5 that we have in this tournament is going to be the grand finals, and if that does go to game 5, I'm messaging whoever I need to make sure Silver Scrapes comes on, because that would be a momentous occasion.
They would deserve that for sure. That would be the only fitting way to end this tournament, right? To go to these game 5s, these game 3s that we've seen so much, and both of these teams have already experienced this in this tournament. They have gone to game 3 in both of their round 1 matches versus Fnatic and Weibo respectively. And so they're not strangers to this high pressure game 3, and they're ready to go to get into this game and decide who will be advancing to the playoffs automatically and who will have to go to that decider match.
Yeah, when you played this much TFT, it is such a breath of fresh air to be able to just advance into the playoffs. And so here we are for the final game of Zero Tenacity versus T1. Winner advances to playoffs, loser gets knocked down to the lower bracket.
And our portal choices are interesting here. Overachievers giving a lot of those charms early will not be anyone's choice here, but instead gold subscription that gives a little bit of influx of gold, but the one that is chosen is that treasure armory. And if you were around, what set was the treasure dragon?
Yeah,
7?
7 maybe?
With dragons?
With Dragonlands? I think so. I think you might be right.
That would check out in my brain.
Yeah, same.
Anyway, you get an armory on 4-7 here in this game where you can get a lot of powerful resources.
I'm actually so bad at like remembering what happened past TFT sets. I'm like, my brain's so focused on the current one. It's like, I don't know what happened. What set was that again? Set 5 was what? I don't know. It's just such a long time ago. But for this one, of course, we got the charms, but still have the armories popping back up with the portals. I actually, I love that portals are still in the game. I think that's a great substitution for the opening carousel. And just being able to have the game be that much different every one with that variance is really, really exciting.
You mean you don't miss clicking rapidly at the beginning of the game trying to get the little advantage towards the thing that you want?
Okay, I actually did kind of like that because I click very fast. But now that I'm a little bit older, I'm washed up, I'm a caster now. Maybe it's good that we've gone away from that at this point. I think it's better just for TFT as a whole too.
Yeah, the Heroes of the Storm Pro, former pro, can click fast. That's not surprising to me at all. But me over here, I would lose every time.
But not something we have to deal with anymore, as we are moved on. We're on set 12 of TFT. See, we've both been in this kind of since the beginnings, and what a journey it's been to get all the way here now to the EWC in this kind of massive 4v4 format, 12 sets in.
Yeah, and these are going to be very important augments for this game. These augments are going to decide what people are going to play, are going to help decide how this game is going to play out. And there's a very interesting one for Alan ZQ here. Worth the Wait will gain a one cost 3-star champion throughout the game. And so a very interesting choice, but learning the spell with this early Syndra makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, of course, that is going to be the option. I think worth the wait generally feels like it is not worth the wait, at least in my experience. Seeing that augment doesn't really have much data to back it up either. But learning to spell, definitely super good when it comes to the Syndra line.
Yeah, I mean, if you're playing Syndra throughout the entire game, trying to get as many of the casts as possible, also gaining some AP when you kill units, that seems like a good deal to me. Keeping the same units on your board. We have it seen contested here, which is by no surprise to anyone. This Syndra for Dumizuni and the Spear Sojin that comes along with it.
Yeah, school mascot being the choice as well from Dumizuni. Ooh, is not clicking the Ashe though because wants to make Econ instead.
Makes a little bit of sense. You'll be able to get that Ashe back later, but that means you will not be able to slot in Eldritch here quite yet. We'll be leveling here and just playing some Bastion units instead, which is still pretty good. That school mascot obviously will provide a lot of power throughout the game, especially if you can get to that 7 Eldritch mark, and maybe even 10 Eldritch like we've talked a little bit about earlier.
That would be very, very hyped to see. Crown guarded here for Zuso.
Oh.
Yeah, and 2 of them, right? It's always nice when you have the components to make an item and you get an augment that gives you a free version of that item but buffed up too, right? You're getting kind of double value here, as this Kassadin just has an insane amount of shielding to start off the game.
Yeah, and then the AP kicks in a lot when that shield breaks, and you see that giant shield come back for the cast, and from that cast, you see the power on display there. Not sure where that board will end up. Obviously, that Crown Guarded is quite good on Swain and Nico, both those shapeshifters, so you see them holding some of those, waiting for that opportunity.
Absolutely. As we get on into looking at the HP totals right now, it is Zero Tenacity with 3 members win streaking. You know, it's not quite a full streak yet, but 2 rounds in a row means that they have some strong boards they got working with. All the members of T1 have taken at least 1 loss, if not 2 for a couple of them. Lelouch here also rocking with an early Eldritch and got sleight of hand as well with that spare glove and a couple of early TG slams. That augment is so powerful to start the game off with.
Yeah, the extra stats that provides really do help power up your board in this early game. But I want to call attention to, although Zero Tenacity is healthy, they are quite poor compared to the rest of the lobby, and especially T1. 2 of those guys being above that 10 gold mark to start earning that interest gold will set them a little bit behind there. But as we've seen so much, oftentimes keeping that HP is a little bit more important than early gold.
Yeah, HP does get you more comfortable into that top 4 kind of range. And of course, if you are top 4ing with the majority of your team, then yeah, you've already kind of won the match there. That has not been the case in the past couple of games. They've had 2 members of T1 and 2 members of... Oh, actually, no. Game 1 was very dominant, right? There was 3 members of Zero Tenacity going down. But Game 2, it was a bit closer. We'll see if that dominance that T1 showed in Game 1 is able to come back here in Game number 3.
Yeah, and Zero Tenacity continuing on that streak, right? 3 of them have not lost. Alan ZQ taking that loss streak perfectly so far as well. And so that is a fairly good strategy of maybe even 2 of them can win streak and Alan ZQ can continue that loss streak. And so the economic power swings back in favor of Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, Alan ZQ still on 85 HP. SCSC lost streaking with a bit more, however, as Bobe has rolled into a Nunu 2, has a Kog'Maw in shop as well. The items don't really lean towards this quite perfectly, but definitely consideration, I would imagine.
It definitely could, though. It's a lot of good tank items for this Nunu, and you have that open bow for Kog'Maw. And so it could be the pivot here. Looking across the lobby, I'm sure, is Bobe trying to figure out what exactly is going to happen, and it makes the statement for us.
Yep.
That is not going to be the choice.
Bobe playing Syndra. Bobe, you've been the Portal player, which I guess it technically could still be Portal, that Bobe transitions into. But with an early Syndra, early good item slams as well, Bobe might be conforming to the meta just like the rest of us.
Yeah, Lelouch looking quite strong on the other side. Travis does take that big loss to Suso, so the win streakers have possibly been chosen for Zero Tenacity, and it will not be Travis, and will be Suso and Lelouch with the 4 streak heading into our final matchup of Stage 2.
Yeah, we got Jace with a couple of TG items. Already a couple of 4 costs found as well. That is a Callista and Gwen on the bench, but that is a lot of gold to have to hold right now.
And we're going to have to decide a lot for Travis, especially, who's one of the poorest members in the game and no longer on a streak. And so deciding what is going to be the future. Lelouch, though, will be facing Suso. This is not at all what they were hoping for. Now both of them, only one of them will keep this win streak, and not both of them going forward.
Yep, who is it going to be? It's going to be Lelouch or Suso. That Kassadin is so tanky with the Warmogs now, the double Crown Guard. Probably able to get one more cast off here. Yes, a massive shield might be enough to do it here, as the portal still providing value throughout the entirety of this fight. A little bit of healing there too. 3 units left alive at the end of it. A close round, but does go the way of Suso.
Kassadin refused to die, would not fall down in that fight. And just now curious, especially without a ton of direction for Suso, where this board will end up has that Syndra on bench, but we've seen how contested that is. And with Shapeshifters, it's really hard to play another carry other than this Syndra with it, especially in the current meta. So interested to see if he will end up there. Not slotting that Syndra in now means that will probably not be the choice for him.
No, definitely not. Crown Guard, you know, using all of those rods for the Crown Guard as opposed to things like Rage Blades. Get a couple of, you know, AD looking items here coming through as well. Definitely a big question mark. I don't know where Zuso is going to go from this position. Crown Guard, of course, liking to go on AP units. We could be seeing something like a Gwen plus Fiora, kind of a little bit of warrior flex kind of line, as Gwen could utilize those Crown Guards very well. But still, Zuso has other options.
That would be my thought for sure, would be going that witchcraft route or that warrior route with those level 8 4-cost carries that are quite strong here in the early part of set 12. It's just kind of difficult to get there with all the people rolling on stage 6.
100%. Alan, 50 gold here. Stacking the Syndra, but the front line is rather weak. Does slant a Crown Guard actually of his own. And utilizing a rod for that is very interesting. Just wanting a little bit more board power currently as to not take too bad of losses. You do have Learning Dispel, so you want to be able to kill some units and generate that extra AP.
That's a little bit of a concern I have for Alan here. Using Learning Dispel and not really killing units is a little bit counterintuitive. You want to be able to do as much damage as possible early in this game if you can, to get those stacks rolling. But also the economic power that you see. He has 50 gold. 6 loss streak, getting a lot of interest, and now as we see our prismatic augments at 3-2, this is going to change the game a lot.
Encanter Crown are buried treasures. Encanter Crown's not super valuable actually, and so yes, Alan is going to roll that one away, but actually is going to be taking that Mana Zane.
Yeah, this is quite powerful because you get 2 of these different items. That Mana Zane will be extremely powerful on this Syndra to get those casts up as quick as possible. Really needs to get that Syndra too. That's what he's rolling so deep for right now. Not finding it now below 10 gold, and there it finally is. We'll be able to sell some units and get back in a healthy spot. But again, didn't find that 4th Vanguard either, and so just has Eldritch on board as well.
Yeah, rolling down just a bit more, plays a Nasus with no synergies to try to shore up some of this weakness, but no, this isn't... Wait, actually does have 4 Vanguard. Yeah, it's Blitzcrank and the Galio. Surely it's like a misplay, right? Like, it can't be wanting to run a Neela. It's 3 Eldritch, right? But like, even the 2 Encanter from the Ziggs isn't powerful. You would definitely slot in a Blitzcrank for that, and then a Galio for that Nasus. Alan's not going to be able to make Econ with that. Okay, he does sell 1 pair of Blitzcrank, but that definitely did not need to happen. Maybe a little bit of misstep here for Alan. Feeling that pressure, of course, in this very intense game 3.
Yep. And you see it right there, the swap immediately happening, putting those units in, selling that Nasus, getting up to that 20 gold mark to try and recoup as much of this economy as possible. But what we've seen from this board, though, is this is enough to streak through much of Stage 3. And wow, that is a huge upgrade, too. That front line has now been shored up with that 2-star Mordekaiser, and he can continue to recoup all of that economy that he just lost, and hopefully use that Mana Zane to get so many stacks on this Syndra.
Yeah, definitely. We have a couple players who hadn't rolled at all this game, and it is Lelouch and Travis. Lelouch is very rich, though, 71 gold. And level 6 right now, could go level 7 in just the next round, but that Callista on the other side of the board for Travis is looking fairly strong.
Yeah, Radiant Hand of Justice is a great item.
That healing.
Especially if you... Oh, the giant healing coming through here. Will Syndra be able to clean up this fight? It doesn't look like it. That is a crazy loss there for Alan. Not what he was looking for, but for his teammate on the other side in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, that's crazy. I thought there was no way Callista could clutch that out, especially with Alan rolling down a bit more, finding the upgraded Mordekaiser for that front line. Really, really showing the power of what Callista can do.
I do want to call out, as we look at the bottom of this screen, we have 2 uncontested rerollers. We have the Kassadin for Bobe and the Kog'Maw for Bintum. And so these 2 guys uncontested are going to be a force to be reckoned with in this game if Z10 is not careful.
100%. Bobe started the game off with a Syndra, but then said, nah, there's too many of those in this game. I have a Cassidon spot. I have the items with that Nashers. It is pretty flexible, so being able to go in that direction. Reforger, remover for Lelouch here. As, wow, very rich, 80 gold.
Yeah. Lelouch clearly playing for that level 8 roll down with that Karma and Fiora. We see those items slammed. That would be excellent on those units. And so I expect to see him lose throughout the rest of the stage quite on purpose and use that HP advantage that he got early to turn it into a level 8 board that is quite terrifying.
Oh, and actually Lelouch has invested too, so that was where that big influx of gold came in. At the start of each round, you get a shop reroll for every 10 gold above 50. It does max out at 80 though, so 3 rerolls, right, per round. Lelouch is going to stack up for that massive level 8 roll down.
Yeah, we can't see how many rolls he has stacked up on the left side beneath the stats that we have for how they spent the resources. But we do know that he will be saving those for that level 8 roll down, and it will be massive. So excited to check back in when that happens.
Yeah, just doing a little bit of math, which is very dangerous. You know, don't do this as a caster on broadcast, but he probably has around like 8 or 9 rerolls because he's on, 3-2, 3-3, and then these last couple of rounds as well. And has had, 60, 70, 80 gold since then. So it's pretty rich. Is stacking those up. By the time we reach 4-2, probably gonna have around like 15-ish rolls to work, and that's like 30 gold worth of value, so not bad going on to that 26 gold that the augment does just baseline give.
Yeah, and we see Suso here using that Crown Guarded on this Swain that is really, really unkillable here, and we see Travis gonna be losing his streak to it as well. Not exactly what they were hoping for on the side of Zero Tenacity, as the Cassidon does survive long enough and takes down the Callista.
Yeah, Bintum dropping pretty low here, right? And they were the Kog'Maw player. Lelouch leveling up to 7, going to have probably up to 80 gold here, as long as some of the wolves drop some gold, which they are very likely to. Oh, even making sure that does happen with selling 1 unit on the board here.
Yeah, might as well, right? Get those extra rerolls. The wolves are not too difficult to beat as long as you have some units with some items on the field. And so this Neela will be able to kill them basically all herself with the body shields in front of her. Titan's Resolve is quite good for this Fiora as well. And this roll down is going to be absolutely massive, and it's going to happen right now on level 8. Here we go.
All right, a lot of free rolls coming through here, just making sure to pick up these 4 costs. There is a Gwen that does go in immediately. It should be a good carrier for all of these Neela items. Fiora is found in just the next shop, right? Neela 2 does come through though, so we're going to be playing more vertical warriors than what we're used to seeing here, CLE.
Yeah, I mean, he had 14 rerolls going into this. Production did tell us, so very little gold spent on rerolls and instead spent on buying these units. Not a ton of upgrades though quite yet. A few pairs that he's looking towards, wanting to get more of these units on the board. Not selling the Neela quite yet.
No, not selling Neela quite yet. There's being offered some potential witchcraft upgrades as we get this kind of, potential witchcraft warrior flex board going on, but we do see Bintum stabilizing a little bit there, getting that round win.
We see a lot of scouting happening, seeing what the condition is after a lot of these roll downs. We saw on the other side that the Kog'Maw 3 and the Nunu 3 did not come through, but Witchcraft Crest. Is this for Lelouch?
Yeah, this is for Lelouch. Could be going that direction, and yes, exactly is going to be. So at least 4 witchcraft on the board. There is the Karma. This is perfect. Blue buff, red buff, witchcraft. Ship it.
Man, might be playing this Preserver route as well and using this Witchcraft emblem to take out one of those other units that would take up a slot in the Preservers. So you could be playing Bard alongside these other Preservers, which would be fantastic. Two Melios on bench as well, which would get Scholar on board.
Yeah, I'm actually not a huge fan of upgrading Bard there. Bard is really good for his synergies, less so the damage, especially when your front line is looking as weak as Lelouch's is right now.
Yeah, the problem with this board is he's hit a lot of its unimportant upgrades like you were talking about. No Karma 2, no Gwen 2, no Fiora 2. And so a lot of the damage, a lot of the people that he spent resources on to get, especially these items on them, they have no forms of success.
Yeah, just really no value being provided from them because they buff up the key units, right? But the key units aren't going to be able to have a chance to play the game if they're just taken out very quickly.
Looking across our lobby, SC now on that win streak. Alan ZQ has made the comeback happen as well with his board. And we have many of our T1 uncontested rerollers still not hitting here for Bintum, not having even all 8 copies of Kog'Maw, only having 7. Again, Zero Tenacity has been the critical holders of all of these units. And it's been absolutely insane throughout this tournament.
Yeah, SCSC has saved up a lot of gold and is rerolling for so many units, right? They still haven't found that Nami, of course, for the 3 mage in, but they're on 6 copies of Mordekaiser, Rumble, and Syndra. And so there's going to be some huge power spikes in SCSC's future, but not quite yet.
Yeah, and it looks like they will continue that win streak, which is so incredibly important. And breaking Alan ZQ's here in the middle of this game. Big moment here for T1 to continue their dominance and hopefully get this Game 3 win.
Yeah, looking for it here as we get some legendaries offered on the carousel, but they're not really very important units unless you're going for, you know, some Pyro Blasters or for some Portal, and we don't really have that in this game.
You see Bintum picking up that Nami, which could be important, but just gold for them, not needing that to round out their composition, hoping that this gold can get them what they need on their board. Travis also on that 4-loss streak, and we see Dooney Zuni with only 2 copies of the Syndra continuing to roll down here. Did end up going to level 8 to roll, and I think that's probably why they're missing that important unit that is Syndra 2.
Yeah, they got the 5 Eldritch on the board, so that Dark Monolith is going to be pretty powerful. You get the Karma with 2 very good items too, and that is a greater champion duplicator. Oh, Nami, a big pickup there, getting the 3 mage online.
Yeah, that is the piece that they needed to round out their board there, and great items across the board here for Dooney Zuni, but lacking any sort of frontline outside of the I'm the Carry now and this Eldritch unit, which is a good amount, right? That is a variation you can play of this because of those extra units, not just items on your frontline, just raw health bars. And then you're seeing the power here, even with a Syndra 1 able to beat this board from Alan ZQ that is strong and has 0 gold. All of those resources have been spent.
Syndra 1, Karma 1, hey, that's okay. That's all you need, apparently. Along with, you know, I'm the Carry, that Sentinel, of course, providing a lot of value. Bintum rolling down, finding some Rumbles, but we've already given up on that. Not finding any Kog'Maws. This Nunu is such a good frontline tank, but still stuck on Triss 2 and Cog 2.
And you kind of look at these augments here and kind of see the story of what happened here. You get the Masterwork upgrade because you're like, surely I'm going to hit this Kog'Maw 3 and it's going to absolutely dominate. That is not the case, and instead have a pretty bad 3rd augment, not what they were looking for. Where other people in this game, like Lelouch, are hitting exactly what they need, and that is a Gwen 2 to power up this front line alongside that Witchcraft emblem that is just debuffing the entire opposite team.
Yeah, 4 Witchcraft here. A lot of debuffs going out, and that Karma does take out SCSC in that round. SCSC still at, you know, 66 gold. The win streak does get snapped, but going to be hitting something here soon with all that gold.
And we look across the lobby right now as we get the Treasure Armory and re-rolling lots of this. It costs 1 gold to re-roll this, so you are spending gold each time you see a new shop. And so finding one that is good enough is what they're searching for.
Yeah, Travis still just on that 1 Callista. We get the Treasure Armory though, and players have to decide how much they want to re-roll, how much power they are going to need. versus maintaining that economy. Take a look at all these boards here. Big upgrades coming through.
And we're seeing the journey of each of our players across the bottom throughout this game as we scout across this PvE round. Many of them having good game plans of win streak and loss streak throughout the game, as we see SCSC with that vertical line going all the way to the top here, still sitting on top of the lobby with 65 HP.
Yeah, SCSC going level 8. Trying to find unit to play right now. Do, of course, want that Nami. But no Namis have been found, and not really willing to roll down a ton of gold so far.
Yeah, kind of just sitting here and seeing what happens across the lobby, understanding their win condition is quite important before you spend all this gold. Knowing that, hey, if Bintum drops out, I know I need to go for the big play. I need to be able to go for first to cover for our 8th place player. And so maybe saving those resources to go for something big.
Yeah, 100%. As going up against Zuso here, Zuso does hit the Callista too, and it's doing a ton of damage to SCSC's board.
Yeah, we're seeing some of the cracks in the armor of T1 here. The favorite going into this match starting to show a little bit of problems as Bintum falls out in 8th place.
Yeah, the Kog'Maw board just not able to hit. Alan ZQ on 6 pairs of Syndra, trying to deny some away from SCSC as well, but has Shojins on everybody, and it's all good on these backline units, right? Shojin for Syndra best in slot, for Nami best in slot, blue buff slate better for Karma, but still having the Shojins is very, very playable.
Yeah, but for Zero Tenacity, we need to figure out our game plan here. Many of them are close to 1 life. Most of them have 2, maybe 3 lives. And so they're going to have to figure out who is going to take the mantle and take this game into a top 4.
That is a huge shield from Rakan there. Maybe it buys enough time for Zuso to win against Lelouch, but Lelouch definitely is falling dangerously low. Wants to find the win himself.
Yeah, the Fiora went to the backline, but that was not quite enough. The Callista is absolutely shredding through, and without any of these upgrades, Lelouch is just bleeding out. No Fiora 2 and no Karma 2 means this board does not do enough damage.
Yeah, 1 HP for Lelouch. Zuso finding a couple wins. Allen as well as Bobe on a 1 loss. SCSC on a 3 loss right now. But SCSC and Bobe still 40 gold each, so they still can improve their spot, be it with leveling up or in SCSC's case, rolling to find these upgrades. Nami has been found, so we do have that 3 Mage, 3 Eldritch online. 3 Mordekaisers still, and 2 more Syndras to go for SCSC.
And this is going to be a very important fight for Lelouch. Will he be able to somehow get a win versus his teammate here, who did take a combat charm, and so may not be helping his teammate at all, but instead playing the game that he needs to play. But it might not be enough. This Gwen is tearing through the front line, but not quite taking down the Mordekaiser till now. The Syndra continuing to cast with that Mana Zane and just now proccing that Zonya's Hourglass, and with it, Lelouch goes out in 7th place. And so, Zero Tenacity only up 1 point right now in the standings.
Yeah, Travis single-digit HP, did lose last round. Allen found a 3rd round win in a row. Same with Zuso, though. So there is some hope here. This is the intense game that we have been looking forward to for this series, right? Winner goes into the playoffs. Loser is going to go down into that lower bracket.
And this is going to be all that Travis has in this turn. Can he somehow turn this around and stay alive with the 1 life he has left? Looking across the lobby, Bobe with this uncontested multi-striker, which we've seen be really powerful if you can hit that Kassadin, but also rolling on level 8 and not finding Camille to get to that 7 multi-striker does make this board a little bit weak.
Yeah, so much keeper's value that we saw there on that multi-striker board, but yeah, maybe it's not enough. Travis here versus Junie Zuni. Elimination potentially here for Travis.
Travis did hit the important upgrade of that Callista, but a lot of this front line is one-starred, not having the health bars needed. Hopefully these Thieves Gloves can do enough. Hopefully this Camille 1 can delete the Syndra in the backline, but the Karma 2 is still alive, but the Callista onto it now. It will be enough for Travis to win this fight.
Wow, Travis winning it. The Camille with that Radiant Hand of Justice, finding some big damage there, getting into that back line, right? BT healing and shield. We got the healing from that Radiant Hodge and the Sterix, of course, as well. So many TGs here, too, with that sleight of hand getting so much value here in this game.
The problem is Alan ZQ also took a big loss, and so we're in danger of Zero Tenacity dropping out in 3 of them in the bot 4, which would be the end of the road for them.
Yeah, this round very important for Travis. Won the last one, but going up against SCSC, now level 9.
Just hit an important upgrade as well. That Rumble 3, now with some items on it, will be incredibly powerful. But the Callista is doing its best to go through the CC and to kill this backline alongside the Camille that is resetting off the wall and killing every backliner in sight. But the Rumble's still alive alongside the Syndra. The 2 carries of this composition are still rolling in this fight, and Travis will fall out here in 6th place.
Yep, Travis out in 6th. Alan does hang on, finding that round win. Dooney Zuni dropping dangerously low, as well as Bobe. Every single one of that, 3rd through 5th place is just on 1 life as we head into stage 6. Zero Tenacity, though, going 7th and 6th, needs to get 1st place in this lobby with one of them.
Yeah, the pressure is on now for Z10. T1 is in the driver's seat with 3 of their team members left alive in this game. These final rolls, these final charms will make a huge difference.
Yeah, we got the 5 Eldritch from Dooney Zuni not getting into that Eldritch 7, but has the Summon Dragon charm going to be offered. Going to pick that one up probably right as the round is about to load in. Just has to sell 1 unit on the bench and does so, finding a decent TG for that Elise. Dragon comes through, might be enough for Dunizudi to hang on.
Having 3 summonable other creatures on your board between the I'm the Carry Now Golem, this Dragon, and soon to be this school mascot Eldritch Malphite on this board. That is a lot of extra power coming through from resources spent on them. And it's looking like they're doing enough to survive. The Syndra is now onto the backline. The Dragon is still alive. The Callista, though, is firing as much as possible. Not quite able to do it. So Dooney Zuni will stay alive. Alan ZQ stay alive as well with Desperate Plea. So no one will fall out here at 6-1.
Oh, Alan desperately needed that and got it. Oh, man, his board is just not strong enough. There's the Nami too, but not hitting Karma is just so tragic, right? Is going to be able to get a temporary Bramble, a little bit of extra frontline defense there, but Alan needs a good matchup just to get into the top 4, and then Zuso is probably gonna be the one that needs to find the victory in the lobby for Zero Tenacity to have a chance. But first, Alan needs to get through Bobe.
And this is a bad matchup for this Syndra as well. It's really hard to get through these multi-strikers, and Alan ZQ is just hoping that he doesn't take as bad of loss as Dooney Zuni does without that Dragon now. But this Cassin is showing that it can fall down possibly. The attacks are coming through and now onto the backline, but the Zonya's Hourglass does proc to save this Syndra's life and now continues the cast and will take a pretty good loss. Will it be enough to move him into the top 4? It will not. T1 will take the win.
T1 claiming victory, sending 3 members of Zero Tenacity out in the bottom 4. They have done it. T1 advances in a very intense series, but being able to go into playoffs, right? A huge victory here for them.
And the good news is that's not the end of the road for Zero Tenacity. They will not have to face Fnatic again, but will face Weibo Gaming in the decider match tomorrow on day number 3.
Yep, going to be going up against Weibo, and that is the series they have to prepare for now, but we're just seeing how this game finishes. in front of us between SCSC, Zuso, Bobe, and Dooney Zuni, of course. We have the multi-strikers, right, that are just so powerful with all of this AP, Archangels, and the Nashor's Tooth, right? A lot of the innovation that has been coming through with these casts and builds, we get to see actually which ones shine and go towards that top.
Man, I think the difference here in this game was the uncontested rerolls that was able to come from T1. Obviously, it didn't work out for Bintium, but for Bobe on these multi-strikers and for SCSC, who was contested on the Syndra line, but still able to hit a lot of these important upgrades and still hitting more upgrades. All three of his backline upgrades that he was looking for. This will be an SCSC win almost assuredly. But it was just uncontested rerolls we've seen be so powerful in early set 12.
Yeah, we have, right? And even when one doesn't work out, if the other one is able to have massive success, then they're just going to be going towards that lobby win, right? Exactly what we see from SCSC here. They're holding hands 1-2, and really, really just powerful stuff here. SCSC finding that Syndra 3 eventually, even on level 9, right? He spent so long with a lot of these pairs of units, right? 6 copies of Syndra, 6 copies of Rumble, and Mordekaiser, but still decided to push levels with that in mind.
And that will be it. SCSC able to take the victory, and with it, T1 winning this best of 3. The winners match in Group C will go to T1, advancing to the playoffs.
Yeah, great stuff from T1. One of the tournament favorites. Players are looking towards this roster as being like, hey, they're definitely one to be feared. 8 Worlds appearances out of that squad. Every single member has really shown some good stuff here as we get ready to prepare for, you know, probably another banger series next. But we've had 6 games so far, Celia. We could have a 12-game day here.
We sure could, and that would be incredibly exciting for us to be able to experience all of these go to 3 games, the high stakes games that are brought to you by EWC here, this TFT tournament that is just so electric to watch, especially in the 4v4 format.
Of course, we keep singing the praise of the 4v4 format, and the players do too. This is definitely something that I'd want to see more of in the future because it just brings such exciting action, the likes of which we haven't really seen before, right? With the typical solo play that TFT offers.
Yeah, it changes the game completely from a solo game to a game that is played with a team, having to talk about all of the different aspects of the game and work together in order to outplace the other team. And we're going to see just how that happened here in this game between T1 and Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, taking a look at these highlights, right? Bintum with the uncontested cog, but the denial from Zero Tenacity, right? They do it so well. They did it against Fnatic, right? Really making a difference in that series and winning 2-1 against them and forcing Bintum to go AF here. Unfortunately, wasn't quite enough as the other rerollers just ran away with the game, right? Even though Syndra was contested, it's just such a good unit that you can push levels, eventually get Syndra 3, and still go for that lobby win.
Yeah, and this is some of the most important moments happening here. This when Alan ZQ falls out in that bot 4 as well. You know it is game over for Zero Tenacity. T1 knows that they have won, and we saw that elation on their faces, knowing that they have progressed to these playoffs, knowing that they've gotten their org another chance to get some of these club championship points at EWC, and knowing that they've got $10,000 more in their prize pool.
Oh yeah, a great feeling to be winning that much money, but the road, of course, is not over for them. They're aiming for that trophy, for that first place spot, and I think T1 is looking like a team that can, of course, accomplish that.
Absolutely, and what an excellent showing by them. Barely losing that game 2, coming back in that game 3, knowing what they had to do, and so we see the celebration on their faces, knowing that they'll continue to move on in our bracket play onto the playoff stage here at EWC.
Yeah, it's going to be a big kind of thing to reassess once we get into just that playoffs with the top 8 teams that advanced of like, okay, who has made it 4th, right? Which teams, which regions have been eliminated, and how are they going to help each other out, right? Because I definitely see the case of when, say, a team from, America's, Fnatic dropping out, they don't have anything to really, be scared to show anymore. They're going to be helping out their, you know, region and saying, okay, hey, this team that we scrimmed, they do this, 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 and this. Go out, beat them. It's going to be a completely different game there. So really interesting to see kind of how that does come into fruition.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be rooting for Team Vitality with some of these other American members. Toronto Ultra also representing the Americas. They will be rooting for them. But these two teams have dominated. And for T1, this is something that they've been looking forward to. And one player stood out among the rest for T1, and that is clearly Bobe, the two-time world championship contender, came through in this series going 1-3-2 to secure all top fours for his team.
Yeah, that's crazy. A couple of those did come through with playing the Portal line and then the reroll Kassadin in the final game, right? Just doing so well with that Portal, which we didn't really expect to see as much, but playing uncontested, finding the spats, being like, okay, I have AP items, I have a Portal spat, this is just my line. And we got to see the first ever, you know, 10 Portal of the tournament, and it's just actually unlosable. Bobe definitely deserving of MVP here.
Yeah, really good recognition of the spots and able to execute them beautifully in these games. And so the T1 is a team that everyone should look out for, knowing that they have all of these powerhouses on their roster, and anyone at any point can win for them. And so well done to T1 moving on in this bracket. And Zero Tenacity are not quite done yet. They're able to get that second chance.
Yeah, they do have the second chance. Both series they played have gone the distance, so they've gotten a lot of this tournament experience under their belt already. Going to be going up against Weibo, which we haven't seen Weibo on the B stream yet, so not exactly sure quite in what form they are looking, but they did go to game 3 versus Fnatic, took out Fnatic, who I think are probably some people's favorites in this tournament, right? Boasting two world champions, so you can't really understate the power that team kind of came into the tournament with. So Weibo definitely looking like a threat with that in mind.
Yeah, they are something to be reckoned with. Obviously, taking down Fnatic is a huge deal. We will be having another match up here shortly. Waiting to hear if we will have an interview here soon with some of our winners. And we would love to be able to chat with them. We have other players getting set up for our next best of 3 coming here shortly. And it's just going to be a fantastic day of high-stakes TFT. This is where these decisions are made. This is where people will move on or go home or have to compete in a do-or-die match.
Yeah, well, wait to see if the interview does happen, of course. We can talk about our next match a little bit, right? We'll talk about it more in depth later, but we're going to be seeing Onsepa versus Navi, the 3rd seed from EMEA versus the 4th seed from APAC, right? Onsepa went 0-2 versus Toronto Ultra. Navi went 0-2 versus Team Falcons. But it's like, you look at those teams they faced, and they're so strong. It's like, they still have more to show, and it will be the loser going home. So a very intense matchup for both of those teams.
Yeah, and one thing to call out with that matchup is this is going to be our first elimination match that we will see on our B stream. We're moving to the other side of the bracket, not winners anymore, but heading toward the people that lost their first matchup and are battling that elimination here early in EWC.
Yeah, we're probably going to see the stress on their faces knowing that, hey, if they lose just 2 games, that they are going to be going home. We've seen a lot of smiles, a lot of excitement, of course, in just most of these games because we've been following a lot of the winners.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been fun to watch, but also do or die makes people do some crazy things knowing that they have to win these games or else they will be out of the tournament, which is not what anyone has come here to do. Not to go out as one of the first groups, but to continue to succeed and move on to these playoffs.
Definitely. What's been your top moment in just the past couple of series that we've watched, right? We've gotten to go the distance, 3 games so far in the first round with Wolves versus Branching Out, and now the distance as well with Zero Tenacity versus T1. What has been a standout moment for you?
Yeah, it's been a little bit crazy to watch how people have played these last couple of games. It's been similar scenarios, right, with 3 people in the bot 4 in each of those game 3s. And so we've known fairly early. We've seen the writing on the wall throughout the game, knowing that the spots are a little bit doomed for the losing teams. And so just seeing those moments and what has happened there has been pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. I think for me, it has to be the kind of innovation that we have seen that pyro and, you know, ice composition. Definitely one of my favorites, but we'll not be having an interview, but good luck to T1 moving forward as we're going to go to break and get ready for our third match of the day on Sepa versus Navi.
Two, one, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
And welcome back, guys. Momo here with Tahman from Osaka. How are you feeling? So, as you know, this is a new set 12. Can you give me a read on the meta?
It's pretty simple. First, when the game starts, is do you have a Syndra? Yes or no? If you have, you're in a good spot. If you don't have, you're in a bad spot. The second is, do you have a Ginzu for your Syndra? If you have a Ginzu for your Syndra, you won the game. If you don't, you're like top 4.
Well, that was pretty simple. Basically, that was it. And so you're playing against Navi next. Are you in any way like scared, excited, or you think it's gonna go well for you guys?
I just hope we will have the Syndra and the Ginzu.
I guess it's up to luck then. Well, thank you so much, Tahman. Back to you guys.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
We are back with match number 3 here on the B stream, and this one is on the other side of the bracket. This is an elimination game. You win, you stay in. If you lose, you go home.
Yeah, the stakes could not be higher for these two teams. We have On Sait Pas and Na'Vi, right? On Sait Pas, the 3rd seed from EMEA. They lost 0-2 to Toronto Ultra to get knocked down into this loser's bracket. Na'Vi got 0-2'd by Team Falcon, so they have already faced some very strong competition, but now they must meet here to see who is going to advance into the next stage, right? This doesn't even advance into the playoffs, it just advances into tomorrow to see if they can get that next step forward into that playoffs.
Yeah, and this is a French-based team versus another Korean-based team. And we've seen that them have some success here just in our last few games with the Korean roster we saw. And so we hope that this game will be quite as entertaining with a lot of the French superstars coming out in for On Sait Pas.
Yeah, definitely. On Sait Pas has a couple players who have been to Worlds, who have been to the Vegas Open. Judasor and Tartman have been to Worlds. Tartman got 9th at Inkborn and 15th for Judasor at Remix Rumble, so some recent tournament success out of that roster. Experion also got 12th in the Vegas Open, so very close to making that final lobby that was so hype. Opal as well has some decent results domestically, so going to be still a very strong EMEA roster here going up against Na'Vi.
Yeah, and for Na'Vi, we had these guys yesterday on our broadcast and learned a bit about them. Not a ton of championship experience, but just overall great players from Korea. You know, they take the game very seriously, and so are hoping to take some of their past experience in competitive gaming into our matchup here before we decide who will be staying and who will be going home.
Yeah, it's gonna be such an intense series for both of them. We got a chance to see Na'Vi, as you said, a little bit yesterday. Very, very impressive stuff out of G-Post specifically. I remember seeing a lot of good promise out of them. They didn't really have any notable results since going 20th in the Monsters Attack Championship, but really showing up in, you know, a big form for their team versus Team Falcons. It wasn't enough, however, so hopefully they're able to convert versus On Sait Pas. But we're going to have a quick interview to see how On Sait Pas are feeling heading right into this match.
Hello
guys, Momo here, and I am with Yukor from Team Navi. This is the first time you guys are playing in EWC in the first ever edition of Teamfight Tactics. How does it feel being here in Saudi Arabia, and what do you think of the player lounge?
여기 사우디아라비아 온 거에 대해서 엄청 환영하고 이거 플레이 라운지 여기 둘러봤잖아요. 좀 어떤지.
정말 좋습니다.
It's really,
최고예요.
it's really good, the best.
Oh, I'm really glad you like it. Yesterday was a bit of a tough game for you guys against Falcons. So, are you planning to do anything differently coming up against Onsepa today?
어제 팔콘 경기에서 좀 힘들어서 보였는데 오늘은 좀 어떤 방식으로 좀 게임을 임할 건지에 대해서 궁금합니다.
우리의 전략은 변함이 없고 그대로 쭉 갈 거예요.
We don't make any changes on our strategy. We'll keep it going.
Okay, well, they're looking to be ready against them, and that was it from us.
Navi is enjoying their experience here at EWC and hoping that they can stick around longer in this tournament. Both of these teams lost their first round matchup 2-0, and so they're really needing a big comeback here in this game to avoid elimination.
Yeah, it must be pretty hard coming out into this tournament with great expectations and getting 2-0 to start things off, and you really don't want that to happen again. Don't want those, you know, demons to get inside you mentally and have that kind of be the difference there. So Navi hopefully feeling a little bit better moving forward, but at the end of the day, CLE, one of these teams has to go home and only one can advance. So I'm going to be saying goodbye to some very talented players by the end of these potentially 3 more games, right? Screw it, let's go another 3 games. Why don't we?
Let's do it. Let's set a record. Let's go to all game 3s. That is the excitement that we are all hoping for on this broadcast. And I'm looking forward to seeing who will really start to establish their winning ways, right? They have not won yet. They have not established that winning formula. So what can they do? What can they do to get that win on the board?
Yeah, we'll have to see, right? Especially as all of these games happen around them, you gotta be looking towards what everybody else is doing, right? And finding success and trying to, you know, both stick to your game plan, but seeing how you can adapt and how you can pivot, taking these little maybe micro decision makings, maybe taking a little bit of some approach from teams who have found success and trying to just make that work for you. If you know something is not working already like it didn't in the first series, you got to be willing to kind of change it up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Changing strategy and being able to watch other 4v4 teams play is a huge advantage now. Having some experience not only just playing but also watching a lot more of this high level play is going to help a lot of these teams adapt and overcome, especially ones that have lost, right? They're able to learn a ton.
Yeah, 100%. All of these learnings need to be applied right here because there's not going to be another chance to do so. This is quite the do or die moment that we have been looking forward to. There is still some good energy, of course, in the venue amongst these players. They are excited to make this losers bracket run.
Yeah, absolutely. We have our French representatives versus our Korean representatives, hoping that they can establish themselves as premier teams in this competition so that they can make it to the playoffs and really make a statement.
100%. Making a statement is going to be on all of their minds here, as we are just moments away from getting into the game, as these nerves kind of setting in. Players discussing their last minute strategies here before they potentially, you know, are going to see themselves through the next stage towards the playoffs.
Absolutely. Incredibly excited to get into our third matchup of the day, but this one, different stakes this time. This one is for elimination or not. We'll continue to move on to face either Toronto Ultra or Team Falcons, whichever one loses that matchup. Currently, Toronto Ultra already up 1-0 on Team Falcons.
Wow, and yeah, I think the second game is going on right now, and it's pretty close, it seems like, but we'll get a chance to check in with those standings a bit later. Maybe we'll have those results after game 1 of this series, because Toronto Ultra and Team Falcons are also some big superstar teams, right? Them 2-0ing their first series. Toronto Ultra starts a roster. Team Falcons, we saw yesterday, also really strong.
Yeah, it's something that we saw dominating in day one. Both of those teams 2-0, like we've talked about. Neither of these teams have a match win under their belt. They have not gotten that winning ways established, and so this first game is going to be the first win for either of these teams, and so that will be extremely important for both of them to be able to get that under their belts and establish some sort of strategy and rhythm towards winning these games.
Yeah, definitely. And also I want to ask you, Celia, just on paper, looking forward to maybe who one of these teams would face, but actually we'll get back to that as we are getting into game number 1 here of On Sait Pas versus Navi. Let's see if they can start off strong here. Claiming match 1 will be some great momentum.
Yeah, these loaded carousels are some of people's favorites here, especially among pros. Not a ton of variance happening, just an extra item component on all of these carousels. Just adds a little bit of extra spice, a little bit more components to the game to give everyone just a little bit more item power.
Yep, just a little bit more as we see the orb coming through and its 3 costs. That, you know, that Hecarim unit, you know that I dislike that Hecarim unit, as we saw earlier in the first series of the day. Actually just a trait, but get it out of here. But 3 poppies and a Zoe. Ooh, okay, could be seeing some of that reroll direction.
Yeah, this is a wonderful shop for that option for sure. We'll be putting those 2 poppies in, and I imagine we will buy the poppy to at least make poppy 2 and pick up that Zoe as well. I imagine we'll sell that Hecarim, not looking like we're going towards multi-strikers.
Yeah, 100%. Not quite looking for that direction, but see if any more gold does come through in this round. Nope, just going to be the belt for a component. Let's sell the Vex off, though. And we get a Lilia.
Yep,
all
we'll
right.
have that.
Yep, immediately picked up and slotted in.
Yeah, great spot for us to saying, yo, wonderful opportunity for them to be able to play this really strong composition in the beginning of the game.
Yeah, we see Tartman with some Honey Mancer on the board very early. We have Shapeshifter Nico on the bench as well as a Vex, but probably not going to be anything you slot in super early unless you're going for some, like, you know, Eldritch Shapeshifters with that Syndra route. Or Vex, of course, if you have a 3 mage opener perhaps. But ooh, Fortune favors the bold. Great augment.
Yeah, especially if you want to be playing this reroll route, taking some of those losses early. But
no.
Trade Sector is one of my favorite augments in the game right now because you can save them. You can save them after each round and use them whenever you would like to on that big roll down.
Yeah, definitely. Trade Sector looking to be the consideration here. Generally, you roll the 2 augments that you don't like, and if you like one of the other ones that you rolled into, you'd roll that one, which actually does happen here. Maybe Sleight of Hand, and yes, it is.
Yeah, Sleight of Hand provides that full item, but also provides the opportunity to get just a little bit more combat power. And also, we re-rolled that 1 cost into the exact 2 costs that we were looking for. So that's just some good luck right there.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a large part of the consideration of picking Sleight of Hand is going to be that glove on the bench, right? If Tartman goes into this carousel, finds another glove, that is huge power out of that 2 GGs in the early game.
Yeah, that would be absolutely huge. But I know you want to use a lot of those glove components for this Kog'Maw, so we'll be interested to keep our eyes on that for sure.
Yeah, it might just be an early game thing running Honeymancer. It's not going to be as strong as some of the other early game boards, but it does have potential still to, you know, get some round wins, as we see Mentorship 2 from Ugul and a Witchcraft Hwei, which I think that's the first time we've seen that, isn't it?
Yeah, on Hwei for sure, but this is a very powerful start, as we've talked about. That Witchcraft emblem on specifically a Karma in the late game is so incredibly powerful, and to be able to play that direction from 2-1 augment is something that they're looking for, and they'll continue to get different ones of these emblems throughout the game with that flexible augment.
Yeah, flexible is one that is so fun and actually just very strong in the stats as well. And it's especially strong when you get high impact emblems such as Witchcraft. That is a fantastic way to start off this game here for Experian. On safe pot, feeling very, very good about that one. However, oh, just 1 unit loss actually. That's perfect for Judasaur continuing the win streak. Loss streak still being maintained there as well, and just a 1 unit loss.
Yeah, we have Tardaman and Jipo both making 10 gold here alongside Opal on the bottom for OSP. And I want to go back to a little bit of these guys' first series in this tournament. Jipo was the only player on Navi that placed in the top 4 in his first matches, going first and third, trying to put the team on his back, but it was not quite possible. So want to keep an eye on them to see if they can repeat that performance.
Yeah, definitely. If they're able to repeat that performance and another member of Navi does step up to the plate, that could just be enough in and of itself. But obviously, you want everyone on the team to kind of play their part, be it griefing someone else on Sepa or just playing good standard TFT for yourself, as we do see a Mogul's Mail there for Crazy Moving. Of course, on a Wukong, it is very, very strong.
Yeah, we do see that Syndra on the other side and stacking up here early with that Shimmer Scale as well. And that's looking pretty good for their chances in this game.
Yeah, definitely 42 stacks on the Rage Blade. Judasaur not able to continue with that win streak. That is only going to be there for Songyo right now at 100 HP. It is Opal and Experion on Sepa, though, going for that full loss.
And as we see the portal come into effect here, the loaded carousels with those extra components on there already making a big difference, giving each of our players some more resources early in the game, slammable items included on each of these champions possibly.
Yeah, actually, I personally love loaded carousels, just having that extra flexibility. If you're going for one specific component and it gets like, you know, grief, someone else takes it and you're like, okay, there's still gonna be that component maybe on another unit, or maybe it's just a full item that I really want in the future as well. So I just love that flexibility, being able to have more of that options in your favor.
Yeah, and this is a little bit awkward. We have that Stars Are Born, but we have a Syndra 2 on bench because we want that other Syndra to be stacking up these stacks. And I know it's only been 3 combats, so it is definitely a business decision to stick with that Syndra 1.
Yeah, one of two things could happen here. It's Gpo says, okay, that sucks, I don't keep those stacks from Syndra, but Syndra 2 is very powerful, so I'm going to swap the items over, sell the Syndra 1 right now, or commit to going for a Syndra 3. And Gpo definitely looking to go towards that direction, wanting to maintain all of the current Syndra stacks and looking to win the game there, of course, with that Syndra 3.
Yeah, man, this Wukong is just farming now at
Wait,
2-star.
Wukong 2? Huh?
This is going to be so hard to kill for anyone in this game. Crazy Moving, already eyeing and thinking to himself, this is such a good spot.
Crazy Moving is moving crazy right now. How did they get a Wukong 2 this early? That is absolutely insane on that
That's
board.
The former Hearthstone and StarCraft 2 player that is now in TFT playing their first event here and is in this excellent spot that we're looking forward to following along with. But for Opal here, having that spell blades that gives a lot of extra AP after their cast and really good items on an upgraded Syndra 2 here, looking pretty good.
Yeah, up against that Witchcraft Way. That's 4 Witch on the board for Experion. But it will be Opal looking to lose here, maintain that streak. Not going to be the case, however, kind of griefing each other's streaks, unfortunately. But Experion is able to get that 5 loss online.
Yeah, really good for Onstay and Paw here, able to get a 5 streaker and a 4 loss streaker here. So the economic power in their favor, as well as saying, yo, able to pull out the win there to keep the win streak. Yes, he is.
Yeah, Songyup 5 wins, Experion 4. Jipo also on a 4 loss streak there towards the bottom with 81 HP. We see Ugul with a Ginsu's on the Jinx, right? We've seen some success out of Jinx being rerolled. It was a little bit of a day 1 Wukong Jinx. Wukongs are going to be contested this game if Ugol is going to be kind of leaning towards that option. But for now, it's just strong with Hunters, Vanguards, and Dragons on this board.
Yeah, not sure exactly where this will end up. We now have Jinx pair, so Jinx 2 early would be quite good. It is a pretty good unit if you're able to get it upgraded and have Hunter in early. The items, though, are not great for continuing on this Jinx live. No swords quite yet to provide damage.
Yeah, not too much damage, however, yet. Maybe they want double Rage Blade, right? There's already the other rod on there, but starting to, just assess the spot of Ugol here. They don't have a ton of gold. They are going to be maybe not rolling down next round when they go to level 6. It just depends if they think they're strong enough, right? The board still is okay. It's taken some round wins in stage 2, but not able to, get that full streak, of course. And a lot of swaps for left and right side there. Ugol trying to, practice that micro there.
Yeah, not slamming items here in this fight, but the opponent does. That is saying, the win streaker from Navi. And so trying to not lose by too many units here is Ugol trying to save HP, but not ruin his partner's streak.
Yeah, definitely not ruining the streak. And it is a Hecarim 2, which I suppose at this stage of the game does do some damage. It does provide some value there. So probably a big part of that now 6 win streak for Seongyo.
I'm convinced you just hate horses. I don't know.
Yeah, I had to think on that one actually. Maybe I do just hate horses. I don't know. I've never ridden a horse before, never had the opportunity. Maybe I just don't like horses. I don't know.
They're a little bit scary. They're kind of really strong. Anyway, the TFT game's happening.
Yeah.
We have Silver Augments on screen now, taking that item ladder that we've talked about quite a bit. Or this item collector, I'm sorry.
Yeah, item collector. We do have some great upgrades coming through actually. You just saw finding that Mordekaiser 2. We do have the re-rolling potential come through with that Pandora's Bench for Jipo. Jipo finding a lot of upgrades on other tier 2 units and trying to reroll those into Rumbles, Gallios, Syndras, right? We still have that Syndra 2 on the bench from way before, and it is going to be a slam of an adaptive helm onto the Syndra, which is not the best, but hey, at least it's some on a generation.
Yeah, and something to call out too is this early Nami really opens up this trait web quite a bit, able to get Mage in possibly, but also make sure that Eldritch unit does have a spot in these fights early on.
Yeah, definitely is. It will be very interesting to see what these units roll into. If Jipo is able to high roll, get kind of lucky, he will be in a very, very good spot. But if they just consistently don't roll into units that he wants to, Jipo will be looking pretty rough here and probably go out in the bottom 4 because of that.
What we've kind of seen across this tournament is it just matters.
What?
Wow.
2 of the 2-star 2 costs rolled into a Rumble, and that's just a Rumble 3 on 3-3 for fun?
I am stunned. That was actually insane. I was just about to say it matters a lot about when this happens. When do you get the units that you need? And the game said right now.
That's crazy. I guess Jipo would have wanted to have the tank items on the Rumble instead of that Galio, but yeah, that's some crazy RNG.
Yeah, and now he can't roll Rumbles in his shop, so his rerolls get more effective.
Yeah, true.
And this is just a fantastic spot for him now. Having that solid front line, obviously not itemized, but just even the HP bar alone this early into the game is something that many people aren't going to be able to deal with. We're seeing it on display right now, a match that he would have very clearly lost, but now this Rumble 3 is onto this backline.
Yeah, Rumble 3 is onto the back line, and it is going to be a win, it looks like. However, it is kind of close, Waycast, but no. Rumble 3 diff, and the TFT gods have blessed Jipo here. Navi showing up strong.
And Crazy moving up at the top as well. We saw that insane spot that they had, as well as Tardaman, who's on that 7-win streak, has only lost that first round of the game.
Yeah, just lost the first round, but still 6 streak. Tarman up there. The top Crazy moving right behind, both tied 95 HP each. As we get a bunch of components, of course, because we do have the loaded carousel coming through. Going to be more likely to find that best in slot for whatever carry that you want. A Galio being rolled into. That's nice.
Yeah, very nice. We'll definitely want the 3-star of that as well. I imagine, yeah, we'll start rolling for more of these upgrades just to continue to roll. Clearly the favorite, it's the game's... What is happening? This guy's so good.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay. Interesting. I didn't expect that to be the case, wanting to swap the items over to Rumble. So, yeah, selling that. I don't really understand the thought process there. I think, you know, Galio 3 also a big part of this comp.
yeah, I also think, I don't remember if this is true or not, but if you re-roll that Galio into a different 2 cost, doesn't the item pop off?
I actually don't know. I don't think I've seen that interaction.
I don't know
so,
either.
Yeah, I'm not 100% on that
Anyway,
one.
something that somebody should try someday. I don't actually know what happens.
Yeah.
Worth a shot.
Definitely. Hit up some of the TFT devs and get confirmation on that one. As the Wukong that never dies shows up and takes down Jipo in that matchup very decisively. Another rumble.
More rumbles, please.
I think any... Okay, more Galios too. Like, what is happening?
And I think something that is very interesting about that Wukong specifically is not only is it surviving forever, it's also gaining infinite amounts of gold too as we go through this game. And so they're just going to keep chilling there. Level 7, 50 gold as Crazy Moving on a 7-win streak. They're going level 9. They're going level 10. They're going to win the game. At least they're set up to do that.
Yeah, there's a Kog'Maw re-rolling on their side here. Tartman, that's why Jipo was holding these units like Tristana, but not really going to be worth doing that much longer because they also just need to get strong here soon, as there's a lot of damage coming out from the backline of Tartman, and Syndra 1 just not able to get the job done. Rumble 3 also not quite tanky enough as we reach the end of stage 3.
Yeah, and for Tournament, like, knowing that all of these Rumbles are already gone out of the pool can just absolutely probably erase that from your mind as a possibility of something that you will even have the opportunity to reroll in this composition.
And Dudasaur, kind of middle of the pack here, still being stuck on a Syndra 1 themselves, but a decently strong front line now, of course, with that Locket in there. Going to be part of the reason that they've stabilized here a little bit. They are decently, you know, positioned in terms of economy. Gonna be able to level up to 7 next round, maybe go to 8 on 4-2, but they might wait just a little bit longer as well. I could see that definitely being the case.
Crazy Moving and Tardaman on these incredibly long win streaks at the top of our lobby. Will be wanting to continue those, but it's something we need to keep our eye on. They both have a significant HP lead over the rest of this lobby, and it's one from each team. So something that will play a huge part in the later part of this game, but no one is even close to as rich as Crazy Moving. 75 gold, level 7.
Yeah, the next player is about, you know, 20 gold off, but is pushing XP towards level 8. I was thinking, what did Crazy Moving want to do here? Is it reroll for that Wukong 3? They can still do that at level 8, by the way, but they might not be committed to that. They could just go level 9, play this kind of very standard Syndra line. Wukong 2 is still a great frontliner for now.
Man, and will continue the winning ways, quite possibly. That Fiora found her Experian already. Oh, the way! Able to pull out the win. So Crazy Moving losing that streak at the beginning of stage 4 is not the worst thing in the world. Tardaman also losing their streak. People are starting to get stronger across this lobby.
Definitely, as we get our gold augment to finish off this game here. Martyr, Capricious Forge, or Duo Q, but no, we're rolling everything. Unified Resistance is always a solid pick, but no, it's going to be Martyr. Giving that HP whenever a unit falls over, and Song Yo leveling up to 8 and rolling it down. Wants to find some karmas, but being okay with potential Callista route here as well.
I also heard the sound of a 3-star being rolled somewhere into this lobby. And so something to keep our eyes on as we go into these next matchups. Somebody has gotten lucky and hitting what they're looking for, but for saying, yo, there's not much direction.
Yeah, Preserver Karma, but 1 star of a lot of those units, and it is going to be a 3-star Kassadin coming through here for Ugo. Has that BT, Rageblade, and Archangels for that extra AP.
And wow, already hitting that 3-star Kassadin is so powerful, and we'll open it up for the rest of this lobby though. This Rumble really started this, the path of having an easy path to get these 2-stars, right? Taking a lot of these out of the pool, re-rolling them every round is making this a lot easier for people to hit what they're looking for.
100%. Ugo did have Silver Veil as well to prevent the first CC in the combat, so that Kassadin 3 not being as pressured because of a lack of Quicksilver. Crazy moving here again, however. Level 8 has rolled a little bit, found a couple of Syndras, still denying units like Kog'Maws, like Nunus as well, but not too much work in their favor. Did not find any Wukongs during this roll.
Also something to keep an eye on, Jipo has lost a round, even having that Rumble 3, has not quite hit the rest of it. And on the other side, we see someone that is holding these units from Crazy Moving. That is 5 Wukongs on the bench of Jedusor.
Yep, there you go. The target griefing is going to be happening, of course, and Crazy Moving with that in mind just says, hey, that's probably fine. I can just push levels. I am so rich. I've saved so much HP. It's okay. Even if I lose rounds right now, which, he's starting to. Lost the last 2 out of 3 rounds. But not too shabby still, however. Sitting towards the top of the standings. Just 1 HP separating Crazy Moving and Tartaman.
Yeah, and you see the HP lead that they have on display. They are still almost 20 HP up on the rest of the lobby for both of them. And so just have that wiggle room and able to save the gold and be a little bit greedy here. Tartaman still rolling down for many of his units, the Honeymancer units that he's looking for. Not having Kog'Maw 3 yet. Obviously not going to be able to hit that Rumble 3 very easily. And so continuing to roll down at 20 gold for them.
Down 20 gold. Jipo has hit Syndra 2 finally. They were stuck on Syndra 1 for so long. Yeah, Galio 3 as well. They are re-rolling 3 separate 2-star 2 costs to try to hit the Syndra 3. Not hitting any of them yet, however.
The best thing would be for all 3 of those to roll into the same 3 costs, and then you get a random 2-star 3 cost.
And imagine if it's Syndra with that 0 stacks.
Yeah, right?
That'd be tragic.
That would be what would you do? Re-roll it?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, it's like kind of useless, so I guess you would have to.
I think the bench takes into account the amount on the pool. So I imagine there's enough Syndras out of the pool where it won't be able to roll into all the same thing. But wow, this Wukong is so unkillable. It is not even funny.
Jipo not using the Zephyr they have on the bench as well. They may be thinking it wouldn't really make a difference in that matchup. They just have to pray that this roll will provide a Syndra, and it does not.
Just more Rumble. That's all it's providing.
More Rumble. More of these Honeymancer reroll units. Oh, man. Do they just sell? Yeah, and roll. You kind of have to at this point. Not hitting anything.
Yeah, looking kind of doomed here. Now able to get that temporary Bramble Vest to provide some sort of sustain to this front line. No Majin, still on that level 7, so not quite able to get as powerful as possible. We'll keep an eye on that fight to see if that HP does go below 0. But this matchup with a Callista 2 already is quite strong.
Yeah, Callista 2, granted the items aren't amazing, no attack speed, just that 3 multi-striker. If it procs, she will still be a huge threat. Gwen, however, getting into the backline here, BT and Spark able to take out one of the backliners, but Syndra still remains. Now Callista versus the world, and she makes it happen with that rend.
Yeah, breaks the 8 loss streak though. Maybe not exactly what they wanted to do, but Syndra 3 is here. And Jipo was able to win that last round, and now might be able to go on the miracle run that he's hoping for.
Yeah, big round for Jipo. Syndra 3, Rumble 3, and Galio 3 now on the field. Still a very long way away from level 8. and you really want Vex to come through there, and that's why we see Jipo rerolling these 3 costs now. Does need Mordekaiser too, but oh, there we go. Mordekaiser 2 has been found. Feels good.
Making 20 gold also is very valuable because we need to get to that level 8, and so we need some gold to be able to do that. So now also we'll be hitting the next gold upgrade. I imagine we'll get some sort of magic shred. We have the components for a shiv. We could also go blue buff for this karma, but yeah, we'll be going possibly
Or red buff
as well.
Wait a minute. But there's already a Sunfire on this board.
Yeah, that's also the Rumble burns and wounds as well.
Yeah.
So,
Jipo, I mean, okay, there's a lot of attack speed that comes through with the red buff. It does still spread that maybe a bit more than the Rumble would be able to if it's stuck on front line. Good Zephyr.
Totem has now hit everything he's looking for, has hit the 2 backline carries as well as this new. Just the TG on this new though, so it will be quite squishy, and they're not able to get through this Rumble very easily. The very, very good Zephyr
CC
onto the Kog'Maw was wonderful, and that will keep them in this game.
Yeah, I think that actually might have made the difference in that fight. It did seem like rather one-sided, but that was just because Kog'Maw was in the air for so long. If he was able to provide all that damage, might have gone the other way. But Sangyo now has upgraded the Rakan, the Gwen, and the Callista. Still sitting on a pair of Fioras, however. But this is still a pretty creative, solid-looking board.
Yeah, using mentorship excellently. Using that Morgana to buff up every single unit around. That's the hardest part of this, making those 4 costs buffed. And you see that all across the board here with that Camille in the backline as well.
Yeah, Camille, a big hit to actually kind of turn this comp up a notch as you get to buff up with that Chrono and the multi-striker for the Callista.
And this fight going much better now that we have this Rage Blade on the Callista, able to fire away on the backline. That last snip from Gwen.
Wow.
Oh, almost falling down there is that Callista. So crazy moving, losing a bit of HP there, down to 64, but still head and shoulders above this lobby with the amount of gold they have already being level 8. But the sad news, Jipo out in 8th place.
Yeah, that Syndra reroll, you know, hitting into that very early Rumble was fantastic. Galio followed suit, but just too little too late, unfortunately. Judasaur also still holding all of these Wukongs, making it that much harder for Crazy Moving to hit.
That item is now on a magical journey to find its way to this board. But for Jejusaur, it's looking like this Syndra comp is finding a little bit of weakness here in EWC. It is now maybe going to occupy the bottom 2 spots as this Witchcraft emblem composition is going to take out Jejusaur. We have Syndra going 7-8.
Yeah, usually we see the Kog'Maws go 7-8 or the, you know, multi-striker or something like that. But no, it's going to be the Syndra players who have, I guess I'll say low rolled a little bit. Definitely that is coming into play. I want to say like, oh, Jipo had opportunity to high roll a bunch, but no, it just, you know, wasn't really able to come through there.
Yeah, the damage just wasn't quite there. I wonder if it was itemization or some other thing that made it not possible for them to establish that win streak.
Yeah, I think itemization is a part of it. Jipo did have the adaptive on the Syndra, which isn't great. It is still like okay though, as yeah, Crazy Moving just has so much gold. They're going up to level 9 with still 60 gold remaining.
Man,
absolutely crazy here for Crazy Moving. Hey, and why don't we just go for Karma 3?
Sounds like a good plan to me, a good way to win this game, but also take these karmas away from everyone else in this game. That there's many players playing this Witchcraft line that's going to now not be able to hit Karma 2 as easily.
Also going for Bard 3 randomly is 2 Bards away, even though it has 0 items. That's definitely funny at this point in the game. Just that rich, we can go for everything.
And we see a lot of the golden units once again from Totem, but without any real frontline items, it gets a little bit awkward for this composition to be able to stall long enough. The CC from the Nami is going to be huge here and allow the Syndra to keep casting and win them this fight. So Opal staying alive and Tardaman taking a pretty big loss there.
Yeah, oh, Sangyo actually goes down in 6th place. So Navi taking 8th and taking 6th means that they have to go 1st and 3rd at least between Crazy Moving and Ugol to clinch this victory.
Yeah, going to be very difficult. Crazy Moving, though, set up excellently to be able to do something crazy here in this game and go for that first place. Has spent a lot of the resources now. 1 off Bard 3, 3 off this Karma 3 that could absolutely change the game. But the big thing that would spike this board is that Wukong 3. Need 2 more of those to finish out this composition as the Kassadin jumps to the back line and does terrible amounts of damage.
Yeah, the front line with just the Wukong there is great versus most compositions, but when Kassadin is just able to walk across the side and get into your backline, you really hate to see it. Kind of gave a free path there, needs to fix up that positioning in the future from Crazy Moving. But we do have Opal going out, so our same win conditions that we just laid out for Na'Vi have to happen. But Opal, of course, going out in 5th means that On Sepa still, have a chance, however.
Yeah, they need to send Totem or Experian out in 4th place here to have their shot at winning this game. But they also need to get that first place secured. But the first step, send out one of On Sepa out in 4th.
Crazy Moving, having a bunch of gold again. Another Karma, just 2 away. There is a lesser champion duplicator, so we're going to be using that on either a Bard or a Wukong here soon. There is another Wukong, and yeah, I think that should just be used. That is so strong. 100%. That Bard 3 doesn't really do too much. It would have been cute to get, but not necessarily needed.
Yeah, and not itemized at all, right? If it had some items on there, it would make a little bit more sense, but wanting to prioritize itemizing these 2 carries alongside this Wukong and also this Morgana, that just provides a lot of utility.
Yeah, that Morgana getting a secondary tank item now, as it is going to be Crazy Moving versus Totem. Totem could fall here.
I would imagine he will. This is an incredible board put together by Crazy Moving here. The pieces are falling into line for Na'Vi to be able to take this first game win. Totem out in 4th place and Crazy Moving in a spot where that top spot, that first place in this lobby, is looking very possible.
Experion needs to win to deny Na'Vi the victory. He's on a 4-win streak right now, but Crazy Moving has made a drastic improvement to this board with that Wukong 3. Experion, however, this is a strong Witchcraft board. It is 6 Witchcraft. It has a bunch of emblems.
The win condition is the problem here now for Crazy Moving. That Karma 3 was exactly what they're looking for, but all of the Karmas are out of the pool. They need to find that duplicator. Actually, there's 2 more. There's one more in the pool, and then they need to find that duplicator. So if Experion hits that Karma 2, it's going to be game over for that win condition. But this Wukong is so incredibly powerful that I'm not sure it's going to matter.
Yeah, the Wukong did fall. However, wait a minute. It got down to just the Morgana Experion. See the frustration on their face, though. They know that match is winnable. Maybe some good late game charms can do the trick. And hey, this is a decent one with the Radiant Spear of Shojin for Karma. However, it's not going to be the best. It's way better on a unit like Syndra, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge spike, though, to this board, which in a really close fight, that's going to make a lot of the difference. We do have this Rakan now in the front line, a little bit of positioning difference happening here, and we're going to need to see some of these win conditions come to life.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy Moving, denying all these Karmas. So Experience still on a Karma 1. Will that Radiant Spear be enough?
It does provide a lot more mana, but on a low mana champion like Karma, that is not as important as shredding something like this Wukong would be. Wukong barely taking any damage, and every time he casts, gets that giant shield, and still at the same time farming gold, and also experience HP bar. Na'Vi pulling off the victory, their first victory of EWC. What a fantastic game.
Definitely. Even with Jipo kind of low rolling, getting that 8th place, the rest of the members were able to clutch up and take that victory. Crazy Moving with that Wukong 2 super early, getting all of that economy, building it up to push to 9, get that Wukong 3, and ultimately take the victory there. So well played, and nice to see another member of Na'Vi really step up to the plate when it matters most.
Yeah, one of those games that was, again, decided by this tiebreaker of who wins the match. And for Na'Vi here, that was crazy moving. Absolute MVP of this game, I can tell you that for sure. Having that Wukong 2 with that Mogul's Mail so early was so incredibly dominant in this game. Farming gold throughout the whole game, able to push them to level 9 here early and then get some of those golden upgrades.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the case that we're seeing a lot here, is only 1, maybe 2 members of each lobby has the gold to push up to like some crazy levels, like level 9 and level 10 even. But a lot of the time, players are very poor. They might be capping out at level 8, but just sitting there rolling the whole time, not only trying to improve their board, but really crucially trying to deny the opponents and their key units as well, right? Is it more worth it to go level 9 for yourself, or more worth it to deny a crucial 3-star from the enemy? Oftentimes it's going to be to deny that 3-star.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from our match here. Watching these crazy rerolls happen for Jipo, that led him to an 8th, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Was not exactly the ending we were expecting from a really early 3-star.
No, I mean, the Galio 3 came soon after, but the Syndra with the subpar items, right, just never really able to make it work. Maybe with some better Zephyr positionings, right? We didn't actually see the round where Jipo did fall, but oh, we see some very, very close matchups, right? The Callista from Sangyo, it did end up actually falling in 6th place, but yeah, just such crazy, I think, play across the board there.
And we see Flexible, one of my favorite augments from the set, just being on display here as well. Getting that top 2 is, you know, really impressive, using that Witchcraft emblem given at 2-1 to its fullest advantage, but sadly it wasn't enough to take the lobby win. Experian losing to Crazy Moving here at the last fight, losing that tiebreaker because of this first place by Crazy Moving. Well done by them to use their advantage to their advantage. Able to push that economic, all of the gold from that Mogul Mail to a victory.
Yeah, 100%. And it was so close too. The frustration was on the faces of the Onsei team, as they know that was just inches within their grasp to claim the victory. And being down 0-1 in this series is so scary. One more loss from Onsei will send them home. They need to clutch up, but we're going to see if they're able to do it right after this break.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Navi has taken their first win of EWC and are hoping to continue on those winning ways. It was a tie broken by the first place player. But going into game number 2, maybe On St. Paul can tie it up again.
Yeah, on St. Paul, we saw how close they were to getting that victory and how devastating it was for them to have that just fall outside of their reach. But still, the game was very close. I think it could be on St. Paul bringing it back. Hey, we've had game 3 for the first couple matches of the day, so it definitely could happen here again. And we knew that we could be in store for some long days, CLE, right? But with just the caliber of players that we see and the closeness of, you know, the strength of these teams, right? Even we can say that about our next series as well, potentially with Team Vitality and MSJ. But we do, of course, got to get through Navi and On St. Paul first.
Yeah, I believe that Navi really finding their stride there in the game a little bit, able to position themselves to get that top spot. And just some of these players weren't having quite the best performance across the board, right? There wasn't that many players we looked at were like, yeah, these guys are crushing it. Just those top 2 were able to set themselves up above the rest with crazy moving and experience getting those top 2 spots with those crazy advantages that they had early in the game.
Yeah, definitely. And kind of looking at how some of these games have played out, it is kind of surprising that even when Kog'Maw isn't contested, right, sometimes it can still just completely fall flat if you get denied a little bit too much. You need a lot of things to come together for that composition to have success. You really need to hit every single one of those pieces with Kog'Maw 3, Tristana, Nunu, and of course that Rumble. But so many Rumbles, you know, taken out of the pool by Jipo, so Tardaman didn't really find any success with that. And I still think on Jipo's spot being like, I can't believe that didn't get anything more than a 8th place there. It really seems like it should have gone, you know, at least 7th, which isn't too much better, but still it's, you know, it's really impactful in this team format.
Yeah, I think we're seeing some of the flaws that come from re-rolling, right? We're seeing some of just the vulnerability of them. We saw Syndra go 7-8, and it was a Syndra 3 with 2 3-star frontliners that went 8th place, which is absolutely insane in this game. We've seen Kog'Maw struggle because they're contested. We have seen so many of these different re-rolls like multi-strikers and whatever else people decide to 3-star have problems because of being contested. And that's exactly what we saw in this game. And so going forward, who will be able to innovate the most? Who will be able to play these crazy lines that able to cap out these games, get those first places and the notable top 4s?
I think the only reroll that we haven't seen struggle is that 1-cost Zoe reroll, right? Every time we've seen it, it has performed fairly well. We've seen it at least twice, maybe 3 times so far. So maybe the players get that spot, they'll be considering that as we get into game number 2 of On Sait Pas versus Navi.
And these portal decisions are quite impactful usually, but these ones are not the most game warping out of all of them. They will be going with the golden prelude, but it does open the option for a lot of these hero augments that we have not seen nearly at all in this tournament.
No, really lacking on that. We've seen maybe a Sweet Tooth with Nunu going for that Cog reroll, but it was contested. Haven't seen any of that Galio augment, have we? But that would be exciting to see. Maybe players being offered it, but just saying, no, it's a little bit too risky. I want to go towards kind of that surefire strategy in just one of those, you know, few compositions that have found a lot of success.
Yeah, and it's just really easy to target grief those, right? Like if they just are looking for that Galio, just hold some Galios, right?
Yeah,
it
good
makes
point.
a ton of sense and just identifies really that one unit that everyone needs.
100%. If they're like, okay, Galio is literally their whole win condition, hey, everyone on our team just hold like 3 Galios. We're gonna make it really hard for them to hit, and they're probably gonna be going out in 8th with that in mind. So definitely a good call out there as to why you probably see those being avoided more times than not.
Especially, yeah, this team format really just changes the way that these things work. And we keep seeing it with these rerolls, right? Being target creeped specifically by holding some of these units. And for saying, yo, looking at one of these options here now with that multi-striker reroll.
Yeah, a couple multi-strikers. Ashe is upgraded a cloak on the bench, with cloak is good for a couple of Kassadin items. No Kassadins yet, however, and if you don't find those, and you know, Ashe is an okay carry. We have seen one time this tournament multi-strikers try to be re-rolled around that Jax and the Ashe. I don't think it worked out very well though, if my memory serves correctly.
It was like my favorite thing to play on PBE was that Jax reroll. And speaking of these hero augments, we see one on our screen now. Spider Queen, okay in the statistics, and especially if you can hit that Elise 3 really early, can use that to your advantage. But Encancer Emblem includes a Syndra, which is everyone's favorite thing, but support Golem instead being the choice with the unstable treasure chest to give some items every round is pretty good.
Yeah, it's good in the early game, but it definitely falls off. I think that's one of the weaker items to get on this support Golem, because at the time where you're in the mid game, late game, your big tank and your carry are already going to be fully itemized, so there's just not going to be too much value out of the other members there. But that is category 5 coming out from Judasaur here.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite augments in the set right now. It's just really unique and really brings to life one of these items that is not built super often, being this Ruin's Hurricane, which we may see, 2 of here in this lineup for Judasaur.
Absolutely love it. Whenever multi-strikers are online, whenever it procs and there's just so many missiles flying across the screen, Hassan even being able to get the extra auto attacks to win that first round versus Tardaman. And we've seen category 5 once, right around that Jinx reroll, and she's a very, very good utilizer of that augment.
Yeah, and it's something that sits just right around a 4.5 average placement. It just fires that extra bolt that does basically the same amount of damage as the original auto attack, 95% of it. And so if you're able to get a unit that has a lot of attack speed to send out more bolts, or lots of just raw AD to have those auto attacks hit harder, category 5 can be super impactful.
Yeah, 100%. Really curious to see where that ends up, if it will be the Jinx or maybe another line. But Ugul here with that support Golem as well, getting the Aegis. That is the much better option, at least towards the later stage of the game, comparatively to that unstable chest. Chest is decent right now, but will it be enough to take this round win versus Ugul?
Yeah, not the ideal support Golem across the way, but Ugul is definitely happy with his solution here. But no item slammed means he is wide open to whatever the game has to give him. Looks like he could go for that Kog'Maw route, having 3 components that are excellent on Kog'Maw, but not quite committing quite yet. Wow, there's 2 Kog'Maws in that shop.
Yeah, that's a lot of Kog'Maws. Also the opportunity to transform a 1 cost, which is pretty appealing. Even if it does hit the Poppy, I think that's still gonna be a win.
Yeah, I'm curious if they're gonna re-roll. No, they are here. Does hit the Poppy, so now they get a big upgrade.
Yeah, that's crazy actually. I was wondering, okay, maybe they sell everything besides the units that they want to play on their board. It's like a 1 in 4 shot to hit the Poppy, but they do hit it. That's a big bastion, that front line there. Wouldn't be surprised if Apa would slam a tank item on that Nuno right now, maybe a Sunfire, but no, is just going to be the raw quality of that unit on this board right now. Oh, okay, slamming a Steadfast Heart.
Does slam later into this fight, realizing what is going on this board. And so we'll be taking a 4-unit loss. If they would have slammed earlier, it could have been a different story.
Yeah, definitely
But
would have been.
instead, taking a big loss, we'll be able to move up in pick priority, though.
Especially with Steadfast Heart, right? That item specifically gets more value when the wearer is above 50% health, right? You get 15% durability instead of just that 8%. So definitely would have made the difference of saving an HP or two at that point. But a little bit of indecisiveness here, really, in terms of that decision.
Man, this first carousel is so important in this game, locking people into some of these items. We see so many unslammed components. If you look at the bottom of our screen, so many people non-committed to compositions because they want to remain flexible. They want to be able to play some of these stronger lines, but aren't sure where people are going to end up.
Yeah, there's one Syndra? Oh, there's two. Okay, I was like, no, surely it's not just one. Okay, I saw two Syndras there amongst the compositions, and I guess people wanted to keep their options open because if they do hit early Syndra, all right, cool, you want to slam all those items that are good for her, but if not, all right, I guess we're going to be going maybe Karma items, but we still could be seeing other directions as well. We have seen some creative comps come out, right? Maybe, you know, some Pyro, maybe it's just some Witchcraft, Callista, Fiora action.
And for Totem here, it looks like we're just going for some Kog'Maw action. We're going to be playing Lost Streak into Kog'Maw, being able to pick some of these units up, that 2-star Rumble on bench, and also that Tristana that he's going to have a pair of on bench as well. So, lots of good parts of these units, but it looks like he might be contested this game as well.
Yeah, 2's healthy, though, is really, really strong. With the Kog'Maw composition, it features 4 2 costs that you want to run between Trist, Cog, Nunu, and Rumble. Other compositions, even with the Shapeshifter Syndra, only really running 3 maximum, so getting massive value there. For Onsepa, though, Opal still has that Nunu too, but considering dropping it here, maybe.
Yeah, considering the lost streak, this will get him to 30 gold for sure. Maybe even possibly that 40 gold mark. We'll just hit 30 gold instead and keep that Nunu upgrade in to try and save as much HP as possible.
Yep, I think I agree with this decision in terms of just playing strongest board. The 3 lost streak isn't really good enough to warrant it, but it is going to be a Death Blade now with the double Runans for Dudasaur with that category 5. Nunu, however, is so very tanky. He's not going to be taken out even if the rest of the team will.
Man, but I'm thinking that this might be that 1-cost Ashe reroll. If you're able to get the multi-striker procs with this category 5, this could be the most powerful Ashe you have ever seen.
Yeah, true. They still are on level 4. So the potential is very, very much there. I guess we'll see if that will come into play at 3-1. That will definitely be indicative of if they have 50 golds, right? Where is that gold being spent? Is it XP or pressing that D key?
And we're seeing Onsepa with the early economic advantage, Experian with the 5 win streak along with Yugal from Navi. But at the bottom we have 2 lost streakers going on here. Tardaman with the 5 lost streak and Jejisaur with 4.
Yep, 5 wins here, top of the standings, but also a couple players. 3 out of 4 of Onsepa being able to streak pretty decisively, though, is definitely a boon in their favor. Sangyo getting some solid components here.
Yeah, looking like this could be a flex towards Karma, but they have currently on their board multi-strikers. We see Jejisaur here rolling down for this Ashe too. Will hit that here. Continues to roll and trying to find more of these 1 costs.
They shouldn't go too much deeper, however, because that economy will be so hard to recover. Oh man, I guess hitting a Jax upgrade, but definitely stop here.
They're probably going to try to make 20 gold here, but that was a pretty tragic roll down. No cast to either. And so the secondary carry of this comp, which they have some items for, especially with that Crown Guard, not finding it. But look at this Ashe. It is so powerful, killing the backline units.
Yeah, category 5 really showing up big here with this Ashe. Sword does get the round win, and yeah, selling off the pair of Shens there to make 20. I love that decision. Shen does not need to go on this board yet. We still have an Ash 3 to get, question mark, because I actually don't know from that spot if Udasar is going to be committing all the way there into that strat.
We see all that Shimmers Plus, which is one of the premier augments in the game right now, gives a lot of economic advantage, but with Syndra comes Spell Blades, which really helps them after each of their casts to do as much damage as possible. The roll down here, finding Syndra 2 finally, plus an extra copy, able to get 4 Vanguard in.
Yeah, it's even better this support golem got this Aegis, because giving the extra attack speed to the Syndra is massive, right? We have the open tier, we have the open bow as well, so hopefully when we get to the carousel, Google will be able to complete one of these items, but we have a very strong front line, of course, with a Steadfast Heart being slammed on a Warwick 2, and that can just be swapped out a bit later once we find that Tom Kench very easily.
Yeah, this support golem is the exact reason why Yugo is so healthy and was on that win streak. Able to give this attack speed and some resistances to this team is extremely powerful. And you see it on display here as well. So many casts coming through. That will be a 5-0 for Yugo, just showing the dominant power of this composition.
Experian rocking the Syndra, of course, but with the shapeshifters looking potentially like a reroll option, as shapeshifters are generally paired with Syndra with that in mind. We get to see at least 30 gold here.
The common problem, though, with this Syndra is finding the Syndra 2 is seemingly impossible sometimes. Still on Syndra 1 with not even a pair.
Yeah, not even a pair, though, is really, really tragic. We get to see, at least for me, the most interesting number here is going to be those rerolls, right? Judasaur has rerolled 36 times, or spent 36 gold on rerolls, however, so that's 18 times, right? But 0 gold spent rerolls for 3 other players in this lobby.
Yeah, he did roll on that level 5 to try and find Ashe upgrades, and it took him quite a long time to do so, so that makes a ton of sense.
100%. Let's see exactly how far this Syndra 1 is able to go for Experion against Tartaman and that Kog'Maw reroll. Kog'Maw having Last Whisper and Guard Breaker is solid, but yeah, just not quite strong enough versus the Syndra.
I don't want to speak too early, but for Tartaman here, this is looking not so good. Not being able to hit almost anything on their roll down at 10 gold and still lost streaking here is not very good here in this mid game.
No, it's so hard to recover from that position, and I think we have to kind of go back to the point about when is it too much, right? When are you over rolling? Because every 10 gold that you go down, right, it makes it that much harder to recover that economy back up to 50. Sure, you want to stabilize, right? That is a big deal. But if you're just not hitting anything and you keep sending that D key down, you're just been going 8th and make it that much harder for your team to claim that victory. And honestly, Pa really does have no room for error right now, being down a 1 in this series.
Yeah, it's not looking the best right now, but we've seen these games change so incredibly quickly throughout the tournament. All of a sudden, it flips on its head, and one of these teams is in the driver's seat. I do want to look around our lobby and see that we saw on the carousel as we looked at augments that 5 out of our 8 players have this support golem on their team. And so we will see a lot of them fighting each other to the death later in this game.
Yeah, not any here, but most other boards do have them. Tristana 2 upgrade did come through, Tartaman, but yeah, not much more. The front line still struggling. Only really that Rumble.
And the Rumble's not even one of these. I mean, it's an important piece of this, but that Nunu is such more important to this composition's success just because of the Honeymancer and being able to use those bees effectively.
Definitely. Nunu with a lot of ability, right? Healing up on every cast. All 3 is not a good charm. Just pressing the D key and hitting a Nunu 2 at least. We get that upgrade coming through, but so far from the rest. 3 Rumbles, I guess, is the closest one. 4 more Kog'Maws to go as well.
Wow, and this board is a little confusing to me, have not spent any gold on rerolls, but instead trying their best to stay as healthy as possible, probably looking to go to that level 8 and just keep their econ and use it all on level 8 to go for that karma composition.
Yeah, Songyo, 64 HP, 3 loss streak. There is a bit of value, of course, with that unstable chest, but it is not good enough going up against players such as Experion. Still win streaking throughout all of stage 3, even just with that Syndra 1, the shapeshifters putting in a lot of work there for him. Hey, there's a pair.
Continuing to look across our board, there is a pair of Syndras, but it's still this Syndra 1 as making this board on a 10 streak, which is quite impressive throughout this game. No one on that super big loss streak besides Sangyo on that 4 losses we saw through the end of this stage.
Yeah, the Ashe reroll is happening for Judasaur, but they were still quite a ways off. They had 2 Jaxes to go. Looks like 4 Ashes to go as well. So not very close.
I'd love to watch that roll down here, see if they can hit these upgrades. Still many of these away, but getting that Jax is huge, taking those ones out of the possibility for these shop rerolls. But still, where are the Ashes?
Okay.
There's one, and there's a couple of Collies as well.
Yeah, Collie getting close, same as Ashe, just one more. I think we set it down to 0 with that in mind. Ashe 3 would be quite the upgrade. Need to keep Callista, but we can. Oh, all right. Finding another one actually in the shop. Does find a Hecarim pair. Jax is a good tank for this composition, right? The Kassadin is going to provide a lot of good frontline as well. But 1 Ashe away. As soon as Judasaur hits that, I really want to see how strong this comp will be.
I mean, it is pretty strong right now. This Ashe is doing so much damage. This Jax is going to be the premier tank of this composition, and he's hoping to build towards that Kassadin as well, putting the Crown God on them instead of putting it on the Jax right now.
Yeah, 100%. We get our final augment
support golem
of the game. Another player getting a support golem, and it is going to be a massive one with that chalice here for Opal.
That's so funny. We are level 8, rolling it all the way down to try and see if we can hit that witchcraft board. Where is these karmas that we are looking for? Where are these Fioras?
They're just not being found, right? We see the preservers. There is 1 karma. That is nice, but no Fioras yet. The Gwen is being slotted in. All right, 1 Fiora. There we go. Got 2 Warrior online. The frontline upgrades, however, are not here. The Bard upgrade, and I still continually dislike this choice to upgrade the backline Bard when the frontline is still very poor. I think that's kind of a waste of 6 gold. It would be much better spent trying to maybe find a Nico 2, find a Rakan 2, and things like that. But actually all these items are going onto the Morgana instead of the Fiora, and I actually kind of like that decision from Opal here.
Yeah, it would have been okay on the Gwen as well. The JG plus the BT is quite good. But this Drain tank using Preserver quite well also, and Witchcraft is this Morgana. Great traits on that champion this set. And so we see the power there, not able to die and doing a ton of damage.
Yeah, Crazy Moving taking a big hit in that round as well. 3 losses in a row. Dropping just 19 HP. A couple more losses would do it here. And it's this flex board around the Callista, right? We got Sniper's Focus in the Rage Blade, but the front line is very rough right now. Those Gwen items wanting to move over the Jewel Gauntlet perhaps onto the Karma. The Callista upgrade is here though, and that is a big one. Exactly what Crazy Moving needed.
Yeah, I mean, it's some of what Crazy Moving needed. He needs frontline, and he has some of it in his shop. Yep, that Shen 2 will be a big help, but that's not going to make that big of a difference in this fight. That Nasus 2 is the huge upgrade we're looking for.
Yeah, definitely will be a good one. Shen is all right. Does have a couple of Bastion. Maybe Fiora can find her way into the back line. Does dash past the support golem, as the karma damage actually is good at feeding Fiora mana without letting her, you know, just fully die. She does get another cast off, but Callista has a lot of work to do, and she's not able to do it. Crazy Moving taking another loss down to single-digit HP in just 1 round until they're out.
That Zillion stun was massive, and as we head to this stage 4 carousel, finding some of these 5 costs for some of these compositions that need them, but also really important items. So for Crazy Moving, that is the blue buff completed, which makes this Karma significantly more powerful.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to be having that paired with the Jeweled Gauntlet, as well as that Morello's. So big damage there coming out of the Karma. But again, like you're saying, no frontline items, no frontline upgrades besides that Shen is still very, very scary. Jipo, however, is going to be leveling up to 8 now. Had to wait a little bit longer than the rest of the lobby, but still is able to save on that gold, and I think that's a really, really big deal. Has a pair of Tom Kenches now, maybe going to be going for these extra Syndras to potentially have Syndra 3 be a win con here.
Yeah, items are pretty good. He will have a 3-item Mordekaiser when he gets to that spot, but it's taking a while to get to a comfortable place. Thankfully, this Syndra is so stable that he was able to be healthy enough to go 8 a little bit later and roll it down there. But the frontline upgrades have not come through. You don't have that Nami yet that really makes this board and this trait web come alive. And so we're seeing some of the power, just raw power of the Syndra on display, even with a lackluster frontline, able to do lots and lots of damage.
Yeah, definitely. The Radiant Virtue for Ugul was very powerful as well. Crazy Moving is able to get that win. Definitely a match that I was very looking forward to seeing. The next one too is going to be very important if Crazy Moving can hang on.
That Morgana could be an interesting slot in as well. Not playing the Witchcraft variant, actually doesn't even have Witchcraft currently in, as we go over to one of our other players who is on that current loss streak, still not hitting any of these upgrades.
Hardiman in such a rough spot here. Still 2 Nunus to go, 2 Kog'Maws to go, 2 Rumbles to go. Even further off of the Tristana, being 4 away, but Crazy Moving, we gotta take a look at here. And oh, this is a rough matchup. Can the Callista power and the Karma power shine through?
Spreading the front line will be incredibly valuable, so the Syndra CC does not hit, but most of the front line has fallen down. Fiora also will be falling down here shortly to the Syndra. Crazy Moving. The front line is not able to withstand the onslaught from Syndra and the dying of this new cutscene from Misfortune. Crazy Moving, our last game champion, falling out in 8th place.
Yeah, the duality of Crazy Moving there, going all the way from 1st to 8th. A little bit of low rolling in this game, of course, but hey, there's situations that you got to be prepared for. A Jace 3 with the Thieves Glove. Don't think we've seen that one yet. Jace 3 on the board here, but it is Syndra reroll with the Shapeshifters. We are still pretty far away, though, from a lot of upgrades, as it is 5 Cassiopeias, 5 Shyvanas as well, and not even any extra copies of that Syndra.
Yeah, it looks like Experian has accepted his fate of having to go level 8 and not really reroll some of these other units. And as I say that, he starts rolling. Yeah. The Ashe is finally here. It is 5-1.
Yeah, I just really wanted to hit that earlier. Would have been really nice to have that in stage 3, but we're all the way in stage 5 now, as the Ashe is here. I'm going to have Akali being sold off, right? There was a bunch of copies of Akali earlier, but no items for her. Now we get to see how much damage this Ashe can do.
And one of the interesting things in this lobby is we see for Enseigne Pa, these 2 players towards the bottom of the standings still on level 6, have been stuck here for a while trying to get the upgrades that they need. And I don't know if they've all come through for Jejusaur, but this Ashe at this point of the game is still quite strong, as we're seeing, but is having a little bit of issues.
Actually, it looks really, really cool. The front line might not be good enough for the Ashe to continually find wins, but it just shreds the back line while hitting frontline units, right? That's the power of the category 5 with that Renan's Hurricane, having 2 of them.
This is an actual composition that if you get this in your game, you should try either the Jinx variant with Wukong or this Ashe that is absolutely shredding the back line, as you said, with those bolts.
Yeah, rolling down here for Totem. 1 Kog'Maw off. That's a big upgrade. Nunu has already been found. Rumble now found. And Kog'Maw as well found exactly everything that he needed. The matchups now are going to be what Tardaman fears. Going up against Jipo here with that Syndra.
That extra declaw will be huge in this fight. It will swing it in significantly more in his favor, being able to survive a lot more of these Syndra orbs as they come in. The CC, though, is devastating to this board as they do clump up quite often. The Nami wave coming through and CCing the entire team and the Syndra orbs onto this backline, sending Totem out in 7th place.
Yeah, you hate to see it. It's like,
Oh,
okay, I
no.
hit everything, and then just being eliminated. Oh, man.
And Opal dropping down to 10 HP as well.
Yeah, on Sepa, definitely looking a little scared here. Judasaur has won the last couple of rounds, but if they go out where they lie right now in 6th and 5th, that will be Na'Vi just claiming the victory and on Sepa going home.
That would be devastating to not even pick up a single win here at EWC for them. And so they're really hoping and giving everything they have here. Opal rolling all of the gold possible to find this Karma 2 and just can't do it. Can't find any of the pairs. No completion happening there. Experian on the other side, though, has this 3-star Swain now.
Opal in danger. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it here. That Fiora in the backline, but she has no healing. She has no BT. The Morgana isn't going to be able to hold for much longer. She falls down. The karma damage isn't enough. The Swain is so low, but it is Swain 3. Opal takes the loss and goes down. Judasaur takes the loss and goes down to 10 HP as well. Just one more round could clinch this victory here for Na'Vi.
And right now in this situation, going 7th and 6th means Experian would have to hold on, go 1st place, and Jejusaur would somehow have to get that 4th place position in order to give themselves a chance. If Jejusaur drops out in this bot 4, it is game over, and Na'Vi moves on and stays alive in our tournament.
Sangyo, 19 HP, probably 2 lives though, as there's so much that Judasaur needs to do. Did find a Camille, but there is no Callista. Really wants to hit this 7 multi-striker. Rolling one more time, potentially could sell off that Shen, but does not hit it. Needs to win this round.
Even getting that chrono in, though, is a pretty huge buff. Able to get a little bit more attack speed on the team and maybe give Ashe what she needs. But facing some legendary 2-star on the other side is quite strong, as well as 2 unstable treasure chests. They're going to give lots of items to the opposing team. The tanks now have way more items. A lot of the board has fallen. It is Ashe and Jax versus the world, and it will not be enough. Jejusaur will fall down, and with it, the hopes of Onsepa.
Onsepa is going to be eliminated here in the EWC. Na'Vi claiming victory here in this matchup in 2-0 fashion. Such good recovery from day one from them. We saw a lot of struggles when they were facing Team Falcons, but able to shore up their weaknesses, as we see all smiles from them there on the camera.
Yeah, a sense of relief for sure, right? The danger of going home has been lifted right now from them. They'll have another opportunity to make it into the playoffs tomorrow, able to play off in that decision maker match.
Yeah, but for now, Xperia, I'm just kind of shrugging. It's like, yeah, I guess I'll play it out, you know? Might as well end off this tournament with as good of a result as I can get. They are playing a fairly strong board here. Still looking for that Cassiopeia 3, just one off, but face up against Jipo here.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter too much anymore. Just going for that victory lap. But Experian trying, you know, they wants to have some sort of pride in this last game. Not able to quite get that win, but maybe submit themselves as the top finisher in this final game to get the points a little bit closer.
Yeah, maybe Experian's like, hey, you know, if I get 1st place, it wasn't my fault. You know, it was my team. It was my team, not me.
Yeah, right? Oh, that was what Jipo felt in that 1st round for sure. And now the sense of redemption that comes with the rest of the team joining him at the top of this lobby.
Yeah, the rest of the team really stepping up, though. Gotta sing the praises for Ugul, Sungyop, and Crazy Moving, right? Crazy Moving did go 8th in this game, but already put in the work in the previous one to clinch that victory, right? So very well done for them. Hopefully we will see On Sait Pas in the future, right? A lot of these players are extremely talented. We've seen a couple of them do well, you know, in the Vegas Open. A couple of them do well in the World Championships before. And we do hit these upgrades, right? Not only the Siobhan has been upgraded, but the Cassiopeia now as well.
Okay.
And double Rage Blade. Hey, Experience looking like they could actually win this lobby with this board.
Yeah, that Swain 3 is quite powerful as well as a very unkillable tank. Obviously not 3 tank items, but that Ionic Spark really opens up the possibilities for this composition to do tons of damage to the opposing front line. This board's looking quite good here. This board on the other side with not a lot of upgrades is looking like it did its job in getting its top 4, but it is kind of ready to be done.
Yeah, the stun came through at this fight, but really I think the Cassio is maybe going to be the highest damage dealer now, as the Swain's just so tanky. Oogle struggling to get through that massive HP bar. And Experion finding a pretty decisive win there.
Yeah, definitely positioning himself in a place to win. Obviously, he knows there's no elation on his face because their run here at EWC is over, but taking that victory lap, giving it all he's got here in these final rounds.
Yeah, still want to sing the praises of, even though we're going to see some teams being eliminated today with 4 teams, they still gave it their all, right, in this event. They still got here, which is an accomplishment in and of itself. They still walk away with $5,000 for their entire team. So a little bit of money and a little bit of like, hey, maybe next time we can make it further and make that dream run happen.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Maybe they'll make their appearance back here next year. And obviously, this is a 4v4 tournament. They're used to playing individually, and so maybe this is a great learning experience for them. Now able to take some lessons back to their individual gameplay and go dominate ladder now.
100%. The biggest lesson that you can take away from any of this is the power of, you know, griefing people in the lobby, right? Denying some units.
Seriously.
If everyone's on the same page, it is so powerful, and you just send somebody out in 8th place. We saw 2 players being eliminated there, as it is now just a top 2 situation between Jipo and Experion. Jipo, the best scoring member of Na'Vi yesterday, and is saying, yes, I still got it here today. My team has stepped up, and I'm now going to lead them here into potential victory, right? They already won the series, but still first place here in this game on the line.
Yeah, able to get to level 9 with this Syndra board that we've seen. Once you hit that Syndra 2, you can go to the moon, basically, with your levels. So incredibly stable with this Vanguard frontline. But will it be enough to beat all of these 3 stars on the other side, especially with that Dragon's Claw now picked up via the Charm, now able to make that Shyvana survive for a bit longer. The CC coming through is quite significant. The Xerath trying to hit the backline, but taking down that Swain is near impossible. Experian able to get that win narrowly.
Yeah, so close versus Jipo there. The round could definitely go either way as we get a couple more rounds in here, right? A lot of HP was preserved from both of these players because of, you know, just how well they played their early and mid game. Experion getting that Gargoyles, Jipo getting the Jeweled Gauntlet.
And this will be our maybe one of our final fights of the game. We might even make it to stage 7 here on this second game of match 2.
True.
A Nasus 2 is a significant upgrade, and for this board that's already winning.
Karma 2 and Nami 2 for Navi's Jipo. Yeah. Almost a little tongue twister there, but yeah, some big upgrades. Maybe that will be the difference in this fight here.
It sure will be, and we will see this fight here. Experian staying on level 8, re-rolling these 3 costs and 2 costs and making it work for them in this game. The team did let him down. Even if he goes first place, they have no chance in advancing in this tournament. But this board looks quite good. The Shapeshifter Syndra is still a very good option in the meta, but this fight is quite more lopsided without that Dragon's Claw. Jipo able to put it together with that Karma 2 and the Nami 2.
Yeah, some big upgrades, right? Definitely outweighed the upgrade of the Nasus 2. Nasus 2 has no items. It is an okay frontliner, but a lot of the power is just going to be in stealing that HP from the front line. But, you know, he's backlines right now. It takes a little bit for him to get up there and get that cast off.
And this will be possibly one of our final fights if it is very lopsided. Jipo versus Experion, one team versus the other. Experion cheering up his team a little bit, seeing that they can win these games, but not quite win the match. They were so close in a lot of their games, not able to quite put together the team performance needed to get a match win at this point. But Experion, with those suspicious trench coats, does soak up a lot more of this damage, but is it going to be enough to take down the rest of the team? It will be. Experion not quite out yet, though.
Yeah, I took the headset off, saying, all right, I'm 1 HP, but I might as well be 0. But we are, I guess, technically going to go into Stage 7 as we get a little bit of time to just reflect on all of the great action that we've seen out of these two teams, right? Even though Pod didn't get a match win, they still had moments of greatness. They still had players step up and be like, all right, yeah, no, I have a good solid game here. They just needed that all to come throughout all of their members, which unfortunately, didn't happen. But Jipo, of course, one of the strongest Na'Vi members, definitely going to be looking forward to how Na'Vi progresses into tomorrow, right? They are going to be facing up against some strong competition there in that losers bracket, but just one more match round win until they make it into playoffs. Na'Vi definitely feels the excitement of winning this match, and now it's just one more step to get there.
And I have some news for you before this final fight. Team Falcons has fallen to Toronto Ultra, the Americans mixed team. And so Team Falcons, after 2-0ing Na'Vi in the first round, will have to face them again in the decider tomorrow to see who will be in the playoffs.
Oh, Na'Vi maybe feeling scared once they realize that is the case, because they did get 2-0'd pretty decisively. But for now, Jipo trying to close this game out versus Experion.
Yeah, we do have, as the Swain falls down, it is pretty clear who will win this fight. The TG now onto this Xerath, deleting the back line, and with it, deleting Onsepa from this tournament, knocking them out in just 2 games.
Those 2 games is all they needed. High fives, smiles around. Huge props to that organization, right? A legendary organization such as Na'Vi being knocked out so early would have definitely been a big blow. But instead, they get to live yet another day.
Yeah, absolutely. Live to fight another day. And against their old foes, what a cool redemption story that may be tomorrow if they're able to upset Team Falcons in the decider match.
Yeah, definitely. Looking to shake some hands there, as Onsepa is very distracted. But finally, they realize that, oh, hey, yeah, there's actually people in this arena that we have just faced. And I know we're feeling a little bit upset about that performance, but still some good sportsmanship, camaraderie coming out there. As Na'Vi advances to face Team Falcons again and looking for the redemption run, right? That was a tough matchup, but I think they can be, just coming in there with a little bit more confidence, right? They are going to be able to study those games, see what they did wrong and how to improve upon that, to maybe even take the upset and advance and knock Team Falcons out, which would be a huge upset.
Yeah, that would be absolutely electric if that does happen tomorrow. But let's review real quick what happened in this game with some of these highlights. We had one of my favorite comps of the day. This Category 5 Ashe was absolutely shredding in this late game and was so fun to watch. I'm going to have to give it a try when I see it in my next game.
Oh, absolutely. If I see Category 5 and 2-1 as well, even if I don't have a spot for it, I'm like, all right, I need to click it. I need to just see how this does work, especially in the, a less competitive environment as, the EWC world stage, right? Maybe in your solo queue game, it's going to go a little bit easier than this.
Yeah, no target griefing, no people holding all of the units that you need. But here towards the end of the game, we saw this Swain 3 turn into an absolute monster, even though the tournament hopes were over for Onsepa. Na'Vi able to get that final spot with Jipo, but Experion giving it their best effort.
Yeah, Jipo perhaps putting themselves in contention for that MVP, but we'll get a chance to see who that is in just a little bit. But still, again, like we were saying, a lot of Na'Vi did step up to the plate today, and the highlights are highlights for a reason, right? They are Na'Vi's best moments, and they deserved them here, getting this match win. So well played by that organization.
Yeah, and you see the disappointment from Onsepa. Obviously, this is not what they had in mind when coming to EWC. They were seeing pictures of a bigger piece of the $500,000 prize pool, but instead an early exit alongside some of our other teams. We now have our 3 teams knocked out of this tournament, and we are looking forward to tomorrow seeing who else will round out our playoff roster.
Yeah, we're getting close. We're almost halfway through this event, CLE, right? We've had some long days, but they've been jam-packed with some great action as we are getting all that much closer to cementing some champions for this event. It will be great to kind of, take a step back into tomorrow, reassess, see who moves on into the playoffs, and see who is able to continue to dominate. There are some teams who are definitely clear front runners. Team Falcons is definitely one of those from this group, and Na'Vi has the chance at redemption tomorrow to upset them and say, no, we have learned from our mistakes. We are going to be the ones moving on here and take down the Titans.
And what an excellent story that would be if they are able to do so. The comeback story, everyone loves that kind of story. And so the first half of tomorrow, we will be seeing some of those matches. But for now, we want to celebrate our MVP of this match. And it does happen to be from the losing team. It is Experian, able to go 2-2 in these matches, but it's not enough for the team win.
Yeah, going 2-2, very, very well played there by Experian. We saw just that narrow miss on a victory in that final game. Definitely put their all into the performance today, so we do want to celebrate that, right? Being the match MVP presented by Bravia, but definitely want to see more of them in EMEA here in the future. Maybe going to be contending for, Worlds, something like that, because they've definitely had a good individual start to the set, even if the team did fall short.
Yeah, and these are some of the plays that set him up above the rest, right? We get to see this crazy witchcraft board that was incredibly powerful, getting some of those narrow victories to get some crucial points to give them the opportunity to win this first game that they barely lost by tiebreakers. But it wasn't quite enough for them in this game. And then in the second game, just getting that second place as a little bit of a victory lap for them. Great showing by Experian, but not quite enough for the dub.
Yeah, just a little bit short. And that's some of the most heartbreaking losses, right? When you know that victory was within your grasp, they're saying like, oh yeah, if game 1 just went a little bit differently, we could have come out on top in this series. Sure, having one game go poorly, right, doesn't need to spell defeat for the whole team or for the whole run, but it unfortunately did in this case just because of that game 1 narrowly going the way of Na'Vi.
Yeah, and we are excited to say that we will have one more matchup on this stream. We will be getting ready for a winner's bracket, and you see them enter here. Team Vitality versus MSJ. Will K3 Soju and team make it through this winner's bracket and on to the playoffs?
Yeah, K3 Soju actually in an interview yesterday said that, they didn't expect to face MSG. They expected to face Twisted Minds, and so he almost thought that it was going to be very easy coming through into this matchup. See if you can kind of put your money where your mouth is, K3 Soju and squad there, as they are gearing up and ready to go in what will be our highlight match of the day. So this is definitely going to be a banger of series. You want to miss it? We'll be right back in just a few moments with Team Vitality versus MSJ.
I'm here with Team Vitality to do the over-underrated minigame. I'll bring up some prompts, some topics. You guys will quickly let me know if it's over or underrated, and hopefully have a little discussion if you guys disagree. Starting things off, what should be an easy one? Mortog?
It depends by who.
Well, by you, Mo. You're the one lifting the card.
But the thing is, like, it depends.
There's no depending. You have to lift the card.
I was told you can put on both of them.
Yes.
Okay, I think by some people, He's underrated, and some people are he's overrated.
Syndra reroll. Okay. Golden egg.
Okay. Oh, no, I just think people think it sucks because
It does suck,
it's like a
man.
meme. But like I feel like,
bro,
like sometimes it's like actually good.
Yeah, but the thing is, those, yeah, I guess.
No, the thing is, like
It's
it's
overrated,
rated
man.
so lowly, like it can't be overrated.
That's true.
That is
I think
true.
most people think it's like the worst, like quite literally the worst.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it can't be on
Kog'Maw reroll. Karma Flex. Okay. Believers. Kassadin reroll. Okay. NATFT.
I mean, okay.
No explanation needed. I know why on this one. EMEA TFT. Oh, okay, Milk. I'm
Okay, the thing is like, everyone knows they're really bad, right? But like, they're not that, like they're bad. They're out of the 4 major regions, they're the worst region. But like,
you could just lift the card and not say anything else, and I think I would have liked the segment a lot more.
Sorry, sorry. I thought you asked me to explain.
No, I did, don't worry.
Oh, my bad.
4v4 TFT compared to individual. Okay. Charms. Okay. That's it. TFT esports as a whole, and where it's like moving, the direction it's moving in.
Oh, direction?
How happy you are with TFT esports?
Oh, not very happy.
Final one, Team Vitality.
Oh.
I actually genuinely think
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
underrated.
it's actually,
Okay.
I think people don't know we're about to smash this tournament.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, guys, for joining me here for the over-underrated minigame. Thanks so much for your answers on both these and the roundtable. And best of luck in the tournament. I hope you guys do well. Big fan of all of you as players, so hopefully it works out for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
People back.
All right, I'm Casanova. I'm here at the EWC with K3 Soju, and we're gonna do a blind ranking of 5 sets of TFT. 1 to 5, 1 being your favorite, 5 being your least favorite. And we're gonna start off with the beginning. Set 1, Teamfight Tactics. Just classic.
How do you know that's set 1?
OG, because it's just Teamfight Tactics. There's no,
Oh,
no
okay.
tagline.
I'll just put it at 2.
At 2? Okay, starting
Can
off.
I put it at 1? Because I don't think 6 will be in there, so.
You're gonna put it at 1?
Yeah, I'll put it at 1.
Set 1 at number 1. Best set. All right. Set 9, Runeterra Forged.
5.
5.
It was Legend. It was Legend.
It was
Earth
Legends.
Demacia.
Earth Demacia. Yeah, yep. 100%.
Would you say it's 5 or?
Would I say it's 5? Well, it's actually my favorite set.
Oh, okay.
Dragonlance. Set 7.
I feel bad ranking this one poorly because this is the set I went to Worlds.
Yeah.
But what do I have so far? 1 and 5?
1 and 5, yeah. Set 1 as 1.
I'll
and
put it
then
at 3. Only because I made it to Worlds.
Right in the middle? All right, that makes
Others
sense.
would probably be 4.
Yeah. Okay. So another decent one. Monsters Attack. Set 8.
Wait, I already have 5 gone, right?
Yeah. You
Oh,
put
4.
you put
Easy
set 9 as
4.
5. Easy
This
4.
one's trash.
All right.
And 2. Is it good?
Inkborn Fables.
What was that?
This is the last set. Set 11. How did you feel about that one?
I think when we were playing, me and Setsuko actually just a few days ago were like, oh, we low-key kind of miss encounters.
Yeah, okay.
I think we were complaining the
Okay.
entire time about encounters, but yeah, I mean encounters weren't that great for the game, but it was kind of nice to just randomly have some extra resources.
How did you feel like the rankings went overall?
Oh, I
right?
think
you think you nailed it? This is like what you would want?
So what did I put at 5?
Runeterra Reforged, set 9. Which
Oh,
is
okay,
like
yeah.
Legends
Yeah,
stuff.
I'll take it.
still-
I'll take
yeah?
it.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Sounds
got-
good.
I got lucky, though, so.
Well, of course. But thank you so much, Soju, for the interview, for working through all of these, and good luck in the EWC.
Thank you.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
People always ask, where's Soju? When is Soju playing? Where in the world is Soju? Is he in this tournament? The answer is usually no, but this time you found him. He's here, and Team Vitality is hoping to dominate this matchup versus MSG. I am C Elite, joined here by Crowan, excited for our final match of the day and our featured match of the day.
Yeah, our featured match of the day. I love that intro. I didn't know what you're going to throw into the table here, but yes, we have found Soju finally. So chat, you don't have to ask, but you can put your prediction in, of course, if you would so like to do that. We have that going all across the weekend. Me personally, of course, the America's bias is going to come through here. I'm putting my vote towards Team Vitality. However, MSJ yesterday did shock the world when it came down to 2-0ing Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the Twisted Minds upset was not something that anyone expected. Twisted Minds, one of the best teams on paper in the whole competition. Team Vitality, we're looking forward to facing them in the semis, but they also upset another tournament favorite in KC, Carmine Corp. All of those EMEA superstars, they were able to 2-0 them. So these are the underdogs in this group, both of them fighting in this winner's match for a chance in the playoffs.
100%. And Team Vitality feeling very confident 2-0ing a team like KC, who are coming into this event being perhaps some of the tournament favorites, right? Team Vitality making quite the name for themselves already, but these are the players who are like some of the goats of at least North America, if not the whole America's scene. So definitely a lot of expectations on their shoulders to really come up and play some good TFT and at least make it into the playoffs, right? I think everyone expects that.
Oh, absolutely. This is a team that people have high expectations for. Whether they're super warranted or not, these are some of these favorite streamers in North America and across the world. K3 Soju is absolutely dominating on Twitch right now, so I know many of us are excited to see this matchup and see if they will continue on in EWC. But it's not just about the streaming. Many of these players on Team Vitality are absolute studs. Many of them have world experience. Actually, I think all of them have world experience. and as well as Setsuko, who is considered one of the GOATs of NA.
Yeah, definitely currently in really the past, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 sets of TFT, right? It's been that narrative of Setsuko and Dish Soap. Dish Soap falling earlier in the tournament on Fnatic, of course, so Setsuko really still carrying that torch of the new greats. And we're going to have an interview to see exactly what Vitality has to say leading into this matchup. So let's check that out before we get into our games.
And welcome back. With me here is Soju from Team Vitality. They're playing against MSJ very soon. How are you feeling today?
I'm doing all right.
Your game against MSG is very soon. Are you very well prepared? How is it gonna go? Expectations?
I think we'll win again. It'll probably be a 2-0. It's just I think the most important thing is yesterday we all slept 9 hours again. I think in the last week, in terms of preparation, we've been probably sleeping, or we've been doing like 22-hour days and just sleeping like 4 hours. And then only starting yesterday did we actually start sleeping. So we're as prepared as we can be. So if we lose, nothing we can do. So.
Well, we'll see what's gonna happen, and it's really good to hear you finally got, good well sleep. And you have a lot of doubters when it comes to your pro play. But when we ask people who are very well informed in the scene, they all say when Soju actually focuses, he's an incredible player, and he's actually one of the top players we have. So, how important is it for you to go far in this tournament and win it all, maybe?
I mean, I definitely think about that sometimes. I know that my peers know that I'm not terrible at the game. I don't think Milk and Setsuko would team with me if they thought that I sucked. But in terms of like proving like the backseaters in chat wrong, I do think about it sometimes. But yeah, I'm friends with them. They respect me as a player. I respect them as a player. And I think we actually have a good shot at winning this. So.
Well, good luck. And that was it for us. Thank you.
A good night's sleep, and we'll see what Team Vitality can do with that much preparation, whether it's in their dreams or playing tons and tons of games together. We're so excited to see this matchup and see who will come out on top.
100%. It's going to be a big one for Team Vitality. A good night's sleep is nice, preparing towards that big tournament day. And Soju also saying, right, the expectations of him from a lot of the outside spectators, right, they have maybe gone to him in the past, but he knows that they're there, those pressures, but he knows that he's a good player, right? He has gone to the world stage. He is the Soju who is so improved when it comes to this tournament kind of performance, from maybe the first like few sets all the way up to like set 5 or 6. It was like, okay, tournament Soju's kind of a meme. And then set 7 proved everybody wrong in Dragonlands when he got to the World Championships. And I think he's going to be continuing that here at the Esports World Cup. And he has teammates of a very similar, if not even higher caliber, honestly, in terms of that competitive success, with Milk making it to Worlds twice, getting 3rd in Reckoning. And Milk, right, a player who is pretty hard on themselves when they don't achieve the exact, first place, right? So we know that they're all looking to aim for that first place.
Yeah, we see the audience predictions come through. Team Vitality is the favorite, and then the hate watchers on the other side voting for MSJ, thinking that they will pull off the upset here. Soju, though, when he locks in, is one of the best players in North America and has proven that. But, he's an entertainer first. He's a streamer first. That's why he has all these viewers. You see him actually sitting up in his chair, ready to roll for this game. It will be a fantastic showing regardless. Korea versus North America, who will come out on top. And in TFT, usually this isn't the case in esports, but NA able to usually take these wins over Korea.
Yeah, that is very, very true. Also want to, of course, acknowledge that Soju is sitting up in the chair. I half expected just to see his forehead, when we went over to the camera, but no, he's going to be in form. And another player, like what you're saying, who really shows up when they're in form, Milk as well. I think Milk even maybe more than Soju. When Milk cares about TFT, when Milk is putting in his all, he is one of, if not the best player in the world at that time. I think we are seeing peak Milk here on Team Vitality during this tournament, and I would be really, really scared of him if I was literally anybody else that was not on Team Vitality.
Yeah, this team is locked in and ready to go, but we do need to talk about the opposition. The opposing team on the other side from MSJ, the Korean team, has lots of championship experience as well. Elmumu, Cosmo, and Panda all have competed at championship level tournaments and have done okay there. No world champions on either side of this matchup, but lots and lots of good players regardless. So this is not a done deal. Vitality has not gotten the easy road. These players are all excellent.
Certainly not gotten the easy road. MSJ did, of course, 2-0 Twisted Minds to get here. They know that they are good, that they are worthy of being here at EWC, and that they could go just one step further. They could clinch out their playoff spot right now, sending Team Vitality into that lower bracket. It is going to be a very good series. When speaking to the players of, MSJ, right, on Cosmo, Panda, Elmumu, we saw some good results from all of them yesterday, right? 2-0s are not easy to come by in this format, but they were able to make it happen versus a powerhouse team.
Yeah, and they were both of these teams hoping to continue on with that trend of 2-0ing the opponent, being able to win handedly both games, taking control of the series and doing it on their terms.
100% doing it on their terms, wanting to maintain the momentum, maintaining your foot on the gas, be in that driver's seat. Really want to come out here strong. And there might be in terms of the strategies as well. I think remembering back to yesterday's games, MSJ did have a lot of success when it comes to that early game kind of tempo oriented style of play. And so hopefully they're in positions where they can do that here yet again.
And here we go. Team Vitality versus MSJ. And MSJ, again, with these astronaut mole divers, using Milk's little legend that he is so famous for using. And they're all making the same choice for the Cast Fest, which lessens the cost of these charms.
Yeah, by half. So we might be seeing players click on charms that they wouldn't necessarily have previously. Say, going back to that random emblem, right? If that's 8 gold or 7 gold instead of 15, maybe I'm actually clicking on that one. There's some potential.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be quite awesome to see some of these RNG plays go their way because of the cheaper charms. We do see, as we look across this lobby, just the amount of names that are so recognizable, and really hoping that they can set themselves up apart from the rest and secure themselves that 2-0 victory in groups to get them into the playoffs.
100%. It all starts now. On board with On, perhaps an early Frost opener with that Warwick and Twitch. Sword being the component there, but we know as soon as any player finds a Syndra, I kind of thought I was going to manifest a Syndra there with that orb. That would have been really cool, but not the case. But yeah, that's going to... it was one of the shots. I did do it, Celia. I did do it. I manifested it. Yippee!
Cosmo also has one on bench, but looking like... I thought maybe they were going to go towards that Zoe line, which they do have significantly more of those units. Obviously a great line as well, if they do elect to go that direction.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of pairs here. Definitely wanting to see a bow come through with an item. Gonna be getting a Cassidon. It is a tier, not bad.
Yeah, we'll just be holding out that Cassidon, not selling anything to pick up that Jax. We will have our first augment being gold. Rerolling that Mage Crest very quickly here. Looking for something else that will set them apart in this game.
Category 5. We could run it back, Sealy. We could be seeing it again. And no, it's going to be Patient Study instead. School mascot for Toronto Tokyo being a big one.
Yeah, and K3 Soju learning to spell, which is very helpful for those who don't know how to spell, but also for those AP casters gaining as much AP as possible. And here we go. Syndra gameplay from Soju with that Sojin on this unit already, getting as many casts as possible, and half of that Nashor's Tooth, which we see being a very often slammed second item.
Yeah, learning to spell. We saw that picked, I believe it was from Alan earlier on in the day, but actually had 5 loss streaked and not able to really get all those stacks. Soju, however, is going to be strong. He will be getting unit takedowns here, so his Syndra will be absolutely massive, stacking up not only with the ability, but with that AP across the team as well.
Yeah, this is a dream start right now on this patch for Soju. Curious to see across the lobby where people are ending up. We have Setsuko across the way here. Everyone's scouting around. Milk having that Shimmer Scale item here early on, also contesting on this Syndra.
Yep, we see potentially a Kog'Maw.
Oh,
or Setsuko here. It is a Kog'Maw too. That is very, very early for that. The Shojin is going to be on Tristana for now, however. But maybe even considering selling it. Gonna swap that one over.
Yeah, it's not super helpful on that Tristana. I'm not sure how it ended up there, but I believe he probably will make 10 gold here. Yep, playing pretty greedy, knowing that gold is needed to reroll and hit these units that are so heavily contested in these lobbies.
Yeah, very much so. Setsuko making 10 gold as well. And we've seen Kog'Maw have very little success, right? You were talking about the stats of it coming into today. It was like a 5.6. It did do well in one of our matches earlier, but that was when it was uncontested, not really denied very heavily. Hopefully Setsuko, for Vitality's sake, will find himself in a similar situation.
The problem is Milk might be directly contesting him here. He does have that Mogul's Mail early, which we know to be super strong, able to generate a ton of gold, but also has that Honey Mancer setup alongside it. Now, he hasn't slammed any of those AD items that would go on this Kog'Maw, just has that super tank in the front line that they're hoping generates some gold.
Yeah, definitely. And actually, Setsuko had the augment that's Transfiguration, which you get a random component, and for every 3 charms you purchase, you get another component, maximum of 4. And this is Cast Fest, so you're going to be much more likely to click on those charms. So I think good recognition of that being a more powerful augment in this game specifically.
Yeah, absolutely, and this will be a much better matchup for Milk to generate a lot of gold, and hoping to continue that win streak for Milk and that loss streak for Setsuko, and so that will be the case happening here, as well as farming a gold, maybe 2 from this Mogul's Mail, only 1, so going to be able to make 20 if you sell this Zoe here for Milk is an excellent spot. Oh, he
needs to win first. Yeah, I was to say, oh man, actually not finding the win, unfortunately. It was very close though. But no, Warwick dying a little bit too quickly there, unfortunately, as we get on into the carousel. Panda, only player on a 3-win streak, and El Mumu, only player on a 3-loss streak here. Vitality, all of them have taken at least either 1 win or 1 loss. Or 1 win and 1 loss.
Soju picking up that other component for the National Tooth on a 3 cost as well, so ideal situation for him, able to get that pick priority. That is going to help this Syndra absolutely pop off throughout the game. Just need to hit that 2-star on that level 6 roll down, or else we get to see have some problems there later on. Amumu directly contesting here as well.
Yeah, at least potential is going to be Syndra too in the shop, kind of considering it. I wonder what the kind of hold up here and clicking it is. Maybe just wants to, you know, wait until the end of the round. Maybe even wants to wait until the round is already underway because they already are losing, right? Maybe wanting to continue and go on that loss streak. It's just going to upgrade it right before the round begins. Might not slam any items, however.
Yeah, doesn't want to show his hand too early, but now slamming all of his items, facing his teammates to try and not take a giant loss to Panda, who is currently at 100 HP. With that Mana Zane that absolutely makes this Zoe unit cast infinite amount of times early in this game with that low mana cost. And so, big loss, 4-unit loss. Amumu continuing that loss streak.
Yeah, big with MSJ taking that Artifact Forge, but hitting a very, very good item with that Mana Zane. We see the items on the right-hand side there. It's 4 Shojins already slammed in the early game.
And I think we clicked one of those upgraded 1-cost units, 2-cost units, because that is another tank Kog'Maw on that board that we just saw. But School Mascot here and 5 Eldritch are ready for Toronto, Tokyo.
Wow, okay. 5 Eldritch. We do have 1 tier. We have a Sunfire Slam as well, as I think Toronto is going to see who he runs into before maybe putting that Sunfire back onto the board. If it is a teammate and they are weak, might not want to do all of that, but it is going to be MSJ's on, so the Sunfire immediately goes on to the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, he will also be playing Syndra while playing Eldritch, which we've seen contested heavily, but there is a lot of players in this lobby playing Syndra. It looks like almost 4 of them, maybe 5, playing on the Syndra line, so Syndra 2 will be heavily contested, but really important for each of these players.
Yeah, 100%, but this Dark Monolith, right, so powerful. It does slam nothing there. That was pretty funny, but still takes the round win versus On. Panda does get the 5 win streak. Cosmo getting the 4 win streak here into the neutrals. And didn't even have Zoe 2 for it all, but didn't even need it just because Mana Zane is able to pump out so much damage.
An interesting thing here across the board, Vitality 0 streaks whatsoever, have won and lost throughout this stage on different occasions. So no loss streak and no win streak for Vitality. A lot of the economic power is lying in the hands of MSJ with 2 win streakers and a loss streaker.
Yeah, we found the tank Kog'Maw here, and it is on Cosmo's board with that Redemption plus Dragon's Claw. I don't know if that's going to be any sort of commitment towards this Kog'Maw line. If he gets a Reforger, it would be nice, but Patient Study means that Cosmo is just going to be leveling up, I believe, in this game instead of re-rolling.
Yeah.
So probably just going to be going a fast 8 kind of style of play here.
Yeah, that's the problem with Patient Study right now in the meta is even if you want to reroll, you kind of get forced out of it if you start to lose. So he looks like he'll be playing this board for tempo. It is a really good board for tempo because of the traits that it has in there, able to get that really perfect synergies on level 7 that is going to be very easy for them to reach with Patient Study.
Looks like On is the designated griefer of MSJ. Gonna be contesting Setsuko. Does already have that Kog'Maw too, as well as some frontline upgrades, but that is in Rumble and the Galio. Some shivs, but on the bench, however.
Yeah, we were just talking about this charm earlier. This is one of the highest win rate charms for each round on stage 2 and early stage 3 if you're able to get these static shivs. Now slamming it later in this round to try and kill some units, maybe even one of these backliners that's 1-starred, but maybe even win the round.
Oh no!
Oh no, that is a huge mistake.
Oh man, really wanted Panda's win streak to carry forward, but it slammed one too many shivs there.
If I have ever seen a Setsuko augment, it is this Golden Quest augment. Setsuko is the best 1st or 8th player in the entire world, often playing a lot of these fortune augments. Does roll past it here in this early stages of the game because he wants to play some Kog'Maw.
Yeah, unfortunately just kind of has to. Like if Setsuko was playing a more typical style of TFT when it comes to, you know, pushing levels and not this reroll, Setsuko would have been very tempted by that, I believe, when it comes to that go big or go home play style. Setsuko goes big.
And he's got a lot of these upgraded units already here that he's rolled for on level 6. And so that 2-star Kog'Maw and a couple 2-star Bastions in the front line will help this composition succeed. Facing Cosmo on the other side will slam the... and this is going to be a pretty interesting mid-game for Setsuko, hoping that they can win as much as possible while rolling for these units.
Yeah, big dominant round win versus Cosmo there. Looking like that board is pretty strong so far, at least, as we see Milk going up against On. Milk having some portal action early, just to rise with 1 bow, but not able to take out On there.
Yeah, not quite. Staying pretty healthy is Milk in Toronto Tokyo. Toronto Tokyo now on that 4-round win streak, but this is going to be a very unique adaptation from Milk. It looks like he's playing fast 8, playing around some of these super tank lineups, using that Mogul's Mill effectively, and it's going to be very interesting to keep our eye on to see how Milk plays that.
Mumu trying to roll for more upgrades, but might be rolling a bit too deep. Does, of course, have all the upgrades on the front line besides the Mordekaiser.
Something interesting in this lobby is I'm surprised to not see Milk hard forcing a single composition. If you remember when he went to Worlds, I think it was back in set 5, right? Set 6 maybe?
Yeah, it was 5,
when Fled
Reckoning
was such a thing. He played Kled every single game of Worlds and played it very effectively, making it to the finals. But even here in EWC, being a pretty flexible here, at least in this game 1 of this match.
Yeah, I think in the team format, you kind of have to be flexible. Because if your teammate's just in a better spot than you, you're not going to want to grief your teammate, right? You're going to be like, all right, I guess I'll play something else. But Milk in that, set 5 world championships and Reckoning was very much like, no, me, Kled, 20 out of 20, literally no scout, no pivot. I am going this composition and made it to the final lobby, made it all the way to 3rd place. And almost won. Yeah, the power of Milk when he locks in on a strategy. He's very, very kind of well known for doing that.
We're seeing here, I would love to go back and look at Soju's spot here because it is a very, very strong one. Looking at Spell Blades alongside this Syndra, already having a Nami in shop as well, rolling for some of these Vanguard upgrades. This is the spot of dreams on this patch, having nearly perfect item Syndra, now having 2 Spears of Sojin alongside this Gnasher's Tooth. This is looking quite good for Team Vitality's chances in this game.
Yeah, 100%. Soju, a fantastic opener here. Nami is one of those units that is kind of hard to find on level 7 and sometimes even level 8. Once you roll it down, you just, don't hit the 4 cost you're looking for. Don't get that 3 mage with that Eldritch in time. But Soju, look at this. Just a couple of auto attacks and then another cast from each Syndra. And it is going to be such a big win here for Soju again versus On.
Yeah, need to keep getting those stacks on learning to spell, need to keep getting those stacks on the Syndra casts. And many of these players are playing this composition. Milk, we see finding an early Karma here, so already has a little bit of stabilization, at least in direction, going to level 8. But El Mumu with that Syndra that's now hitting this new power level and has 6 of them.
Yeah, I think there was a duplicator on that bench too, so 7 effectively, as well as Cosmo is still playing this kind of frontline tank. Kog'Maw does go into the back line now, but Cosmo extremely rich. However, 60 gold, level 7. That's part of the power of that patient study.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the free gold and free value that comes from that. We'll be going to that level 8 here on 4-2 as a few of our players are and be able to roll down there for their upgrades. We've seen that be successful in some of our games for sure. If enough people are going level 8, the tempo of the lobby is not super high, and they have the time to get those 2 stars, it usually works out pretty well. But then there's also players like K3 Soju in this lobby that absolutely dominate this mid game with Syndra or some of these other rerolls like Setsuko's on as well.
Yeah, Setsuko down to 11 gold, has 5 copies of Cog. Looking at the other side there, that's 6 copies from On. Gonna want to hit first, is still rolling each and every turn, at least down to 10 gold. Not wanting to fall behind in that Cog race really is going to set this comp up for success.
Yeah, he's also rolling a little bit for these charms, right? He wants to get these items online from his first augment as soon as possible. You get that max of 4 components, and so I believe he's probably close to there in this game, using those rerolls to get as many of those as possible.
Yeah, wanting to get that Nunu into that big tanky form very early on. Have some potential Tristana items as well. Not really great ones to slam here, however, as there's another Kog'Maw, the Jinx, Komodo Anvil for 4 gold. Yep, I think that's pretty worth it.
Definitely taking that. Totally worth it. Rolling probably all the way to 0 here. Seeing what these items could be made of. Wanting to make that 3-item Nunu for sure, and then try to get some Tristana or Jinx items alongside that.
Yeah, what item does Setsuko want to make here? He could make a Dragon's Claw, could make just another Gargoyles, and then save the other item for a Even Shroud. Looks like Even Shroud might be in Setsuko's future. Not slamming it yet, however.
We see Soju on the other side, already at level 7, trying to keep up this win streak. Nami too, though, with another copy on bench, and so he is setting himself up well in this game. Not quite having Mage in yet, needs to find that Vex, but a big loss for Setsuko, who was the other win streaker in this lobby.
Wow, yeah. Soju rolled a decent amount on level 7, it seems like. Not being set up to go level 8, but doesn't really need to. That Nami and that Syndra holding a lot of power. Soju on a 5-win streak as we get a prismatic augment for our final augment of game number 1.
Milk getting support Golem 2 is so good for him. Now able to empower this front line with that Locket and the Knight's Vow, giving some of that healing as well, but needs to find these important units. Has a lot of AP items slammed, but needs to find someone to carry them. Finds the Karma finally, and another one in shop is a great option for him. Selling the front line, going to be going with that Vex.
Yeah, we see a 4 Chrono Karma here for Panda, it seems like. The camera is baiting us there. This is not Milk.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, but still for Panda, very, very solid pickup. Going to not have that blue buff, but we do have Monazane. Is that going to be going on to this Karma? Yes, in fact it is. Probably alongside that red buff and the Death Cap.
Another support Golem across the way for Setsuko, who is still rolling to 0 for these Kog'Maws and these Nunus and not quite finding what he's looking for. But it is a better support Golem for Setsuko, it would appear to me, with that Spite that's newly buffed and with that gem to give some late fight power that this Kog'Maw needs. And not quite enough there, but it should be something that people keep their eye out for in this lobby.
Yeah, very close fight there between Panda and Setsuko. That Death Cap on the Bard, I guess, made the difference there at the end of the day. Taking a look now at Milk, finding, wow, roll the dice being picked up for that Radiant Thieves Gloves on a Fiora 2, a Karma 2 picked up as well. The front line is the only concern, but at least for now it is shored up by these target dummies. See exactly how much work this Fiora can do with that Radiant TG.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of good frontline items, but we're just missing that Nasus too. And this board, I'm glad this is actually Milk's spot and not the other one as an NA fan, because there's a lot of 2 stars on this board from the carries. Just need to upgrade this front line, and has really good items across the board.
Yeah, wow, that Fiora nearly one-tapped the Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw living just on a sliver of HP. Still did fall very soon after, however. Elmumu taking a chunk out of on there with that Radiant Spear of Shojin. Red buff and Gunblade pretty much best in slot here. Is 1 Syndra away from Syndra 3 because the Duplicator is still on the bench.
And the reason we see Setsuko rolling so aggressively here in this game is because On is directly contesting on this line, and it has a lot of these copies as well. But if Setsuko hits first, it's much easier. It's much easier to hit before the other person, right? And so wants to get those Kog'Maws and those Nunus out of the way before On can get them.
Yeah, 100%. As we see, actually Cosmo has a Camille 2 somehow. Perhaps a charm making that happen. But for now, seeing if Elmumu is able to hit.
Elmumu still on level 6, still rolling for the Syndra 3 that is so contested in this game. Has that lesser duplicator, so only needs 1 more. Finds the Nami in shop. Curious to see if they'll drop the 4 Vanguard in favor of that. Will not look like it's going to be the choice, but has the most powerful item in the game, that is that Radiant Spear of Sojin on one of the most powerful units in the game.
Last second swap over to left hand side here. Maybe the Galio's tanky enough, but it is going to be Soju that he is facing, and Soju found Galio 3, or unless maybe it was just upgraded temporarily with the charm, probably more likely.
Yeah, that's what it looked like when the fight started. I believe that is the case, but Soju's on a 7-round win streak, hoping to continue here. Got through that declaw on the front line, and the CC coming through from the Nami is massive. Elmumu is in trouble here, and so is MSJ.
Ooh, Callista 2, however, from Cosmo, putting in some good work alongside that very tanky front line with Nico 2. We got Rakan 2. We got the Camille 2 as well.
It's a really good looking board, especially at this point in the game, and kind of the power of that patient study that we were talking about. Didn't have to spend the gold as much on leveling, but instead can use that gold to roll. You see here on the bottom of our screen, Cosmos rerolling 30 times on this level 8, which is quite good.
Yeah, Cosmo rocking that giant and mighty, so these frontliners are still very, very tanky. going to be buying a lot of time for Kalista to be dealing all of that damage. This is the kind of peak form of this board, but Fiora's in the back line.
Fiora trying the best to take care of that Kalista, but doesn't quite bring it down. The Kalista's still surviving, but the Fiora on the last breath able to take down that Kalista, and that's going to make the difference in this fight. Milk, though, still taking a loss because this Camille is jumping all the way around.
Oh yeah, Camille putting in some good work here, even though the backline carry was kind of assassinated there by Fiora, as we do reach the Raptors on 7 loss streak, Setsuko 5 loss streak, but
Finally.
Kog'Maw is in the shop and he can buy it. However, that is going to be the only upgrade that he has found.
Yeah, and that's probably going to be disaster then for On as well. At the 7 loss streak, 7 HP left. And Setsuko finally hitting that Kog'Maw is exactly what he needs to continue to try to keep himself in this game and gain a couple more placements.
Yeah, still rolling to try to deny more. It looks like that's why he was rolling before the round had shifted over. Getting that Bramble, getting a Jinx too. Not too shabby, denying a few Syndras as well. Setsuko looks like, at least for now, has won out in this battle of the Kog'Maws. Even if he goes 7th, right, and On goes 8th, it will have been worth it. Wanting to get just a few more placements, however, as On has hit Nunu, Kog'Maw, and Tristana.
Yeah, that did not stop him at all from taking his spot and grabbing all of these upgrades. But this is the story we've seen so often here at the Esports World Cup. You roll for this Kog'Maw, you finally hit at 7 HP, and then you run into a board like this with a Mana Zane Karma across the way, and it's not even going to be enough. It looks like this Kog'Maw is going to lose because the Nora puddle, they're just standing in it.
Wow. Yeah, close fight. But On able to win it.
Wait, did he take damage? I'm confused.
No, On. Oh, wait. On.
I thought he lost.
On one.
Oh, he won.
On one.
Oh.
Yeah, the Jinx was left alive on the right hand side there.
Oh, didn't even see that Jinx down there.
She's hiding in the corner. He did take Desperate Plea though, it seemed like. So even if he had lost, would have survived at 1 HP. But no, El Mumu here on MSJ dropping a single digit. Panda not too far behind. As MSJ, look at these HP totals, are definitely in trouble.
I mean, and if this is the case, that this is the final standings with Panda On and El Mumu dropping out in 6, 7, 8, that is definitely a loss here in game number 1, but they're going to be able to regroup for a game number 2 if that is the case, and it's looking that way. This Syndra, though, is quite powerful with that Radiant Spear Sojin. We've seen it perform super well throughout this tournament, is deleting a lot of the units. The Dragon Claw does take a really long time to get through, but it will be able to take down this Kalista and end his teammates' win streak.
Oh, 3 eliminations happening on Panda and then Setsuko. Setsuko manages to get a 6th, and that's huge. It means that now MSJ need exactly a 1st and 2nd place in CLE. I don't know if that's in the cards for them here.
I'm not thinking so. El Mumu's board is kind of strong right now, but not the strongest you've ever seen for sure. Setsuko really did do his job, right? We've talked about this so much in 4v4. As the direct competitor of On, being able to place 2 spots above him is exactly what Team Vitality needs in order to win each of these rounds. We see Milk on the other side, now with more upgrades. That really important Nasus 2 is so strong, but without a Dragon Claw, this AP stacking from Soju is so much damage.
Yeah, El Mumu really need to be seeing if they win or lose this round, because if El Mumu loses...
Dude.
Yeah, wow. Soju's Syndra popping off. El Mumu did win. All right, that's big. MSJ's hopes are still alive. Tokyo and Milk here taking a loss. Cosmo winning out their round as well. There's Witchcraft Emblem. Preserver as well.
Witchcraft Emblem? Yeah, there's a lot of good options here. Witchcraft is not the choice for Milk, but instead going for the Vertical Preserver instead. The Incanter Emblem also is a great one. Doesn't look like, I think Milk was our Witchcraft player, so will not be going that direction. Soju will be going for more tanks to keep that front line more sustained for the Syndra.
Yeah, Milk's board gonna be looking very, very strong after that additional Preserver. And Cantor, however, for El Mumu, only gonna be at 3, however, unless they find another unit to play, but not that much gold.
In Cantor on an Elise 1.
Yeah,
is
pretty
the,
good.
Best in slot for sure.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll try it in some of the games and I'll get back to you.
Yeah. Maybe when you get first place, get back to me. So we'll never be hearing from you again.
Wait, Spider Queen?
Oh, okay, wait a minute.
Anyway,
You're
we're
cooking.
gonna move on from that though. As the Eldritch unit comes flying in from the side, we see that school mascot doing an excellent amount of work, but this Galio is so unkillable with the amount of resistances alongside that Syndra, absolutely shredding the enemy team. El Mumu is putting a good showing here. If Cosmo can get it together, which he does, beat Soju's board as well, MSJ is a shot.
Wait a minute. Maybe this is not as doomed as I was making it out to seem here. El Mumu, obviously being on level 7, is a bit disadvantaged, right? But they are recovering their econ, maybe putting themselves in a position where they can go to level 8. Varus to upgrade for Cosmo. They are running this 5 Pyro, Varus Callista kind of duo carry. This is quite the board here for Cosmo. Really, really good stuff here from them to make this work.
I think one of the problems with this composition though is the lack of items on this Varus. We have good tank items across the board. A Camille 2 is absolutely huge, but this Varus with the 5 Pyro is not going to do as much as we would hope. But will Soju be able to eliminate El Mumu here? Will they be able to save Vitality's chance in this game? The Galio has fallen down, and now onto the Syndra in the backline. It does fall down, and with it, El Mumu, Vitality taking game 1 with the dominant performance from that early Syndra from Soju.
Yeah, Soju, Toronto, Tokyo, still very healthy. Milk as well, doing great at going in that fast 8 direction. Setsuko just being that sacrifice, but he did his job. That is a very well-earned 6th place, right? That's a 6th that you feel real good about if you are Setsuko.
Milk, Toronto, Tokyo, Cosmo, and K3 Soju wrapping out your top 4 in this game, as Vitality, knowing that they've won game 1, can relax a little bit and mentally prepare for game 2 while trying to close out this game. It's always fun to be able to put a nice little signature on the game by getting the win though, so each of these players will be trying for that.
Yep, definitely. Can't FF, I don't believe.
Eldritch.
Well, we have 7 Eldritch. We have the Big Bear coming in with that Infinity Force and Death Cap. Love to see it. Toronto, Tokyo, making this composition look very strong, which it is, of course. Getting that Shiv for Syndra as well, a little bit of that attack speed, a little bit of that shred.
Yeah, a pretty good item on that Syndra, especially when it's kind of like a secondary carry, because this school mascot seems to be the real carry in this comp. You're able to have all of these different units doing all these different kinds of damage. The Karma as well, giving a lot of that AoE damage. And then the giant CC that comes through from this huge bear. But it might not be enough to beat this 5 Pyro board that just has so many resources and so many stats.
Yeah, and also that execute range.
Oh,
hold up, wait a minute. It does beat it just narrowly at the end there. Varus stun locking himself in that cast animation is so rough.
Yeah, I'm sure this is something that the balance team is looking into. Varus's problem is not really anything to do with his design as much as it's just his cast time is so incredibly long, so just not quite able to get the whole cast off, which would have won that round.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Cosmo. Of course, doesn't really have any larger impact on this match or on this series, but, you know, still, just for fun here, as Vitality's Milk looks to be the next person to challenge Cosmo.
This Preserver board is quite strong. 5 Preserver is a lot of healing for this team, especially for those with Preserver in their trait web. And so this Karma is trying their best to kill units, but without any kind of single target damage source and really just AoE from Milk, it's really quite difficult to take down any of these tanks.
Yeah, Cosmo looking to be the strongest in the lobby right now, it seems.
Which it's funny how much of a constant that kind of is in our games, right? We see the top 4 secured, the game win secured for a team, and then the other team coming back and taking the game win is something we've seen a significant amount of times.
Yeah, definitely. At least, I mean, definitely more than once. As maybe Vitality can close it out here. Soju being probably the next challenger. Rockin still with that Syndra too, but does have a Xerath on the board now, saving that big champion duplicator, so perhaps hit that Xerath too a bit later.
Yeah, he's kind of waiting to see if he needs that win condition, probably rolling down to see if he needs to duplicate this 5 cost of this Nora, or maybe even that Tom Kench, and this is not even close at all with that Radiant Sojin now on board for Soju. I wonder if that's from a charm though. It is. It goes away right now, but it's enough to take that round win.
Yeah, Milk does go down in 4th place. Cosmo in 3rd currently, did take that big loss in the last round. Going to be on 1 life remaining. Takes a Runeans.
Toronto Tokyo having that Briar 2 on board. All of these Eldritch units are upgraded to 2 stars, so this school mascot is extremely strong. But I am so curious to know how much AP this Syndra has from learning to spell all game long, killing so many units.
Yeah, maybe we can get that number if production is so kind, but that is so much AP on that unit, right? Soju came out the gate swinging, had such a good opener to this lobby. Syndra's doing so much damage, and that's a lot of Melios. Okay, all right.
And he has a duplicator on bench. I'm kind of down.
Yeah, sell board.
Yeah, do it.
Might as well, right? You already won the match. Melio 3.
If Cosmo falls out here, I think he'll probably do it, right?
Yeah, I mean, surely. Right.
I mean, the king of content for TFT, surely he knows the entertainment value that can provide.
But no. He's a competitive player. He's not a content creator, right? Not just your influencer. Yeah.
No, yeah, sure. Yeah.
That's what he'll say to you, you know? He's a competitor.
He does both.
He does.
You know?
Balances them very well.
Sure,
Didn't take... Oh, actually, this is Cosmo. Okay, maybe Soju did take. We'll see.
I'm so curious to know. We'll be holding that Tom Kench on bench to try to troll Soju, who was looking for a 2-star version of that. But Soju looking to absolutely take away MSJ's victory lap. Cosmo with this really strong board, now dropping down to 4 Pyro, is an interesting decision late in this game.
Yeah, 5 Pyro is kind of why this composition is very strong. Getting all that extra attack speed, getting that increased execution range threshold. But gonna be going up against Soju here. Maybe Soju's able to clean the floor yet again.
Yeah, I mean, this Syndra has so much AP, and throughout the game has been stacking up. Toronto Tokyo will stay alive as well, so we will be continuing on with this fight. We see a Xerath 2 come through. We see the duplicator used on the Nora. Soju's board is so incredibly strong, and I don't think Toronto Tokyo will have anything to say about it.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Soju's front line is looking a little bit suspicious, and he's actually just going to sell board, which...
He's going to lose to Crab.
Yeah, he's going to lose to Crab. Boom. That, you know, Crab charge.
1v1 here for the final fight of the game. Maybe they'll all roll down for some crazy units here. Soju not doing anything.
He's
just
chilling.
kind of waiting.
Yeah, Vitality already did win the game. It would have been fun if they like did a challenge where they both sold board and then had to build a new board and see how good they could get and see kind of who one of those
can roll faster.
Yeah, exactly. A little APM test, a little 30-second build your best board with 90 gold kind of challenge. But yeah, Toronto Tokyo, they're just talking out the strategies of this game, maybe talking about what they are going to be doing in the next one to close out this series in a 2-0, because they did 2-0 KC, one of the tournament favorites, looking to do that here again against MSJ, and they're looking strong here in game number 1.
Yeah, an excellent showing by them. Really dominant too, going 1-2, 4-6 in this lobby. It was not very close between the two teams. And you see MSJ here needing to talk out some strategy and see what they can do in this next game to be force a game 3 and force a big comeback.
Yeah, definitely. I think there is the potential of MSJ, right? They already proved that they can go toe-to-toe with the greats to come out on top when it came into their matchup against Twisted Minds yesterday. This game, however, really seems lacking. They just seemed kind of a step behind in every single category, even with that kind of Kog'Maw contest from Setsuko and on. And it seemed to be the case in the rest of the game for the other players as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic game, and we're going to be looking at some highlights now to recap our game. We saw very early on a lot of this contention happening between the Kog'Maws, and in that fight, the Rabadon's making the difference.
Yeah, definitely. And we see the power as well of the augments, such as School Mascot, Toronto, Tokyo, able to pilot that all the way to a first, right? And then players like El Mumu, they did hit Syndra 3, did hit that Radiant Shojins, right? Such a powerful item, but not being able to make it into the top 4, unfortunately. With that in mind, it just goes to show that, hey, Syndra doesn't just like auto win the game. You still have to have a solid game plan. You still have to preserve HP throughout the game and be able to push levels still to cap out your board.
Yeah, and although Soju's Syndra did not end up winning the game, it was so incredibly strong with all of the learning dispel stacks throughout the game. Spellblades on top of that to use that AP well even after the cast. It was a wonderfully executed game by Vitality. Setsuko playing his role well, and MSJ needs to have a big comeback.
Yeah, they really do. MSJ just one game away from being sent into the losers bracket, right? We are back in the upper bracket right now. All of these players coming off of wins. Vitality just one game away from advancing, and they would feel so good about that, right? Going into playoffs with that 4-0 record.
Yeah, will Vitality go undefeated in this winners round and go off to the playoffs? Will we see a game number 3? That is the question that we will answer next game. And so we will be sending to a quick break and be back for game number 2 of this group.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. Nuclear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Will Team Vitality take the top spot in this group with a 4-0 record? Or will MSJ be able to pull off another miraculous upset? We will be here with game number 2 in this match. Vitality up 1-0.
Yeah, and it was a very dominant first game from Team Vitality. Every single step of the way, they seem to be ahead of MSJ. So MSJ has to go back to the drawing board and say, all right, maybe we can't go toe-to-toe with this Kog'Maw reroll. What else can we do? Do we have to go for these very, risky strategies? Do we have to just kind of all in a reroll line? Maybe pray that you're uncontested, but it's going to be really hard to do that. So MSJ really got to be coming out here swinging to make this into a game 3 and send Vitality down into that losers bracket.
Yeah, something I'll be on the lookout for is some of these early emblems that we've seen be so incredibly powerful in shaping the way that people play these games. Witchcraft emblem, portal emblem, even pyro emblem being something that has shown flashes of being super powerful. Something that MSJ is going to need to pull off in this game.
Yeah, I think if you see flexible, if you see branching out, any opportunities to get these emblems, you're like, yeah, might as well just take it. Because maybe we just need a high roll at this point to land ourselves in a good spot. It has happened before, right? You can just high roll. It is TFT, a game of variance. You'll get that for 2 games in a row, and all of a sudden, boom, you're moving on into that playoffs bracket. So something that is definitely well within the reach of MSJ. They can still play the game, regularly, I suppose, as well. They have proven that they can do it against the best. But Team Vitality, man, just looking so locked in. Every single player, right? We talk about how when Soju's in peak form, he's really good. When Milk is in peak form, he's really good. But also, Toronto, Tokyo, and Setsugo are just going to be very consistent. And so we have another video for some words from Vitality. So let's take a look at that before we get into our game number 2.
I'm Casanova here at EWC with Team Vitality's K3 Soju. And Soju, I just want to ask you a couple questions here starting off. Playing in a high stakes tournament or streaming to the yappers in Twitch chat, which is harder in terms of dealing with, mental preparation and dealing with the pressure?
Streaming, solo queue is just kind of like mindless. You don't really care about improving as much. But I think in a team environment, you don't want to be the one that lets everyone down or be the weak link. So it's definitely more stressful, but it's also more fun.
All right, your team was recently acquired by Vitality. How has it been playing for the org?
It's been great. The org is really nice. It's not like I was paid like it's like a paid ad or anything. They're super. It just feels like you're part of the team, and we're excited to hopefully represent them well. So.
Your team has a lot of big personalities, of course, but you're also all friends, and I was curious how the team dynamic works in this 4v4 format.
I think me, Milk, Setsugo were close before we joined Vitality, and we were pretty fortunate to get Toronto. We all respect him as a player, and he actually meshes with the team really well.
How has Set 12 been for you so far? What do you think of Charms? What do you think of the new champions?
I think this is the first set that I did play PvE, only because of this tournament going on. I usually don't play too much PvE, but I think I was a little skeptical at first, but I think going back closer to vanilla TFT has been a good step. There is some balance issues around certain units, but at the end of the day, I'm super appreciative that we're kind of going towards more less variance. And
what are your thoughts on the 4v4 format of EWC?
I think for 4v4, you basically in most solo tournaments, you're playing 6-game sample size most of the time. But I think in 4v4, there's a lot of, you're basically playing 4 games at once with how the points tally up. And I think usually the better team will win. There are spots where people do high roll and they kind of scam placements from your team. But at the same time, there's a lot of room for squeezing out extra placements. So I think there's actually not nearly as much variance in 4v4. It's also just a lot of fun. I think scrimming 12 hours a day is exhausting, but at the end of the day, we're all like excited to wake up the next day to practice more. So.
All right, well, Soju, you said that you feel like your team is one of the favorites. Who do you think is the biggest threat in this tournament?
I don't know what other teams are saying, but I would not be surprised if they all point at the same. I think they have been dumpstering everyone in scrims. The Falcons, they're insane. I think all individually they're good. I think they have a good 4v4 meta read. I think they're the favorites, but I think individually, like individual skill-wise, I think we can be better, so.
Sweet. All right, well, thank you so much for the interview, Soju. Before I let you go, do you have any shout-outs for your fans at home?
Yeah, sorry for not streaming for 2 months. Me and Setsuko both took 2 months off to practice, and hopefully we play more than 4 games. We don't get 2-0 twice, so.
All right, thank you so much for the interview, Soju, and good luck in the EWC.
Thank you.
Well, they might not play more than 4 games on the first 2 days because they're dominating so far. And in this 4th game, it may be the deciding factor of whether or not they go through to the playoffs here at the EWC and specifically TFT 4v4 tournament here.
Yeah, hopefully they don't get 2-0 twice. Well, that is not the case, as they are 3-0 so far in this event. 2-0, of course, versus KC, and 1-0 so far versus MSJ. Just one more round gets them in to that playoff bracket. But we got to hear a lot of perspective there from Soju about how 3 of them were very good friends, and they kind of brought Toronto Tokyo onto this roster, kind of catching up to speed, making them feel a part of that squad, part of that team, as of course the organization Vitality treats them very well. And as Soju showed us, that is not a paid advertisement, okay? Vitality good, and you'll love to hear that from him.
Yeah, no paid ad there as our players are getting ready here on stage for this game number 2. For MSJ, what do they need to do here in this game in order to secure their spot in a game 3, giving them that redemption chance?
Yeah, so Soju just talked about in that interview, the saying like usually the better team will win unless maybe there's some like crazy high roll situations. You can control the variance a lot more in this 4v4 format. And so I think it is just going to be MSJ have to try to repeat the same success they did yesterday. Maybe Team Vitality is just stronger than Twisted Minds, right? I'm sure all of their members on Team Vitality would think that. But maybe, like we were saying earlier, MSJ has to maybe go for that high variance, saying that, okay, maybe Vitality is stronger, but RNG still exists, right? This variance is still going to be a factor, and we can use that in our favor.
Yeah, and one of the things as well as we keep our eye on this last matchup is Twisted Minds is up 1-0 on KC. One of those strong teams will be out of the tournament here, and it's going to be a shocking event. And then the loser of this match will have a chance to make it to the playoffs versus the winner of that matchup, who will be coming back for vengeance. I am sure of it.
KC being 0-3 in this event, that is crazy. But on the other side, a Vitality, of course, being 3-0, looking to make it 4-0 here as we get into game number 2 of Team Vitality versus MSJ. Team Vitality could just close it out here with a 2-0.
And this will be the start of this game. We're looking at Pot of Gold as the portal that was chosen. I'm sorry. It will not have any effect until later on in this game, where a large influx of gold will help cap out some of these boards if you are alive.
Yeah, there's a lot of terminology in TFT nowadays. There's portals, there's augments, there's charms. There's so much to keep track of, honestly, especially with all of the new additions to all of those things. There's a lot to have to keep your tabs on, as Toronto Tokyo is looking to play an early multi-striker board, perhaps.
Yeah, really good spot for that. This glove is an important part of this composition because of QSS, but also in this composition,
is that Akali that uses those really well. And also TG is really good in this composition. So all of this could be a good sign for Toronto, Tokyo, and Vitality.
Yeah, 100%. Gonna be holding on to this Tristana and Zillion as well as, wow, looking over at Elmumu's
Syndra
shop.
pair.
That is very, very good. Syndra pair, sword as well, half of his Shojin's, exactly what you want to see. And maybe that is the winning ticket for MSJ, is just have all the members find a Syndra too.
Yeah, that would be a way to win for sure, and especially if you get dropped a tier here, able to slam Sojin would be a really good sign. And where's where Soju was at last game with that early Syndra, and we saw that power translate into late game success here as really good items do come through.
Yeah, I actually do think it's like ever so slightly grief to field two Syndras there, because you're going to want one to build up those stacks, because when it upgrades, right, the stacks maintain, and so just extra damage coming out from the secondary Syndra, like not too big of a deal, right? But you always want to be thinking about those slight micro decisions.
Too healthy is excellent on this board as well. Replication is interesting. You could slam that red buff also if you get a bow, but instead looking at pumping up or too healthy, we'll go with too healthy to run on this board.
Yeah, I was looking at that Wandering Trainer being like maybe one of the routes of, hey, you high roll, maybe get, you know, Incanter, Witchcraft, something like that, you know, some crazy stuff, and MSJ could pilot that to a victory. However, it is just going to be too healthy, looking for that consistency. MSJ do think they can be the better players, and now it is time for them to prove it.
Wow. And Setsuko looking to play towards this Akali, having Stars Are Born, which gives you that automatic upgrade of a 2-cost. And he's going to be hitting a gold breakpoint here if he wins, which he will win with this item slammed on the Akali for sure, and deal damage to Elmumu, but also help him reach that 10 gold checkpoint.
Yeah, that's really, really big, actually. Stars Are Born, an augment that only saw a little bit of success for B period, at least in the Americas, but there is potential in this set for it to work very well with all the re-rolling that is going around. It could just be used for tempo, but knowing that Setsuko did lean towards that reroll line last game with that Kog'Maw, he might be looking for a similar thing here again, going into that multi-striker route.
When Soju is playing the full open fort strategy that we saw have a good amount of success earlier on in the day and throughout this tournament, doing those early loss streaks is really good for your team. It guarantees and just really establishes that role within your team, and only taking a 3-unit loss is pretty good here on 2-2.
Yeah, On was posturing to go Kog'Maw yet again, it seems, had found those early units. Milk, by the way, has Gambler's Blade on the Syndra, and even slamming Guard Breaker, right? Not an item that we see slammed on Syndra very often at all, especially not as a first item, but Milk wanting all of that power right now.
Yeah, he does have that remover on bench, so knows that he will be able to move it at some point in this game, and so that will be a helpful guarantee to get those mana items back onto that Syndra. And we see the also powerful Syndra 2 coming into this game here early for Elmumu.
Yeah, Elmumu fielding two 2-cost units, getting a little bit of that 2's healthy value. Probably just going to upgrade this Syndra at the last second. Not wanting to... actually, okay, wanting to go on that full loss as well.
And maybe not wanting to hurt his teammate too bad either.
True.
That seems to be the tactical choice. Obviously wanting to proc that scapegoat, but also don't want to kill the units too fast to get rid of some of the procs from Syndra and the cast from Syndra also, and also doesn't want to win by too many units to keep his opponent healthy.
Definitely. It makes a lot of sense always in hindsight, but like my brain is so hardwired for 1v1v1 TFT that I'm like, oh, you just should do this, like straight up. But it's like, oh wait, in team format, it changes the game. You don't always want to do those things that you're so like hardwired into doing as a TFT player.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure he wouldn't have mind losing there as well, just to continue to get that pick priority, but still is first pick. Will complete that Spear of Sojin for him, which is one of the best items alongside that Rage Blade. So that's a lot of stacks that will be counting up on Elmumu Syndra.
Yeah, we have Panda with an early Vigar Rage Blade. it looks like. Not a unit that we have seen have a ton of success so far. And probably just an item carrier as well, as Rageblade is a pretty bad Vigar item. But, yeah, just going to be trying to stave away these losses, have them not be too bad, as we do have a Wukong in the front line. A lot of gold on the bench is going to sell up to 20 here, however.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of MSJ is playing sort of that passive econ-based style. We see all of them staying level 4 besides Cosmo right now, where for Vitality, Toronto, Tokyo, and Setsuko are really trying to push the tempo in this lobby, try to get themselves in a spot where they can early win streak.
Definitely Toronto, Tokyo looking to make this 3 streak into a 4.
Wow, it's
Setsuko, yeah, very strong. You got upgraded Neela alongside a Jax and an Akali, having that hand of Justice slammed on Akali as well. It's going to be making quick work of Panda's board.
Now we know the thing that Setsuko is really hoping for is that multi-striker emblem to be able to put that onto an Akali. But El Mumu, you see the power already from this itemization on a Syndra 2. He's going to be chilling for a long time. Ooh, we might be going some portal action here for Cosmo.
Yeah, not being able to run that 6 portal quite yet,
flexible.
But is playing flexible. Vanguard is going to be online now with that Taric. I mean, maybe flexible does give portal emblem at some point. We've seen a lot of success out of that composition today, specifically from our earlier match with Bobe running it to a couple of top 4s in our second match of the day. Maybe going to be going in the same direction here as Cosmo.
Yeah, that would be their hope as they approach the next stage. Is if they can get that portal emblem, it unlocks a world of possibilities for them. And this is not looking too great for Setsuko here in this matchup. That Zoe's doing a lot of damage, and the early forecast is proving to be quite powerful. And then Neela not doing that much damage here, barely staying alive. The Ashe trying its best to take it down, and Setsuko's streak is over.
Wow, yeah, that Zoe just barely survived and was able to deal all the damage. God, this board is so crazy with all the maids running around and you get those animations. It's always distracting to me, actually.
Yeah, I could never do it. I have like the most boring arena of all time. I don't want your fancy music or the maids around sweeping. Just give me the base TFT. Kind of like Kiyun, who uses just the regular sprite with the base arena.
Yeah, right. I do personally, you know, the base arena, do like kind of that Fates aesthetic with like that like Lotus Blossom kind of vibe going on there.
Oh,
it's just chill.
nice.
It's a good vibe, right? But right, all that stuff going on though, nah, not for me.
Toronto, Tokyo finding a jeweled gauntlet to go alongside this Hand of Justice. Could be an interesting play later on. We are playing 2 healthy as well for Toronto, Tokyo. So needing to play these 2 costs in order to get some of that extra HP on board. And looking like we might be going towards a Kog'Maw build. But these items, I don't know.
Gargoyle Stone Plate going to be solid for Nunu. Hand of Justice on Tristana, I suppose, isn't the worst. We have half of a Last Whisper or Infinity Edge for the Kog'Maw. Very far away from the Shojin. So I'm in agreement with you. After, you know, breaking it all down, the items aren't amazing, but maybe they're playable.
Soju's now playing a board for the first time this game, and will be taking a pretty big loss here to 5 static shivs, I would imagine, as these often just delete backlines for fun. Will be killing a unit, which is pretty good for Soju, as probably his first unit kill in the game. As we look around the lobby and see some of this tempo, we know how important this 3-2 roll down often is, leveling to 6 and stabilizing these boards.
Yeah, our full open players sometimes have even said they're going to greed out, maybe go to 7 or 8. I think Soju is in a spot where he's likely to roll down at 6 here, but going to be curious to see what he does, because he could have pre-leveled the 6 there if he really wanted to. A golden quest with all of this gold, however, is interesting to consider, and he does take it.
He's doing it.
Oh yes, alrighty. 161 gold is the magic number before Soju gets a 2-starred legendary unit and 3 items for it.
And I don't believe Golden Quest increases anything about your interest.
No.
But he's gaining about 11 per round, maybe even more from that loss streak with interest. And so it will be a few rounds before he can get there. But I believe in Soju's skills as someone who's played this game for a long time, able to roll down quickly and find a board that stabilizes with that 5 cost when they can get there.
Yeah, gonna be a 6 loss streak, so that's plus 3 gold from that, getting 10 from Econ, so at least 13 gold per round. Maybe Charms will be able to make that go up a bit faster. By the end of, stage 3, beginning of stage 4, Soju's gonna have that legendary unit online. And if it's a good one, he can definitely run away with the game. But I think if there is one bad one to get, it is Melio. Melio's best role is going to be supporting other units, not really being the carry himself.
Yeah, you need something that's going to do some damage and really carry you through the later stages of this game, not be some sort of secondary carry or even a more supportive unit. Like a Morgana or a Diana or a Camille would be really ideal for Soju here on this board.
Yeah, Briar even perhaps going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Maybe even a Xerath could work well. Nora and Yumi, perhaps another one of those ones you want to dodge, but at least out of those 8 options, there are going to be, 6 good ones. So the odds are in Soju's favor here, as he is on 104 gold currently.
Yeah, the nice thing about that is it does provide those 3 good tailored items for him as well. So doesn't have to really worry about where his items are at right now, but will just be able to play a very, very strong unit if they can get there. And also the problem is when you do get there, you're going to be at like 1, maybe 2 lives left.
Yeah, Soju 41 HP, and it's going to continue to plummet here. Not sure his losses are going to be very good at this point. Of course, next round will be at around 120 gold. He does pick up a 4 cost, pick up the Fiora. So plus 4 gold, every single bit of gold counts.
Yeah, and you can sell your whole board in order to hit that amount, and as soon as you hit it, you get that reward. So that's probably what he'll be going for. I don't believe this round, but maybe next round. Use the neutrals to try to stabilize his board as well and level up to level 7, maybe level 8.
Yeah, and then you got to utilize all that gold, right? You got to level up, roll it down, actually find a board that complements your legendary unit and stabilize you in the game. Even just that legendary unit itself should be able to, pay off very, very well. As we get a chance to look at other players in this game, Panda looking to go for that Callista Flex board. This is a Mogul's Mail in the front line as well, but it's just on a Blitzcrank 1. That looks a little sad.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot because you want to be able to tempo with that Mogul's Mail, use a super tank to get there, and that is not the situation. It does reforge into the perfect item for his board, though.
Yeah, very nice. Last Whisper and Rage Blade on that Callista. And going up against El Mumu, who has had that very early Syndra 2, has been stacking it up so well.
Has Spell Blades as well now, which we saw show so much power in the last game on Soju's board as well. Soju down to 30 HP now, which is a few lives if he's able to hit it this turn.
Yeah, let's see. He's getting pretty close to it. We know and love the Soju special, right? It is go fast, 8 or 9, roll a couple of times and die. But that is a thing of the past. Golden Quest is going to be a bit different. Yeah, it does have to wait another round. Has to take another loss here. But really want to see what comes out with that reward.
Hoping he can take a good loss here versus one of his teammates. Maybe only 6 units. Because most people in this lobby are still level 6. Only 1 player level 7. So hoping that he doesn't take too big of a loss and instead can still have 2 lives instead of just 1.
Yeah, meanwhile, Setsuko did hit that multi-striker emblem. Wow. And it is going to be on the Neela. This is huge for Setsuko.
Yeah, and has not really rolled any gold yet for these upgrades. At 50 gold right now, and will be able to hopefully hit multiple of these 3 stars to put him in a position to possibly even win this game.
Yeah, wins the round. Has 6 Kassadins, 6 Neelas, it looked like. And now we get a chance to look at Soju's gonna Not sell the
hit it right
board.
now.
Yeah, he could hit it right now, but maybe wants to keep that Fiora, which I don't blame him, right? It is going to be a lot of gold he has to spend in that next round, as he's going to push many, many levels and going to really be a testament to the APM check, right? A lot of actions have to occur, but is Soju cut out for it?
And he's hoping that this is a lot of gold in the bank so he can hit it right now. He sure does. What is this 5 cost?
Camille.
It is a Camille, which is quite good. We saw the power of that in a few games ago. He is going straight to level 8 and will roll all the way down, probably playing this Witchcraft or maybe even Chrono board, playing whatever he can get his hands on and upgraded.
Yup, it's going to be Fiora, Rise, Tarek, Gwen, being the 4 costs of choice right now. But Anvil, he just rolls by. Even a Gwen upgrade would be massive. He's going to want to open up that item bench as well. Not finding many other upgrades. In fact, finding no other upgrades at all. But 3 items on Camille and a Rise with Shojins is not bad.
Yeah, this Camille should be able to do a lot of damage. Versus Panda on the other side, that Nasus is quite hard to kill, but this Camille is making pretty quick work of it. The Edge of Night does proc, and the Nasus finally falls down right after the Rise gets the cast off. Camille going to be hopping around, but maybe clutch out this fight. Not quite.
No.
Soju down to 1 life now and really needs to figure it out.
Yeah, that was not really a round that Soju could afford to lose. Yes, he still has 1 life, but that just takes one poor matchup, right, for him to go down. Really, really needed to find another carry upgrade, be it the Rise, the Gwen, the something, as he's going to have to continue to roll it down. But I'm the carry now, or movable object, actually. Movable object being rolled into, Gwen upgrade found. There is a breath of life here in this game for Soju.
Yeah, it'll help empower that Camille for sure, including all of the units that are able to be in this immovable object, giving them so many resistances to allow them to survive longer and longer into these fights. Continuing to roll down, the Fiora 2 is huge alongside this Gwen 2. This board is starting to look really, really good now, selling some of these other units to get multi-striker in.
Yep, that Callista does go onto the board. Now we're on
nice.
to a big, big frontline hit. As we have 3 multi-striker online, that Camille will be doing a lot more than last round, but the positioning, Soju has to make sure it doesn't get focused down, does have the Edge of Night, but doesn't want to proc it too early. Gonna be going up against Melk here.
He might be wanting to go for Chrono as well, I would imagine, trying to find that Karma, possibly in this board. Milk, knowing that this is his fate right now in this game, going against Soju's board with so many 4-cost upgrades. But this is a very important win. Needing this win to stabilize him at 8 HP. He has lost every round in this game up to this point, and now stabilized on 4-2.
Yeah, stabilized, but again, the 8 HP is very, very scary. On does fall in that round to El Mumu. Toronto Tokyo dropping pretty low as well. MSJ, look at the HP totals, right? El Mumu running away with the game, but everybody else out 58 HP or lower.
Yeah, we say pretty low, but that's still 44 HP in 7th place versus Soju's 8.
Yeah, true.
And so it is a very large gap between the two. But El Mumu, we knew this would be the case. He's having the game that Soju had last game, that early Syndra 2, able to 10 streak them through all of this mid game.
Arcana online now for Soju, gonna have that extra defense on this board.
Looking to hopefully get a Rage Blade on this Callista that would really empower this board. Having that 3 multi-striker in is quite powerful for upgrading that Callista and the Camille. The Camille, obviously that premier carry that he does have on his board.
Yeah, has a rod left over, so perhaps wanting to go towards that Rage Blade for the Callista. At this point, the Camille seems very strong. He did drop that Rise and put Shojin onto the Gwen. The Gwen does have a redemption though, so still a little bit awkward itemization, but Soju going to be able to potentially get that Karma if he wants it. However, yeah, it's just gonna be the bow.
Yep.
That Rage Blade is too powerful to pass up on.
Yeah, I believe that's probably the right choice just for the longevity of these fights. He might be able to roll with that Rise for... Oh, he already sold the Rise to play this Callista anyways, and so we'll be keeping that Zillion for Chrono and Preserver in. So playing lots and lots of traits. But zooming out a little bit, looking across our game, we do have some problems for the rest of Team Vitality. Milk in Toronto, Tokyo on loss streaks alongside Setsuko, who is chilling towards the top. But there is no guarantees for Vitality in this game.
Yeah, well, the emblems have not really been kind to Cosmo, unfortunately.
No.
Now rolling down at level 8, the 2 Hunter being on a Poppy and an RE2. You kind of hate to see that one, honestly, as Cosmo tries to desperately roll for some upgrades and not finding any of them. Just 1-star copies of those units. Meanwhile, we see the board of Setsuko, and it is so strong here with all these 3-star upgrades.
This could take out Soju here. This is a very, very strong board. It does look like this Akali will fall down in the back line, which is the thing that I was looking out for. If you're able to take down that Kalista, what would happen here? But that really just proves Soju's power in this game. He may win out.
He very well could. It's going to be scary, but the potential is there.
No.
Toronto, Tokyo, with that Kog'Maw taking a loss on a 4-loss streak here. Definitely Ruffle Mumu still streaking.
Yeah, the upgrades need to come through here for Milk. Does hit that Syndra 3 that he's been playing for a long time, so the win out angle is possible here. Really close to having both of those big Vanguards upgraded. Also, one off each of them, the Galio and the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, there is the second Mordekaiser on the board. Almost missed that one real quick. There is a Rumble in the shop as well that Milk will probably buy here soon. Going to try to reposition here.
Looks like Cosmo's in the middle of a pivot as well, putting these items onto a Tom Kench now instead of that Taric in the front line, trying to figure out how to use these emblems effectively. Playing this Arcana route is quite good as well, but if you have that Arcana emblem, it unlocks a whole new level of true damage. Milk's board looking quite good here, maybe stabilizing alongside Soju at the bottom of this leaderboard.
Yep, Soju taking another win. Milk having that loss streak. Toronto, Tokyo also finding a big win. So there is a surge of life from Vitality here as Cosmo now dropping fairly low. Toronto, Tokyo still 3 Kog'Maws off, but there's not even any items on this Kog'Maw, right? It's all the Tristana show.
Yeah, one might say that all of the members of Team Vitality are showing some vitality, their strength being shown here in this game, understanding the game plan, playing a little bit riskier in this game because they know they have the room to drop one if they need to, but now hoping that they can put the nail in the coffin and move on to the playoffs.
Yeah, definitely would not want to go to a game 3 situation, face all that stress. Toronto, Tokyo leveling up here, trying to find a Jinx to slot into this board. There is another Kog'Maw, but not even rolling it, or not even grabbing it. It is really just not that prioritization here for that Kog'Maw line. What is the secondary carry going to be? Of course, you do have that Sentinel with literally the I'm the carry augment. So it's going to be providing a lot of damage now with that Death's Defiance now being upgraded.
It looks like he's come to terms with this is a Tristana carry board rather than this Kog'Maw. And also Toronto Tokyo knows that this is not his matchup. Soju is so incredibly strong and will be taking the round win almost assuredly. The Camille jumping around off the walls like crazy in this matchup.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo even making his board a little bit weaker, right? Not slamming his Shojins, delaying the Fairy Charm being put onto that Tristana for a very long time. MSJ's Cosmo taking yet another loss here. Toronto Tokyo 6 HP, Cosmo 12. Soju 5-win streak, looking to make it 6 and looking to keep Vitality's hopes alive.
Yeah, he's now level 9, saved up enough gold, had enough confidence in his board to not drop a single round. Level 9 now, rolling for more of these 5 costs to keep this board in its winning ways.
Yeah, Soju greeting out. See if it does work out for him as Cosmo. Diana 2, a very big upgrade. Toronto Tokyo versus Cosmo, though, there might be elimination this round.
There very well might be. Oh, that is a giant shroud onto the entire team from Toronto Tokyo here. Not any kind of armor shred and hitting onto a bramble vest in the front line of Cosmo. Will this golden Tristana be enough to take down this 2-star 5 cost that is now into that back line? I doubt it. Toronto Tokyo will be dropping out here in 8th place, which means it's really likely that Vitality will need that top spot.
Another Cogmog game with that 8th place, right? Tick that one off of your bingo cards. El Mumu, meanwhile, has quietly been dominating this game. He's on a 3-loss streak right now, but they do have a big unit there in the front line. That Morgana, of course, with those 3 items. The Syndra has allowed him to get to this point. Really needs to start winning here again and kind of take on where Panda's doing with that 7-win streak.
And On was clearly on Toronto Tokyo grief duty, having so many of these Honeymancer units. We see on the other side this really strong Morgana that we were just talking about. But for El Mumu, not upgrading a lot of the rest of his board. He's really needing to find some of those things to send him into a place where he can win the game. He will win this round and maybe even knock out his teammate. Yes, it will be a 7th for On, which is good for Team Vitality, but is also good for their chances in this game. I believe Milk also falls down.
Yeah, Milk falls. Cosmo might be falling here as well. So 3 eliminations happening. Where do they lie when the dust settles? It is going to be Milk actually crucially getting that 5th place. And so with an 8th...
The tiebreaker.
Yeah, exactly. 8th and a 5th for them.
And this will be... Yeah, 8th and a 5th is pretty good for Team Vitality here. It keeps that score pretty even going into later stages of this game. But the problem is you have these 2 win streakers in the lobby, Panda and K3 Soju. Which of them will be strong enough to continue this streak when they face one another?
Yeah, 100%. Let's see it here. Soju, 7 streak. Panda, 8 streak. Setsuko, though, has redeemed himself with these rerolls.
Here's the thing in this game, because MSJ went that 7th and 6th place, they have to win this lobby in order to win. They need to go 1st and 4th at least in order to secure their spot and take a game 3, and Setsuko wants to play spoiler to that.
Yeah, Panda here versus Setsuko. Can the multi-strikers make it work here?
The Akali absolutely sold that round, jumping away from the Kalista that was the priority target, and Setsuko will drop down. Soju is the last hope for Team Vitality in this game. If Soju is able to win, I believe they will win this game.
Yep. All of Vitality's hopes and dreams rest on K3 Soju. This board is massive, but the upgrades aren't all here yet. And what does Soju do? Does he roll? Does he greet it out? Does he think he's strong enough? He gets that temporary Dragon's Claw, continues rolling, finds a pair of Callistas, and that's good, but not finding anything yet. Does sell out of that Morgana pair, so not finding upgrades.
We have to remember also that this is the pot of gold portal. All of this gold will be sent into the game at 6-1. Massive upgrades will come through, and so each of these players is waiting for that. But there is no room for error from K3 Soju at 8 HP. This comeback with the 8-win streak is massive. The Camille jumping around, doing its best to kill unit after unit, and is doing a wonderful job. But the Callista on the backline is completely untouched. The Edge of Night will proc on the Camille, which keeping it alive. And we need this Camille too for Soju. Clearly, the Camille able to clean up that fight and end Panda's win streak and keep Vitality alive. They will see the amount of gold.
Yeah, this is big for Soju because with all that gold, he is going to be able to roll for all these much needed upgrades. Callista 2, Tom Kent 2, Morgana 2, that might just seal the deal for this game. Soju lost 11 rounds in a row and is turning it around, needs to be winning 12-13 all the way to rubber band back into a first place to give Vitality this series win.
And remember, they get a lot of gold here at 6-1. Might even be able to go to level 10 and roll down there for some of these 5 costs. Playing Emilio would be really good for this board. Playing even a Tarek would be really good. He will be going level 10, getting all this gold, rolling as quick as possible, finding a Tarek, finding the Kalista 2 that is so incredibly important.
Yeah, more upgrades need to come through, however. Shen upgrade potentially does throw that one in, takes the Tarek out. The Morgana upgrade is the next one that is going to be huge. Tom Kench as well, but he has sold out of that. Continuing to roll, has about 3 more rolls left, but he needs to position, needs to find his way. But it is a ghost board though, so it's looking pretty good for him as Pan and Amumu are facing each other.
Yeah, and no combat charm too for Soju. Will just be going for a little bit more econ to spike his board even more. This is MSJ versus MSJ on this board. Which will be stronger? Which of these boards will have a better chance to face off against K3 Soju? And clearly it's the Kalista board that is stronger than El Mumu, who is level 10 here. But Soju just beat this board with a weaker board.
El Mumu did lock the charm. That is the 4,000 HP dragon, though. Knowing that he's going to be facing Soju perhaps in the next round.
Yep.
And that is huge.
Very smart.
Okay, having to grab this Earthquake here, I think, but that means you got to sell the Morgana. Oh, no, there is enough gold if you sell the Tarek. Going to be
Tarek will be sold here. Putting the Tarek into the board is pretty smart, especially with Tarek being so powerful.
Yeah, tried to hit that Morgana upgrade, did not find it though. Going up against El Mumu now, who has reached that critical mass and has the dragon.
El Mumu is all in here to beat K3 Soju and take away Vitality's hopes of the 2-0 here. The Kalista is getting CC'd, but now is jumping around on this board, hoping to get all those resets. The Syndra hoping to take out that unit here early. The Edge of Night has procced, and now onto the dragon they go. Will you be able to kill all 10 units and a 4,000 health dragon? Onto the backline. Syndra's still alive, now taking down the Xerath, and El Mumu out even with the dragon. K3 Soju has the world in his hands. Vitality's hopes all in the hands of our favorite streamer, K3 Soju.
Soju is doing the impossible, the golden quest, sacrificing the first 11 rounds of the game, dropping to 8 HP, and might be winning 12 and 13 rounds in a row to take the victory. Panda still being on 2 lives, however, is trying to still improve the board. Some big changes there.
Some big changes coming through. Is there anything Panda can do? Did he grab a really important charm? It looks like Soju did not even grab a combat charm. The Kalista 2 on the other side and the Camille 2 now for Panda could make a big difference in this game, but 21 health is not a lot. The Camille is still alive for Soju after cashing out this golden quest. Soju is on the run of a lifetime to secure the 2-0 victory here in the winner's stage. But we will have one more fight.
Just one more, but we get a carousel round. Is there a Morgana here? No, there is not. Any emblems that can really change this game up? Not particularly. It is just going to be adaptive on a Diana that Soju's grabbing. Panda wanted it, but was denied. Panda got rolled in that last round. Is there anything that they can do to improve this board as we see the side-by-side? Only 10 gold. Desperate plea. You can hang on for 1 round longer. At the very least, maybe Fight RNG goes his way. Needs to hope that is the case.
Soju did hit that Morgana too that he's been looking for. He now also has a Diana on bench, swapping that in for the Tarek, making this board even a little bit stronger, putting Preserver onto that unit. We know that Panda will not die this round, but Soju is still vulnerable to death if something goes crazy with this Fight RNG. The Rakan is trapped in the middle of this team, and the Morgana almost drops down there and then will drop down. This fight is looking a little bit better for Panda, knowing that he can't die. Soju is on the edge of the ropes here, finally able to take down that Nasus, the Camille into the backline. This fight is not looking very close anymore. I don't know if there's anything Panda can do.
Yeah, maybe finding another dragon or something like that, right? You gotta have such a good combat charm. Yodel Spirit is a good one. Is it good enough? And Panda will take it.
It's all he can afford. Is there anything else we can do positioning-wise to possibly beat Soju?
Soju taking just temporary Bramble Vest as the best charm available. 13 rounds was not enough. It is going to be potentially the 14th round win in a row for Soju to take out Panda, or can MSJ's Panda take them into a game 3?
Here we go, the final fight of this match between Team Vitality, and whoever wins this fight, whether it's MSJ or Vitality, will move on or possibly have a game, a number 3. K3 Soju's board with the excellent win streak comeback. Will Soju's Camille survive in that backline? Now hopping around, but the Callista's onto it. The Camille is dead, and the Camille on the other side is still alive, but the Callista is ramping up, and that will be it. Soju pulling off the miraculous comeback in Vitality with 4-0 in the group stages, not dropping a single game, moving on into the playoffs.
What a run from Vitality's K3 Soju there in that game. We see him be so exhausted after that game, and what a run that was. Wow, such an impressive feat there. That Golden Quest, the Soju special. MSJ looking so defeated right now after that. The victory was well within their grasp, but they just needed that one chance to take it into a game 3, but Soju did not give it to them. They are now in the losers bracket for MSJ, but Vitality moves on to the playoffs.
I think MSJ is starting to realize the reality of what just happened, because they struck gold once, beating Twisted Minds 2-0, but now we'll have to do it again in the decision round tomorrow, having to go back-to-back with their previous underdog victory, and that is not what they were hoping for in this round.
Oh man, there was a lot that happened in that game. There was hype from the beginning until the end, and that is why that this was our featured match of the day between Vitality and MSJ. It did not disappoint. It didn't go to 3 games, but it might as well have with the amount of action that we saw.
Yeah, we're going to review our last game with some highlights here, and we know how action-packed this was, specifically around Soju being able to cash out that Golden Quest. We see Toronto Tokyo taking that 8th place that really put the pressure on. Soju knew exactly what he had to do and was able to do it to perfection.
Yeah, absolutely. Melk holding on for a very long time as well. On, of course, contesting the Kog'Maws yet again. Setsuko able to get that 4th place, right? But then it was all the Soju show from then on out. Pot of gold, right? If we weren't on the Pot of Gold portal, this game might have looked different.
Yeah, a lot of gold input at 6-1, which was incredible. But this Camille was unstoppable and was just jumping around from wall to wall, taking out the carries of Panda. But with being able to survive a few rounds, was able to possibly give Soju a run for his money here, taking down this Camille that was dominating this mid game, but wasn't quite enough with all the other upgrades that Soju had, able to take that 1st place, and with it, that Vitality victory.
I think as a Riot, TFT developer, looking at an augment like Golden Quest, like shout outs to whoever designed that one, right? It creates such hype moments, that big risk, do or die play. I'm going to put all my eggs in this basket, get to that 161 gold, send it all level to 8, roll down. Hopefully my legendary unit will carry me. Hopefully I can build a board around it. And Soju did just that to claim the victory. It's just such hype moments, man. TFT is such a good game. I absolutely loved what we just saw there.
Yeah, it was an absolutely fantastic showing of Prime TFT. You're talking about the devs, right? They knew exactly that Soju would have to be at 1 life to get to that amount of gold. And they're like, okay, pro players, here's your challenge. Survive. Build a board that makes it work with this 5 cost. And that is exactly what we saw. Just a fantastic showing of knowing the stakes and making it happen.
Yeah, Soju being on 1 life, and 1 life is infinite in the wise words of him. And that is all we needed as we take a look at the MVP of the series. It is, of course, none other than K3 Soju. And how do you not vote for him as MVP after that?
Oh, absolutely. The showing here by Soju, he really went 1-1 in this fight. He sold his whole board in the first game to his teammate Toronto Tokyo, and so absolutely dominated and carried Vitality through this. They needed these 1st places in order to secure their spot and their wins in these matches, and he was the MVP. the excellence in action really demonstrated.
100% excellence, as we've seen. When Soju is locked in, he can go toe-to-toe with the best in the world. We saw that happen, of course, in game number 1. He might as well have gone 1-1 like you say, but game 2 was really the impressive one, as that desperate plea came out, you know, from Panda. We're like, okay, maybe Panda could do something, but no. Panda could do nothing in the face of Soju, in the face of Vitality, as they are sent into losers bracket. And Vitality, right, 4-0. Going 2-0 against Carmine Core, going 2-0 against MSJ. That's some hard matches, but they were able to make it look very dominant.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic showing by all of Team Vitality, understanding how to play this 4v4 tournament so well. Obviously not dropping a single game quite yet. And I hear that we may have an interview coming up soon with Milk, which we are excited to talk to some of our players from Team Vitality. But Crowan, before we get into that, this day has been an amazing day full of lots and lots of TFT, but tomorrow is going to be the day that decides the fate of a lot of our teams.
Oh, 100%. Tomorrow is going to be such an action-packed day. We've had a long one here, right? But it has been so good getting to tell the story of all of these players as they chase the journey towards that trophy here at the Esports World Cup. And just what a way to see, you know, a little bit of bias coming through here, to see the North American or the Americas representatives here get that really powerful win.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe we do have, yeah, we can hear you, Milk. Welcome on into the stream. We're so glad to have you. How are you feeling coming off that second 2-0 victory? Yep. Welcome to our life, man. We have the producer talking in our ear all the time.
Yeah, but I'll just ignore him and just talk to you guys. Because I don't think you hear me.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So how are you feeling coming off those double 2-0 victories from yesterday and today?
Pretty good, because even if I feel like our team's like really good and anyone can carry on our team. I feel like really confident going in.
Yeah, absolutely. But walk us through first just that last game, right? All the hope of that round was in Soju's hands. How was the team kind of approaching that situation? Were you all helping Soju out? Was it just Soju kind of locking in, focusing on his own? How was that last endgame sequence?
Oh, we were just telling like things to look out for, basically, like the CC units like Camille and Zillion, and just like try to position and like units he needs, and just reminding, like, I feel like not that many people play Pot of Gold, so we just reminded like 10 times Pot of Gold. But Soju just like carried us today. I think Soju basically went 1-1, even though score was 1-2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're saying that anyone on this team can carry, and today, clearly the carry was K3 Soju. You guys joined his team willingly, knowing who Soju is. Why is this the team that everyone should look out for?
Oh! I don't know if this is the only... Oh, it's probably because we can win. We have a decent chance to win. But that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. You have the chance to win. You win 4-0. Did you expect to go 4-0 out of groups, move on to the playoff bracket that dominantly?
We thought we would fight Twisted Minds with 6-second Hwami and those guys. We're kind of people shake. But then we saw we got 2-0'd, and we're really happy because, yeah, now we're fighting, like, not as good teams.
The bad news is Twisted Minds will come back to fight again. They did 2-0 KC in the lower bracket,
really?
which you guys dealt with them handedly too. So they have to face off against MSJ tomorrow morning as well. But Milk, I want to zoom out a little bit and look a little bit at set 12. This is one of the first big tournaments of set 12 in this 4v4 format. How are you feeling about this set? Clearly you guys are good at it.
Okay. I mean, how I feel about I love 4v4. I think 4v4 is the best format ever. But this patch is not that, like, we were watching the other team lose right before we played, and I don't know what language they're speaking, but they were just like saying Syndra, like they're cursing out Syndra, like nice patch, Syndra, like in some foreign language. I couldn't understand it, but I was like pretty funny. But yeah, it's like one of the biggest lands that most people ever played on, and it just kind of sucks that like it's so like the meta's not in the best spot. But it's like week 1. I think this is one of the best sets to have potential in. I think whoever designed the set did a really good job. The balance, you know, it could be better.
Yeah, sure. Maybe next patch we'll see it, but we are playing on this patch, of course, for the EWC. But Milk, I want to ask you to elaborate more on why you love the 4v4 format so much, because you have spoken about team formats in the past being something that you love, but what is it about 4v4 that really excites you?
I think the thing about 4v4 the most is like you have to like play actual TFT, and like you can't just play with one comp. Everyone has to play like every comp, and you have to play like comps that aren't like conventional. And I feel like Warthog has always described how he wants TFT to be. I think 4v4 is the best for that, especially like the checkmate format. Like it's so boring sometimes when you can't like win a game because you already know you lost. But in TFT, 4v4, every single game is a checkmate. That's why like this tournament, I really like it.
Yeah, I mean, and clearly you guys are good at it and have a good strategy. Haven't dropped a single game yet, and we hope, you know, NA bias is showing through here. We hope that that continues for you guys as Team Vitality rolls on in the playoffs. So, Milk, good luck in the playoffs. Anything you would like to say before we send you off? Any more shout-outs?
Shout out Team Vitality for picking us up. Yeah. People buy. Hopefully.
That is awesome.
Okay.
Thank you, Milk. We will be continuing on and thanking you for your time here. Team Vitality, 2-0 victory over MSJ to finish off our time here. Thanks, Milk, for your time.
All right, we can be back for dinner. Back. People buy.
People buy. Love it from Milk, of course. He's trying to get some food. It's been a long day, of course, for us all here. Love talking to Milk. He actually, you know, he gave better answers than I expected. He was very excited, energized to talk about it. You know, Milk interviews sometimes he can, you know, just be like, okay, don't know what to talk about. Oh yeah, it's just, you know, I high rolled, of course. But no, we really see that love and that passion of TFT come out, especially with these 4v4 formats that Milk loves so much.
And we're taking a look at our groups a little bit to get an update of where we are at. Looking at this group that we started with, Wolves Esports already qualifying for the playoffs. We'll be having that second chance, the qualifying match between Branching Out and Geek Esports tomorrow. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, 100%. Wolves has shown dominance. They've gone 3 games, of course, versus a division and against Branching Out. Branching Out gets to face Geek Esports again, and Geek Esports gets a chance for redemption, right? That is the big kind of story there. Can these rematches go the other way? As we take a look now at the group that we had just watched, of course, 2 O's amongst all of it, right? Team Vitality qualifying, but tomorrow we're going to be seeing MSJ versus Twisted Minds in that rematch, and maybe it can go the other way again. We saw Vitality talk about how they were scared of Twisted Minds, right? But maybe they just don't have what it takes here this tournament.
Yeah, and the complete opposite of the last group. This one has gone the distance every single time. T1 advancing already from this group, and now Zero Tenacity versus Weibo Gaming. Who will come out of this group? It's not going to be one of the tournament favorites, Fnatic, which I know many of us are sad about, but we will continue on.
Yeah, and wow, yeah, Toronto Ultra getting the better of Team Falcons in the final group, qualifying, right? That's multiple America's teams already qualifying, but it is going to be Team Falcons versus Na'Vi, right? That rematch in the qualifying match there. Team Falcons did 2-0 it the first time, but Na'Vi, one of those teams with a chance for redemption.
And we will be looking at so many of these games tomorrow, sending some teams home and sending many teams into the playoffs and playing some of these first round matchups that we're so excited to see. But before we head off to tomorrow, we want to review the Quita highlight of the day. This is the play of the day. 10 Portal being one of the craziest things we saw.
I love this is the play of the day. I 100% agree. There's not much more hype that you can get in a TFT game besides getting that chase trait online. And of course, one of the things that can beat that is Soju going an 11 loss streak into a 14 win streak. Very much the 2 deserving plays of the day. Soju might as well have gone 1-1 in the games. Very, very deserving player as well. But Bobe, of course, having all of that fantastic action in that first play. What good stuff we have seen here, CLE. The action does not stop here at EWC.
No, it sure does not. Was an awesome day full of TFT games, and we are so excited to continue on that trend tomorrow. Crowan, anything that you're really hoping for tomorrow?
I just hope for some good games, honestly. We've seen some banger series. Honestly thought at one point we'd be going to the full 12 games for our broadcast today. We didn't quite get there, but still, there's just some amazing action. I love seeing players being thrust into this kind of high pressure situation and seeing the ones who are able to get that victory, right? The ones who are able to succeed, have all of that hard work and preparation really pay off. It kind of, you know, touched my heart as a previous competitor myself. I love seeing that payoff, and we get to see it here at the EWC for all these players.
Yeah, and everything here on out is do or die for these teams. The playoffs is single elimination, and tomorrow, basically a playoff game for all of these teams. The decision matches, we will be starting off our day with do or die to go home, and we're so excited for those. And then starting off with some of the quarterfinals as well tomorrow that are going to be absolutely electric between some of our top teams on the EWC. And so from me, CLE, from Crowan, this has been an amazing day full of great TFT action. We will be seeing you tomorrow to continue our tournament.
Whatever I want, I can have it. I'm exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. Yeah. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta be put through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. Yeah, we are not the same, I'm a Wolverine. Thought I was dead, just recovering. I was just a bad hand, I just play my cards. But all I need is one shot, like a shooting guard. Running out of time, gotta take a stand. I listened to you long enough, now here I'm my demand. Fate is not an option. Throw away your red light, cause I'm not stopping. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Yeah, it's checkmate if we playing chess. If you got a problem, better say it with your chest. I'm the #1 contender, ain't no #2. Cause even if I fall back, I'm still ahead of you. Yeah, cause we the winners, now we can't lose. Ain't no mission impossible, now we can't lose. Even though we outside, still get it in. You want the crown, get in line, there's too many men. Stop me, can't nobody stop me. Lately I've been on my own, can't nobody stop me. All this tough talking for the birds, now I'm furious. This will never end, so I'll never need a period. Yeah, so we gotta fly high. If you ever had a dream, put your hands in the sky. 2, 1, go. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done.